Chapter 101, Flooded New York. Diplomatic incident. Time progressed silently to November 1945, and the lively atmosphere before Thanksgiving became more and more intense. People began to prepare to participate in the holiday parade, and many large supermarkets or shops have planned price reduction activities and issued coupons. The citizens of New York look forward to gatherings with family and friends and enjoying a turkey meal soon. Well, it's a fierce battle. Luke woke up contentedly from the bed, glanced at the clothes and high heels that fell on the floor, and couldn't help smiling. He walked into the bathroom naked, and after washing, he put on his nightgown. Open the heavy curtains to welcome the morning sun and a beautiful day. After the peaceful New York is put, it's rare to see it. Luke stretched his bones and bathed in the warm sunlight. He has recently passed a relatively easy period of time. The operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. is gradually on the right track, and it has grown and grown with a steady trend. The headquarters has been expanded into 8 departments from 3 rudimentary departments at the beginning. The number of spies, agents, and field teams is also increasing. These are all credits to Carter, and I have to say that she is very suitable for this job. Almost no need for Luke to bother to get things done in an orderly manner. If we continue to maintain this pace of development, we will probably soon be able to get rid of the constraints of the Pentagon and the White House. Luke thought with satisfaction. The 3 laboratories have also gained recently. The nuclear fusion reactor proposed by Howard has made the latest model and is waiting for the test results. Dr. Zola's idea of Warden's blood to transform cells and improve energy absorption efficiency has begun to bear fruit. It may be another week before Luke will be able to receive the injection. As for the mutant gene mapping project led by Bolivar, it is under development. It is worth mentioning that Task Force X, led by Wolverine and Saber-toothed Tiger, performed well. He has acted as a foreign aide for S.H.I.E.L.D. for many times and assisted agents in completing tasks, showing quite dazzling results. As a result, the group of generals in the Pentagon hinted at Luke at every meeting to recruit more mutants as soon as possible. It is best to form a large army and put it on the overseas battlefield to attack the city and kill the 4 sides. In this regard, Mr. General was unmoved, only as if nothing had happened. These old guys who have experienced World War I and World War II know that all available people or things are turned into mass-produced assembly line weapons. Luke has his own ideas, so naturally he will not be influenced by them. The new house feels just good. He stood in front of the floor-tossling windows, overlooking Manhattan at his feet. There is a constant flow of traffic. The astonishing height of 46 floors is enough to have a panoramic view of half of the Upper East Side. Thanks to the enthusiastic sponsorship of Congress, Luke has sufficient funds on hand. Not short of money. He just spent a lot of money and bought a 48-story apartment building in Manhattan without blinking his eyes. According to the real estate agent, this skyscraper, called the Bastic Tower, was written by a well-known French architect and has a high-end atmosphere. The only drawback is that it is expensive. This can be regarded as an appreciation investment, Luke murmured. Now, shortly after the end of World War II, the United States has not yet ushered in inflation, putting it in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where the land is worth a lot of money. The cost of buying a high-rise building will not be spent in several billions. But the reason that really moved Luke, apart from his own needs, was that the Bustique mansion was only 3 blocks away from the sanctuary in New York. It is safer to place Malina here. It is a disguised form to let the Supreme Master be a bodyguard. General, there is an emergency. Stryker's anxious voice came on the phone, as if his house was on fire. What happened? Luke frowned and asked. Today is the weekend. He wanted to have a leisurely breakfast, and then go to Brooklyn to chat with Rogers. When the old friends are over, they can also go to their luxury yacht docked in the Hudson River port to bask in the sun and talk about their ideals in life. Taking into account the integrity of Captain America and the paparazzi squatting outside, Luke dispelled the idea of calling a group of models to have a party. It was Howard's style. Before the boring rich man's day started, Stryker's phone call made all the plans go to waste. What happened? Tsunami? Luke shook his head and sighed, and said to Malina, who was still lying on the bed, "It seems I have to save the world. Tell Steve that the noon party is cancelled." Bang! The voice fell to the ground, and the tall and straight figure rose into the sky. Dot. Dot. A few minutes later, Luke appeared in the SHIELD headquarters building. Stryker couldn't make it clear on the phone, so he simply came over. "What situation made you panic like this?" Luke walked into the meeting room. Carter, who was sitting on the left-hand side, looked solemn, and Howard became more serious. As an attendant, Stryker stayed quietly in the corner. "In short, the atmosphere is relatively depressing." "Could it be that the Kerry people came in early?" Luke narrowed his eyes and sat in the chief seat. "Very bad. Diplomatic incident." Carter spit out such a sentence. She turned on the bulky projector and projected the blurry black and white photos on the wall. "Tsunami?" Luke frowned and flashed constantly, and the coherent picture that was finally formed was a messy post-disaster scene. The building was washed down, the bridge collapsed, and the waves surpassed the land. "Here, Anna Maria Island, Florida, just yesterday, the local residents were hit by the tsunami, probably the severity of the second-level orange warning," Carter said with a cold face. "However, this is not the point. Look at this." The female agent called up a photo. "You were reading www.uukansu.com only saw a gloomy sky, violent storms, and a vague figure with both hands open, like a wizard casting a spell, manipulating changes in the weather. The man claimed to be Naima Mackenzie, the King of Atlantis. The federal government arrested his compatriots, so this disaster was artificially created." Carter's voice was a little low and whispered. He took the initiative to send a tape to SHIELD and the FBI, acknowledging that the tsunami attack on Anna Maria Island was done by him alone, and also said that if the military does not stop the brutal behavior of arresting mutants, the next city to be hit by a tsunami will be New York. Finally, Naima Mackenzie also emphatically warned SHIELD, and "You in the name of King Atlantis." Luke listened quietly, tapping his fingers on the table, no joy or anger on his face. He didn't expect that the first to stand up to trouble him, it turned out to be Seeking Naima. The little prince deserves his reputation, and he just hit the door before he provokes him. SHIELD has collected mutants recently? Luke asked subconsciously. It's true that Naima is a mutant, but why is he suddenly interested in his compatriots? This guy is obviously only interested in tearing and prying people into corners, and even the people of Atlantis don't care much. Carter shook his head and replied, "Number. According to you, we have always started from school and paid attention to young students who have had unusual incidents. They are relatively easy to control, and they will not resist fiercely like other mutants. These things are very low-key. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon." Naima warned SHIELD and himself for no reason. There must be other reasons. After thinking for a few seconds, Luke uttered a name. Sebastian Shaw. Chapter 102 surfaced. The White House calls the lunatic scientist who transformed himself into a mutant. Howard tilted Erlang's legs and asked with interest. He is not only the manager of Lab 1, but also a scientific research consultant named by SHIELD. If there is a major problem that is difficult to decide, Howard has the right to vote provided that Luke and Carter are not present. I remember you told the story about him. Like the little dwarf in Lab 3, Sebastian Shaw is obsessed with mutant genes. The entire SHIELD knows that Howard and Bolivar are not very good at dealing with them. The former thinks that Bolivar is not only a dwarf in figure, but also not as strong in knowledge. The latter thinks Howard has nothing but exuberant hormones and nasty thoughts in his head. Every time we meet, we have to fortat, and it smells full of gunpowder. Originally Luke wanted to reconcile, but considering that this helped to stimulate the sense of competition between the two people, the original idea was dispelled. Suppose that claims to be the King of Atlantis, Lord of the Seven Seas, would someone really give himself such a long nickname? It's almost as good as the restaurant's menu. Feeling Carter's icy eyes, Howard shrank his neck, realizing that this is not the time to be clever and humorous. He coughed twice, glared at the gloating Luke, and continued, "Namo Mackenzie is a mutant, so just give him a leech serum." "It's not that simple, Howard. Don't you understand? This is a diplomatic incident." Carter frowned, thinking about what to do. Atlantis is an undersea civilization that humans have never been in contact with or know about. Before Namor appeared, people at most only heard the name from Plato's dialogue. The legend of Poseidon, the sea. But now, it appears as a country and a civilized posture. This means that no matter what decision S.H.I.E.L.D. makes, it must be careful and think twice. Congress, the White House, the Pentagon. No one wants a war right now. So negotiations, contacts, and connections are what we have to do. Carter is worthy of being a commander, and his analysis of the problem is very thorough. Luke wondered, if the tape of Namor's threatening speech flows into the White House, the president should call himself at this time. After all, the other party deliberately said S.H.I.E.L.D. and his own name. A few minutes later, as he expected, "General," a call from the White House. The phone on the table rang, and Stryker picked up the microphone, covered it with his hand, and said, "The president wants to see you." Luke, who had guessed it, said with a relaxed look, "In half an hour, I will go to the White House." You can deal with questions from the president and Congress anytime. The most important issue is to find the whereabouts of Namor and prevent the other party's crazy behavior that might flood New York. The Supreme Mage may not be able to take action. There are millions of people killed in New York, which may not cause any psychological fluctuations. Tiggy Carmitage will always remain a neutral observer. The Black Death that ravaged Europe, the First World War in which thousands of people were killed, and the Second World War in which the Third Reich came back. These disasters and wars that have occurred in human history, if they are to be prevented, the Supreme Mage can make them disappear invisible. Before, I asked Task Force X to search for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club. "Do you have any clues?" Luke asked. "Not yet, but I think Silver Fox might know something." Kayla the Silver Fox is a member of the mutant recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. She and Emma, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, are sisters. Luke had known this for a long time and informed Carter. Then use her as a breakthrough point. Luke thought for a while, and if he couldn't, he exchanged a piece of Constantine's Master of Fudge and forced a wave of words. He was quite sure that Namor would stand up and speak out for the mutants inexplicably, and was preparing to flood New York. All this is definitely promoted by someone secretly. Sebastian Shaw is the first suspect. Conqueror Kang is also possible according to this guy's style of doing things, as well as his usual routine. They are all pretending to be some historical celebrity, national leader. It's secretly provoking wind and rain, and it also involves mutants. It seems that Sebastian Shaw is more suspicious. Get off first, and I will deal with the president. As for Namor Mackenzie, I will also find a way to find him. Luke waved his hand and smiled confidently. As the director, he is calm, and the talents under his hands will not be under pressure. Namor. Atlantis' nest is in the Atlantic Ocean. Luke recalled the information in his mind. He remembered that the guy had a sacred Punitan trident, which was a symbol of Atlantis kingship. Can control the sea, set off wind and waves, create tsunamis, and release current. It can be said to be an artifact-level weapon, with the addition of the Horn of Proteus that summons marine life. Namor's combat power should be ranked in the top 10 on the Earth. In General Ho said that the group of superheroes were either not born or not grown. Step by step, look at each step. Anyway, in Am's character, it is impossible to hide. After Luke finalized the general plan, he got up and flew to the White House. Unlike the image of Neptune in the next room, Marvel is more like a villain, with a moody personality and very emotional fluctuations. In a nutshell, it is a secondary disease that is easy to be rhythmic. The White House lawn. The tall and straight figure resembled a cannonball, and it fell quickly. www.mentalnovel.com. Boom. When landing, Luke opened the biological force field, except for some movement, did not cause other damage. General Cavill, the president is waiting for you in the office. The security director of the White House has become accustomed to the way Luke appears. For the young Major General, the no-fly zone was useless, and no one could stop him anyway. Many old-school generals who have opinions about this only dare to talk a few words behind their backs and remain silent in person. A few minutes later, Luke walked into the Oval Office and saw the president with a solemn expression. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to say about Atlantis and that? The mutant that caused the tsunami? The president took off his glasses, pinched his nose, and said tiredly, the Pentagon is going crazy. Admiral Bullock and Admiral Richardson of the naval system have all called. 2 aircraft carriers in the Atlantic were attacked separately. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Mr. Edgar Hoover of the FBI, a few hours ago put me on a tape with a mutant named Namer Mackenzie, who admitted that he did all this and threatened we said we would flood New York if we don't do what he says. The president looked at Luke, who was expressionless, and asked in a deep voice, Major General, I could have had a nice weekend to have dinner with my wife and daughter, but now I have to face all these troubles. I hope you can give satisfactory answers. Mr. President is blaming me. Luke raised his head slightly, and asked calmly. The voice fell to the ground, and the atmosphere in the Oval Office suddenly became solemn. The assistant sitting on the side rolled his throat and swallowed. He is not sure whether he can protect Mr. President if Major General Cavill violently initiates him. Chapter 103? Eternal Race 1. Primitive Humans. Major General, you misunderstood. Feeling the change in the atmosphere of the Oval Office, Mr. President put on his glasses again, as if he changed his face in Szechuan opera. He put on a gentle smile. I was just dazzled by the bad news that followed, not to blame you. SHIELD is responsible for the containment and control of mutants. Now that such a big mess is happening, it should be given to those in the Pentagon. The general confessed. Similar words were spoken in a softer tone this time. I couldn't hear the slightest complaint, but it was more like a friendly discussion. Seeing the wind and the art of language are all basic skills for politicians. With all due respect, the Pentagon general should be more stable. Maintaining high-intensity vigilance and preparing a battle plan is what they have to do, not like a frightened and chattering country shrew, asking for it from the White House. What do you mean? Luke unceremoniously accused the old guys, and the president's head was a bit bigger. If this spreads, the contradiction between the Navy Department and the War Department will intensify again. When the time comes, it's still me who is having a headache. Major General Cavill, let's put these questions aside for the time being. The president covered his face and said, let's talk about Atlantis. What are they from? The president turned the subject off, but he did not forget that the young Major General standing in front of him was only 20 years old. It is the impulsive age that is unruly, frivolous and reckless. As the saying goes, politicians are more willing to deal with politicians because they have default rules of the game. But meeting a young man like Luke is a headache. He will not necessarily abide by the rules of political game, and it is possible to overturn the table on impulse. In addition, the other party once flew to Berlin to end the World War. And the military's strongest super soldier, the Superman appointed by the Allies and many other auras. Not to mention the people in the Pentagon, even if the White House has to show some face. In Eisenhower's words, how do we restrain a walkable atomic bomb and put him in a cage? Don't worry, Mr. President. We are not ignorant of Atlantis. Luke pulled out the chair and sat down, showing a relaxed expression with no problem. Atlantis is an ancient civilization. They existed on the Earth 10,000 years ago with the Lemurian civilization, but they were successively sunk in the flood of extinction. Perhaps the Atlanteans live as the people of the sea and have a strong awe of the sea. They did not go extinct, but miraculously preserved a trace of civilization and began to continue their heritage in the deep ocean of the Atlantic. For nearly a century, many archaeologists have found the remains of prehistoric civilization near the Atlantic Ocean. Luke talked freely, showing an expert attitude of I know Atlantis better than anyone, and could not help the President and Chief of Staff in the office secretly admire him. In fact, most of this information comes from surviving memories deep in the mind. Regarding the true history of Atlantis, we have to start with the Celestial Group. The gang of cosmic heroes came to Earth for the second time. The first time was 4 billion years ago. They transformed some primitive humans, and modern mutants evolved from them. Those primitive humans transformed by the Celestial Group are divided into 3 camps: Eternals, Anomalies and Humans. The Eternal is the new god, who studies the absorption and conversion of cosmic energy, has a long lifespan, and is almost immortal. They once established 3 cities on the Earth: the Arctic city in Siberia, the Undersea city in the Pacific Ocean, and Olympia in Greece, once also regarded as gods by the Greeks. After several migrations, the group had a conflict in the middle. Zulus, the leader of the Eternal, exiled his brother Urals into space. The latter is the director of the Universe Family Planning Commission, the father of crazy Titan Thanos. He relied on his extraordinary talents and vigorous vitality to rebuild his homeland on Titan and form an eternal race. If you go back to the source and carefully investigate the family pedigree, the humans on Earth and Thanos are somewhat related to each other. The opposite of the eternal is the abnormal. They built cities on land, developed genetic engineering, used Lemuria as their capital, attempted to dominate the entire planet, and formed the Lemurian civilization that existed at the same time as Atlantis. The abnormal person has a high chance of genetic mutation, and the offspring have no similarities with their parents. The only thing they have in common is that they are all different from each other. The anomalous are strongly hostile to all species, which also makes Lemurian civilization extremely aggressive and provokes many enemies. They ushered in destruction in Diana 16000 BC. The Celestial Group descended on Earth for the second time, destroying Lemuria, the capital of the anomalous. At the same time, the continental plate moved. Atlantis was affected and sank into the Atlantic Ocean. This extremely ancient history may only be recorded in a few words by Karmitage. Luke was too lazy to say, skipping the front and entering the topic. Namo Mackenzie is the new king of Atlantis, and he is also a mutant. Humans' rejection and persecution of mutants made him harbor hatred in his heart and wanted revenge. Mr. President looked solemn and asked softly, SHIELD has long known the existence of Atlantis. Why didn't you report it? Because we do not yet have conclusive evidence that can convince the Pentagon and members of Congress that an ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago is hiding in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Luke shrugged and curled his lips. Mr. President, you shouldn't forget how Dr. Teslak reacted when he first told the generals about mutants. Everyone had scorn on their faces and disdain. Director Hoover of the FBI even made a comedian-like boastful laugh, saying that it was just a clumsy lie fabricated by SHIELD to defraud research funding. So sometimes, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. There was a trace of embarrassment on the president's face. www.mentalnovel.com and coughed twice, selectively ignoring the pungent satire of Director Hoover. He knew that the FBI and SHIELD had never dealt with each other, especially the relationship between the two directors was not good. Edgar Hoover is a man of grudges, and it is of course nothing good to face the young, energetic and unruly Luke. Major General Cavill, since SHIELD knows something about Atlantis, do you have a plan to deal with it? The Chief of Staff, who was listening silently, asked questions at the right time. As far as the current situation is concerned, no one wants another war. Once a fierce contradiction between marine civilization and the land world forms that cannot be resolved, it may become the beginning of the 3 wars. Luke still looked calmly replied, war will not come, this is my guarantee to you all. Although Namo Mackenzie is a king, his bloodline is impure, and he has not been fully recognized by the Atlanteans. It is not that simple to set off a war between 2 civilizations. The speech he made on that tape was more of a threat to force the military to make concessions. The president pondered for a long time and thought that Luke made sense. The Pentagon and the White House were frightened by the sudden emergence of Atlantis and the tsunami that hit Anna Maria Island. Many times, human beings think they know enough about the world, but the planet under their feet does not belong to them alone. Mr. President, tell the Pentagon generals that New York will not fall. Luke talked about the history of Atlantis, as well as news about Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club. After a while, he stood up and looked down at the president sitting in the chair, because I will go to the Atlantic in person to let the Atlanteans know that the terrestrial world is far less fragile than they thought. Chapter 104? The land and sea disputes are already near. The helicopter slowly lifted off. Luke put on his sunglasses and sat in the cockpit, looking down at the shrinking White House. He actually wanted to fly over directly, but considering the overly arrogant way of coming on stage, he might be mistaken for an enemy attack by the Atlantic Fleet, causing unnecessary panic, and chose to give up. It's time to rest after the 500-meter sprint. Mr. General thought so. In the Oval Office just now, what the President and the Pentagon meant was that SHIELD should temporarily compromise and suspend the plan to accommodate mutants. This can buy more time for the Pentagon to contact Atlantis. Luke can see that both the White House and the military are very interested in understanding a maritime civilization that has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's like two hunters in a jungle, always seeing each other before shooting. Atlantis is much stronger than the Lighthouse country. It is unrealistic to expect them to be like Indians. Luke twitched his mouth and smiled sarcastically. The Puritans who arrived in the New World that year had the idea of peaceful coexistence with the Indians at first. But later, when a large number of immigrants arrived, the living space was squeezed, and the contradiction between the two sides was like an ignited gunpowder barrel, which suddenly exploded. Today's Indians have long lost their land, national culture and religious beliefs. To the top of the federal government, they want to repeat history, confirm whether Atlantis is hostile, and then confirm their technological level, whether they are backward or advanced. This is related to the strategy adopted later, whether it is war or diplomacy. The president and the generals did not want to fight, not because they were all pacifists. Rather, you won't get any benefits if you start the battle rashly. But what does this have to do with me? Luke didn't want to take care of the overall situation. He didn't need to make sacrifices for the White House and the military. Mutant is a good card, which can play a big role in the future. No reason. Namor casually warned that he had to obey the orders honestly. No matter how powerful Atlantis, can it be compared to the future overlord of the universe, the three empires of the galaxy? It's kind of like two kids grabbing toys from each other. Luke laughed at himself when he noticed the tinge of uncomfortable emotion in his heart. He knew that the Pentagon's call to the White House was not for the president to come up with a solution. The guys in the Admiralty really aim to put pressure on themselves, or more accurately, want to watch Superman's jokes. How can a powerful major general in the army face the threats and warnings of an unknown civilization? If you are too tough, you have to bear the main responsibility that may provoke the flames of war. Being too weak is equal to losing the dignity of the country, and it will make Superman win over and over again and cast a shadow over the dazzling halo of miracles. This is a difficult multiple-choice question. Unfortunately, only children make choices. Luke smiled, took out a generation product launched by Skynet, a brick-and-mortar mobile phone, and dialed a number. This thing has not been put on the market for the time being. It is only used as a military product to be provided to various military bases and government agencies. The civilianization may have to be delayed for some time. However, the propaganda work of Stark Industries is already in full swing. Howard learns at an amazing speed, absorbing what Luke usually calls conceptualized hype and market warming up and other business ideas. In fact, mobile phones with low technological content are boasted as the only thing that will change the way of communication in the future, the first choice for families with cars, and a must-have for people with cutting-edge technology. And so on. I completely packaged this silly mobile phone into a high-end product that only successful people and elites can afford. as if it can greatly enhance its status as long as it is owned. I have to say that such methods as hype gimmicks and false packaging work well in any age. Luke is considering whether he should make persistent efforts to find ways such as hunger marketing and naval evaluation directly turn the mobile phones produced by Skynet into the light of domestic products and high-tech cutting-edge products. I must have chosen the wrong script. Mr. General shook his head, converging his divergent thinking, and said to Colonel Phillips on the other end of the phone, "I am going to the Second Atlantic Fleet. Are you familiar with General Ingonim? No? That would be the best. Tell him for me, I need temporary command of the Second Fleet. The White House is still in a meeting. There is no time to order. You call Nimitz and ask him to help." Although the relationship between the Navy and the War Department has always been poor, everyone is acquaintance and there is no need to embarrass them. After a few minutes, Luke hung up. MacArthur, who had searched for Wolverine before and became the Emperor of the Neon Island country, generously supported him. Now it's the turn to ask for the temporary command of the Second Fleet. I don't know if Chester Nimitz will save face. The opponent is now the Secretary of Naval Operations, and the Atlantic Fleet participated in the Sicily landing campaign. Luke had a relationship with him at that time. After returning to New York, the two also attended the commendation banquet together. Navy. It's a pity that the current president is not Roosevelt. He is more interested in nuclear weapons. Luke thought silently. The United States borders the Atlantic Ocean to the east and the Pacific Ocean to the west. It is a traditional maritime power. This is also the reason why the Navy will have a special status in the future and become the first service. At the end of the 19th century, Mahan, a U.S. naval theorist, put forward the theory of sea power, advocating the establishment of an ocean-going naval fleet and the control of the sea. Then open minds, build overseas bases, and seize world hegemony. This strategy has been widely recognized. From then on, the Navy began to build battleships of more than 10,000 tons and entered an unprecedented stage of acceleration. Especially when Roosevelt was in power, he focused on building a first-rate naval fleet and proposed the amazing goal of catching up with Britain and striving to become the world's number one. A few years later, the Atlantic Fleet was formally established and experienced 2 world wars. At its peak, it had 1.5 million troops, nearly 20,000 ships, and more than 10,000 aircraft. So it's no wonder that the people in the Department of War are always irritating. To put it bluntly, it is Charlemagne. After all, no one is so beautiful. Luke remembered that at every meeting, many generals from the two factions of the Pentagon faced each other tit-for-tat. Novel.com. That scene was actually no different from the Irish gangster quarrel. It's just that the former discusses national interests and military strategy, while the latter is the collection of protection fees and the division of neighborhoods. Speaking of it, I am now an army faction. Nimitz really doesn't necessarily give face. Luke crossed his fingers, thinking that if the Atlantic Fleet did not cooperate, the plan would have to be changed slightly. The end of World War II, when the Neon Island nation surrendered, President Truman wanted MacArthur, the Army Commander-in-Chief, to preside over the surrender ceremony and sign as a representative of the Allies. This proposal immediately caused strong dissatisfaction with the Navy leader Nimitz, who even publicly stated that he refused to attend. The fierce and obvious attitude of opposition forced the president to withdraw the suggestion and come forward to comfort him, and later put the signing ceremony on the warship. After that time, the struggle for power over land and sea in the United States has basically become open. The high-level generals of the factions on both sides saw each other not pleasing to the eye. SHIELD, led by the Rear Admiral, provoked Atlantis and caused the Navy's 2 aircraft carriers to suffer losses. Luke pondered it for a while. It is estimated that many of the leaders of the Admiralty wanted to see themselves deflated. But I obviously don't touch it. I'm just an innocent crowd eating melons. The future positioning of SHIELD is to maintain world peace and a large-scale organization responsible for contact and communication with foreign civilizations. It does not belong to the naval faction or the army faction at all. The two gangs of Red Deer are in intrigue. What does it have to do with Director Aegis? Luke curled his lips, thinking about taking this opportunity to separate SHIELD from the Pentagon, and being pulled back and forced to stand in line after saving General has arrived in the Second Fleet. Hearing the pilot's reminder, Luke looked up, and the aircraft carrier of the Second Fleet crawled quietly on the sea. Chapter 105, Namor, come out. I know you are at home, Major Cavill. I have received an order from General Nimitz. Now, the fleet is yours. The helicopter landed on the empty deck, and Captain Bullock of the Second Fleet walked over against the strong wind of the propeller. The Chief of Naval Operations did not look down on Superman. Even if the opponent belongs to the Army faction, it is a good opportunity to attack. Give me face ... It can be my mantra in the future. Luke took off his sunglasses and was satisfied with his relationship. This is also a manifestation of personality charm. The two aircraft carriers that were raided by the Atlanteans yesterday were the Lincoln and the Stanislaus. After receiving the order, Captain Bullock cooperated very well with Luke's inquiry. According to the soldier's report, it was 4:20 in the afternoon. The weather on the sea suddenly became very bad, with lightning and thunder, dark clouds swept, and large waves of tens of meters were set off. Luke squinted his eyes. This way of creating a wave of atmosphere and brewing an effect on the stage is pretty impressive. This product is similar to Magneto in the scene. You can lose in a fight, but you can't lose your momentum. They all belong to the category that requires a lot of special effects. Then a man boarded the deck. He claimed to be the king of Atlantis and said a bunch of ... unheard nonsense. Captain Bullock scratched his head, and the sailors were busy taking the planes on deck back into the hangar at the time when the wind was heavy and rainy. Later, the man became angry. A group of tall, blue-skinned warriors emerged from the water. The weapons in their hands were more advanced than ours. They could shoot light and freeze people into ice, and our carbine bullets can't penetrate their armor. Luke nodded. Atlantis technology is ahead of the current Earth, at least for an era. But speaking of high-tech civilization, the state system is almost backward with Wakanda, with a distinctly strict hierarchy. To choose the king's criteria, first look at ancestry, and secondly, strength. If there were not many royal family members in Atlantis, and fewer direct bloodlines, it would not have been possible for Namor to be a half-blood. The Atlanteans quickly took control of the two aircraft carriers. Many sailors tried to resist, but to no avail. The first man to board the deck, his name is Namor Mackenzie, was like a super soldier. Powerful. Captain Bullock recalled the sailor's horrified expression and couldn't help but glanced at Luke. This young Major General was a super soldier, and he was the best. He paused and continued. The man lifted a bomber with his bare hands and threw it into the sea. He also used a trident to destroy the rest of the aircraft and the engines of the two aircraft carriers. As a result, the Lincoln and the Stanislaus are still stranded on the sea, unable to return to the dock for maintenance. Luke waved his hand, saying that this was a trivial matter, and said relaxedly, Captain Brock, I will take the two aircraft carriers back later. An aircraft carrier is about tens of thousands of tons, and it may be a little difficult to carry it, but it is not a big problem to push it back as a humanoid engine. Luke's current peak strength remains at around 500 tons. Under full power, it can reach 1,000 tons. And, this is not the limit. In theory, he is growing every day. That incredibly powerful body data broke Howard, who was testing him at one point. He couldn't imagine that humans could evolve to this degree. Luke always remembered the shocked look of Iron Man's father, and then said to him, you must be living a very hard life. You must be careful in everything you do, for fear of damaging those concrete walls and reinforced concrete supported buildings. But he quickly broke Howard's brain tonic, replied, number. Everything has a biological force field. Then, the conversation ended. Thank you then, Major General Cavill. Captain Bullock's brows curled together, and he was a little puzzled. Will the young Major General standing in front of him repair the aircraft carrier engine? In other words, the other party is going to fly directly to the dock and bring back a maintenance team for himself. Even if he thought of breaking his head, The captain couldn't guess that Luke took a simpler and more rude method. "Captain, how many more aircraft carriers are available in the Second Fleet?" Luke stood on the deck and suddenly became the focus. The sailors and pilots who had heard the news stared at him with admiration and awe. "There are 3 more ships that can be put into service immediately," Captain Bullock said hesitantly. He didn't know what Luke wanted to do, but he easily sent the aircraft carrier battle to a major general, and he always felt that the risk was very high. Had it not been for Chester Nimitz, who was the leader of the Admiralty to call, this captain, who is known for his stability, would not necessarily hand over his command. "That's good. Then you order them to drop torpedoes in the target waters of the Strait of Gibraltar." Luke's eyes flickered, determined to give Namor a good return. Bombing with torpedoes probably ignited the detonator at the door of Atlantis. It may not hurt the huge city located on the bottom of the sea, but it will certainly harass the violent Namor. "Torpedo?" Captain Bullock was a little puzzled. "Will this work? Those Atlanteans don't live on the bottom of the sea, and torpedoes should not be a threat to them." Luke didn't say much, and smiled confidently. "Whether the plan is effective, you have to implement it before you know. Atlantis, Posidonia. Here is the center of the 4 oceans, the highest sacred place in the eyes of marine life. The magnificent city stands on the bottom of the sea, retaining the mysterious atmosphere of ancient civilization. The huge stone pillars standing high support the magnificent square dome. Many blue-skinned Atlanteans ride seahorses or shuttle-shaped spacecraft to form a brilliant band of light around the capital. Under the deep sea, it is not as dark and cold as people imagine. Those colorful algae plants, or huge jellyfish, exude fascinating light, reflecting dreamy colors. All this is destined to be invisible to mankind. Enter the center of the city through that huge film of water covering Posidonia. Then you can see an extremely gorgeous palace, castle, and many guards armed with weapons patrolling back and forth. Powerful high-pressure water cannons were erected in the guard posts everywhere. Once an outsider breaks in, it will usher in the most violent firepower blow. In the conference hall of the palace, Namor, holding a trident, leaned on the throne. His brows were twisted tightly together, and his face unabashedly revealed irritability, impatience and other negative emotions. The many-robed nobles standing underneath are the Presbyterians of Atlantis. They kept talking about the same boring rules, and Namor on the throne could almost smell a rotten smell. It is ridiculous that an ancient civilization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years still embraces the rules set by its ancestors. Thinking of the evolution in Mr. Xio's mouth, Namor looked at the Presbyterian church even more bored. "Your Majesty, we should not communicate with the terrestrial world. What's more, it is still in a bad way that might provoke a war." An old Atlantis-robed nobleman showed a distressed look, as if Namor had done something violent. Atlantis has always adhered to the tradition of seclusion and isolation for a long time. Only in this way can we better preserve ourselves and avoid unnecessary incidents. "But, Your Majesty, for some mutant, you took the initiative to expose the existence of Atlantis. You even use war as a threat. Could it be that, Your Majesty, you really want to be a group of aliens who have nothing to do with the Atlanteans and get your people involved in the war?" Namor snorted heavily and said loudly, "Will Atlantis lose to the land world? We have technological strength far surpassing them and occupy 70% of the vast territory of this planet. Why do the Atlanteans hide? We are stronger than the land people. Novel.com. They should be afraid and bow down to us." The robed nobles were in an uproar, disregarding the etiquette of monarchs and ministers, and began to accuse Namor and regarded him as a lunatic. Since Atlantis sank into the Atlantic, they have rarely set foot on land. On the one hand, being out of the water for too long will make the Atlanteans very uncomfortable and even Kuma. On the other hand, the huge catastrophe of the change of the continental plate left a deep psychological shadow on them. We don't need to plunder land and resources at all. War is meaningless, Your Majesty. The robed noble admonished. Of course it makes sense. Let the people on the land know our existence, understand our strength, and enshrine Atlantis as a god. Isn't that enough? A cruel smile was provoked at the corner of Neyma's mouth. He believed that Mr. Xiao was right. The process of evolution is always accompanied by fighting and extinction. Survival of the fittest is a natural law. His Majesty. The robed nobleman wanted to say something, but vaguely heard continuous explosions. The better hearing Neyma frowned. His legs pressed slightly, like a sharp arrow, directly out of the palace. He hadn't wanted to continue listening to the chatter of a bunch of old guys a long time ago, and just took the opportunity to leave. Breaking through the huge water film that protects and hides the city, Neyma keeps going all the way. The violent explosion sound became clearer, and the turbulent water flow formed tiny whirlpools of various sizes. Damalandman. Neyma rushed up angrily, and he saw the carcasses of fish floating on the surface of the sea. Bang! Swinging legs, suddenly speeding up. Neyma, holding a trident, broke through the water directly, standing in the air like a god. Chapter 106. Don't struggle, lose against Poland on the left. Since ancient times I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before Neyma clarified the situation and vented his anger, the low, smiling voice resounded like thunder. Boom! The atmosphere oscillated, making a harsh blast. Neyma's pupils contracted and condensed into needle points, capturing the tall figure that came in a flash. The other party was still standing on the deck for the first moment, and the next second was like a supersonic vehicle that ejected and started, tearing the air with a bang. Bang! Poor Neyma had just broken through the water when he was hit in the face with a slanting fist with a heavy downward swing. Since his awakening of his talent and ability, coupled with the prominent blood characteristics of Atlantis in his body, he has never felt this way again. Pain. Pain. Numbness, as if countless barrels of explosives suddenly burst, a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, throwing a beautiful arc. And Neyma himself is even more like a cannonball, directly hitting several amazing water drifts on the sea, setting off huge waves. The angry Neyma forgot the pain and was about to say a few ruthless words when the tall figure approached again. Explosive shots. Luke, dressed in a battle suit like steel armor, arrived in no time. He clenched his hands, clenched into a fist, like a heavy hammer, smashed his head and covered his face, and smashed it brazenly. The viscous air waves screamed, as if to pierce the eardrum. On the chaotic sea, a water column of more than 10 meters was set off. The beaten Neyma dragged out a straight line, sank under the water, and disappeared. I feel much better. Luke, who was hanging in the air, rubbed his fists, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He doesn't have the habit of starting to fight after greeting. No matter who the enemy is, hit it first. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, Captain Bullock's eyelids fluttered. Even though he was known for his steadiness, he couldn't help showing a horrified expression of "is this still a human?" Superman's reputation is beyond, and everyone has heard of many deeds. For example, one person fights hundreds of Aryan demons alone in Paris, flies to Berlin to end the war, and so on. But hearing what people say and seeing it with your own eyes are two different things. At least Captain Bullock was still deeply shocked when he saw Luke ejecting out like a supersonic vehicle and punching Neyma into the sea with a punch. I finally understand General Nimitz. Why should I give face to an army major general? The captain smiled bitterly. If the Navy Department is a huge aircraft carrier, then the War Department with Luke's presence is a Gundam. Bullock has no doubt that he can tear down an aircraft carrier with his bare hands. Is that Superman? It's almost like a fighter jet from Joster. Oh my god. Super Soldier. Did you say Captain America is so strong? It should be. I often read his comics. He beat Hitler so many times. The sailor and the pilot enthusiastically discussed the combat power of Superman and Captain America, while watching the battlefield from a distance. They are all veterans who have experienced World War II and have seen the big scenes. But this kind of superhuman fighting scene is the first time I've seen it. Namor, that is called by this name. I think he is dead. Who can hold a punch like that? Major General Cavill's punch can almost penetrate the aircraft carrier. I bet $5, plus a week to clean the deck. That guy must not hang up. His trident that can discharge has not been taken out yet. A group of Melaniating people were chatting, only to find that the sky suddenly darkened. Large black clouds obscured the clear sky, and the calm sea was like anger, rolling up turbulent waves. Boom! A figure broke through the sea. Namor is back again. You landman, I will kill you. Namor with a blue nose and a swollen face held the Punitan trident, with strands of blue electric current lingering like a small snake on his right arm. On the strong arms, the muscles are knotted, showing terrible power. At this moment, he seems to be the master of the sea. Angry emotions affect the weather. Dark clouds pile up, lightning flashes and thunder. Day is like night. The aircraft carriers with deep drafts were all pushed hard by waves after waves, and began to shake. Can you change some fresh lines? Luke curled his lips and despised Namor, who lacked words. He watched several huge tornadoes that suddenly rose, and the horrible suction pulled the water. The scene of the doomsday, like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, appeared in front of everyone. As the king of Atlantis, Namor indeed has the power to flood New York. This guy has the advantage of playing at home. Luke was thinking seriously. As an Atlantean, Namor had very different combat powers on the sea and land. After setting foot on the land, he must be exposed to water from time to survive. If not, the physical fitness and ability will gradually decline and degenerate into an ordinary person. Once dehydrated for more than 7 days, there is a possibility of death. But the headache is that Namor can't stay in Atlantis forever, because he is a mixed race, with genes from normal humans and Atlantis. Double physical characteristics, double happiness. Therefore, staying in any place in the water or on land for too long may cause an imbalance between the supply and demand of oxygen in Namor, resulting in emotional mania and extreme tyranny. This is why he often has nothing to look for, fights and feuds with superheroes, and is called the Little Prince. In a nutshell, this guy has a bad brain and is easy to get on top, especially when there is a shortage of water. You are the Superman, right, Humphrey? The land people see you as a war hero, a super soldier. You will soon know that they are wrong. Namor clenched Neptune's trident, mobilizing the power in it. The dazzling electric light burst out, blasting a straight passage. The condensed crystal water droplets were instantly evaporated, leaving only a faint burnt smell. Since ancient times against Bo. You are standing on the left. That's okay. MTLnovel.com. Luke's eyes condensed and he was slightly hot. The stellar energy surging in the body turns into crimson light. Boom! The electric light suddenly collided with the hot sight, bursting out a strong wave of air. Namor's tall body, standing steadily in the air, suddenly shook a few times and couldn't help but back away. With blue veins bursting on his forehead, he squeezed Neptune's trident firmly and pushed forward. The dazzling electric light swelled in a circle, and changed from a ferocious python to a roaring dragon. You don't have to work hard. It's impossible to win against waves on the left, Luke teased. But the hot gaze that came out of the Lasing didn't relax. His physique is stronger than that of Namor, and the opponent can lift hundreds of tons of heavy objects at most. Even if he has an advantage at home, that is limited. Bang! Stomped hard. The air blasted. Luke not only didn't back up, but rushed forward instead. The high-temperature energy that evaporates flesh and blood is like a sharp sword penetrating forward, directly knocking out the Namor holding the trident. The silver-white electric light, like a winding crack, hit the dark sky. Namor was beaten into the sea again. His face was full of unwillingness. With his defeat, the raging storm and the accumulated rainstorm seemed to stagnate. Luke tore open the huge tornado and waved his right arm. Thousands of tons of force condensed into a single point, abruptly breaking up the majestic high-speed rotating current. Namor, who broke through the sea, seemed to fall apart. Even the exclusive weapon of King Atlantis, Neptune's trident, can't hold it. This guy is so strong. The arrogant Namor finally woke up, holding the trident in his hands. A strong will to fight in his eyes rose. He is the king of Atlantis, and this battle must be highly anticipated. Must not lose. Chapter 107? North Sea Giant Monster. There are many ways to eat. Atlantis has a conservative style, almost never communicates with the outside world, and resists new things that arise, especially things from the terrestrial world. What Fat House Happy Water, popcorn movies are all contraband. They think it will corrupt people's minds and has no value at all. This is also one of the reasons why the systems and traditions they admire seem to be quite backward. The set of rules that have been passed down for thousands of years will eventually become outdated. No matter how powerful a civilization is, it will be self-enclosed for a long time, and sooner or later it will become weak. Wakanda is the most obvious example. As one of the most technologically advanced countries on the planet, their choice of leaders is neither a public vote nor a parliamentary judgment, but a simple and rude competition challenge. Could it be said that a Wakanda who fights fiercely is a qualified king? There is no connection between personal force and one's own capabilities. It can be seen from this that the long-term isolation has made this group of Wakanda people who are sitting on the gold veins and do not worry about developing resources at all, and their knowledge of the world is still in the tribal period. Namor, who grew up in a slum, and then went to live in the land world, hates Atlantis' rules very much. In his view, a country that judges nobility and inferiority by clothing and blood is essentially the same as the slavery dynasty in history books. Backward, savage, and enterprising. When Namor became king, he always wanted to lead his people to open up the future, abolish the ancient traditions, and make Atlantis great again. It is a pity that the nobles of the Presbyterian Church always obstructed him and stumbled his footsteps. I will pass this test of the God of the Sea and prove my bravery. At that time, no one will oppose my opinion. Namor raised his trident high, and the dazzling electric light lingered all over his body, as if putting on a mighty armor. The low aura rose again. The rumbling thunder ran over the dark clouds, making a deafening roar. I will once again prove to the people of Atlantis that the king is powerful. Namor seemed to hear the warm cheers from Posidonia, the capital of Atlantis. That is a cry dedicated to the warriors. The blue-skinned Atlanteans respect the strong and believe that only brave warriors can conquer the ocean and be favored by the gods. This is also part of the reason why Namor is able to reject all opinions and ascend to the throne. Otherwise, just because the blood is not pure enough, the skin color and the clansmen are obviously different from these two things, it will make him completely lose the qualification to compete for kingship. It was like the blacks of Wakanda would never choose a white man to be the king, unless he had royal blood flowing in his body. From the point of view of genetics, this probability is extremely small. He can fly, and his power is stronger than me to win the final victory. He can only call a stronger helper. Accept the defeated Namor and take out another artifact that belongs to the king. Horn of Proteus. This heavy horn of pure white wrapped in gold ornaments can summon ancient creatures in the depths of the ocean. Oh. The loud and desolate horn resounded through the sea. The invisible fluctuations spread, releasing a special signal, and suddenly awakened the huge sea monsters sleeping in the deep sea. Wow! In the Atlantic Ocean, huge tentacles tens of meters long set off huge waves. It's the North Sea giant demon. The capital of Atlantis, deep in the palace of Posidonia, robed nobles are watching the battle. It seems that Namor has been pushed to a desperate situation by the Landman, and he will use the Horn of Proteus to awaken the sleeping Kraken. Every time Kraken wakes up, he needs a lot of food. It looks like we have to prepare another sacrifice day. HMPH. Even a landman can't defeat it. This is the great king of Atlantis, our arrogant majesty. The robed nobleman was talking, continuing to look at the battlefield through a water film mirror. Kraken is also called the North Sea giant monster, and it is said to be a giant sea monster in Greenland. It usually lurks at the bottom of deep sea water, occasionally surfaced, attacking passing ships, and hunting large marine animals such as cetaceans. In ancient times, many sailors used Kraken's body as an island on which to live, and set up camps on it to rest and live. Until the sea monster dived, it was buried in the sea and reduced to food. It is one of the guardians of Atlantis, and like the giant whale Gigado, It obeys the call of the Horn of Proteus. Unexpectedly, there are such strong people among the land people. A robed nobleman looked at the Superman who had pushed Namor into a disadvantage, and couldn't help humming. The existence of Atlantis even surpassed the oldest Sumerian civilization in the human world. Therefore, they naturally do not look down on the so-called terrestrial people. Whether Namor can win the final victory is the key. If he fails, then as a mixed race, what qualifications does he have to sit on the throne? The other robed noble laughed mockingly. As long as I think that I will bow to a wild species and call him your majesty, I feel ashamed. Everyone in the Presbyterian church looked at each other, but they did not scold the treacherous and presumptuous words. Namor is too impulsive and not stable enough. He is not suitable for being a king. The most respected robed nobleman made a final word and said, if he loses to a landman, it proves that the of the sea has abandoned him, and a king who has lost his favor is not worthy of allegiance. Can you call a helper if you can't win? Luke chuckled, his eyes glowing with extremely hot energy. The giant demon of the North Sea is almost 150 meters long, like an enlarged version of the king squid. More than a dozen powerful tentacles are enough to entangle the aircraft carriers that are parked in the distance and overturn them. Taking into account the safety of Captain Bullock and theirs, Luke cut off the huge tentacles that had been slapped with his hot sight without saying a word. Tear. The crimson light crosses across. The giant tentacles of the Northern Sea Giant were cut. Mentalnovel.com. Kraken, who was in pain, let out a piercing wailing that vibrated his eardrums. The remaining tentacles are like mountain peaks, engulfed in terrible power, burst the air, and swept away. Luke released the biological force field to form a solid barrier to block the fierce and heavy blow. Bang! He was like a baseball hit with full strength, and flew out in an instant. Under the gloomy sky, the dark red cloak pulled out a vague afterimage. A silver lightning tore open the sky. Steady. Luke took a deep breath, and dived down like a fighter jet. Boom! 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 The air made a dull explosion, and suddenly accelerated. The dark red afterimage broke through the sound barrier, dragging a beautiful arc. With a fist, he slammed the huge and soft head of the North Sea Giant monster, knocking the sea monster into the water. Immediately afterwards, strong arms with bursts of power wrapped around a tentacle and pulled it hard. Charcoal grilling, sashimi, salted. Just charcoal grilling. Luke lowered his head and cast his gaze while talking about how to make food. The high temperature rays that evaporate flesh and blood pierce down like a dazzling red sword. Kai. The turbulent waves hitting the surface of the sea were instantly evaporated, and a large cloud of white gas emerged. The dozens of huge tentacles that were struggling frantically, as if they were suddenly pulled out of their strength, slipped down softly. Do you have any tricks? Loosing the tentacle he was holding with his arms, Luke swept over the huge corpse floating on the sea with a slight indifference. Then, he looked at Namor, who was dumbfounded. I have to say that the opponent's strength is good enough to rank among the top powerhouses on Earth, especially in the case of the advantage of home battle and the bonus of artifacts. But it's a pity. Who told him to meet Superman? Chapter 108. Beat the King. And the wicked man who grabbed the equipment was found in a U-shaped submarine hidden underwater. The people of the Hellfire Club stared at the battlefield from a distance through the periscope. Xiao, what should I do next? Namor is not Superman's opponent. The young White Queen put her arms around her chest, turned her head and asked. At this point, we have to admit a fact. Luke Cavil, the Major General of the army, is stronger than the mutants and the Atlanteans. I really doubt whether he is human. Sebastian was full of anger, unable to maintain his usual demeanor, cursing. Namor is not weak in strength, and he chose the battlefield in the Atlantic Ocean, plus the summoned North Sea Giant monster. It is not a Superman opponent. He became more and more angry, wishing to smash the periscope with a punch, and completely wipe the dark red cloak from his sight. Could it be that this guy is really invincible? Sebastian's face was pale, unwilling to accept reality. Provided that Superman has no weaknesses, he is the most powerful humanoid creature on Earth. So, What is a mutant? Isn't the perfect race theory that I firmly believe in become empty talk? Xiao, shall we abandon him? Torrent asked hesitantly. The Hellfire Club and Atlantis have not yet been completely tied to the same tank. If you want to get away at this time, there is still time. No, Namor is a very useful chess piece. Emma finally implanted the psychological hint of trusting the mutant to him, so I can't just throw it away. Sebastian waved a big hand and said seriously, Rapid, you go to cover Namor. Emma, you tell him to retreat quickly. Since you can't beat Superman, start a war. Let Atlantis and the land world consume each other. The White Queen nodded, placing her finger near her temple, as if to activate a switch, communicating with Namor on the sea in the distance. Fleeing. The king of Atlantis will never be a running coward. Namor's answer was straightforward and decisive. Bad foolish man. The White Queen was speechless for a while, and relayed the original words to Sebastian. Sure. No matter. Take him away forcibly. Sebastian gritted his teeth. He once saw in Paris how Superman killed the 3 battleship class in Berlin. The young Major General will not hesitate to get rid of the enemy. The submarine hidden under the water slowly floated up. In addition to the Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen and the Rapids, there was a new face in the command cabin. Rapid, you stay here to create a storm. Kenny, you take me up later. Take advantage of the chaos and take Namor away. Sebastian's eyes were filled with hatred. If there was no Superman in this world. Okay, Mr. Xiao. The new face. Kenny nodded. Like the Red Devil, he is a mutant with obvious characteristics. With a pair of white wings behind it, it can soar into the sky, just like the angels in the Bible. Compared to Namor's flying ability, Kenny, nicknamed Angel, is stronger. His body has undergone abnormal changes. Not only has wings grown, but the bones have also become hollow, and his eyes have the dynamic vision of a bird of prey, just like a bird. On the sea, the battle is still going on. Exhausted all means, still failed to restore the disadvantaged Namor, refused the White Queen's proposal to escape. He waved the trident with his right hand, and his body accelerated sharply and rushed into the air. The blazing electric light blasted out like a cannonball. Luke didn't evade, and directly smashed the sizzling hot lightning. Are you ready to play melee? He laughed playfully. Thanks to the mutant brothers Sabretooth Tiger and Wolverine as human sandbags, Luke has incorporated the Death Knell Master of Physical Skills into his consciousness. To be honest, all kinds of fighting skills and firearms knowledge for him with a super brain can be memorized only once, and can be learned twice. But about the Death Knell's experience of fighting, the rich experience that has precipitated is a precious treasure that needs to be digested slowly. Completely mastering and absorbing all this, Luke exchanged a total of 6 skill cards. Now, it is time to test the effect. The heavy fist that ripped the airwaves slammed on the blocking trident. Buzzing. The Neptune trident, which was made by the best craftsmen of Atlantis and made of the strongest materials, oscillated violently and almost flew out. I am the holder of the 100-game winning streak in the Atlantis arena. Namor squeezed the trident, and the 2 majestic currents revolved at high speed, like entangled Naga serpents, blasting on the defenseless Luke. The huge impact force knocked the Superman back a certain distance. Then I have the highest output, the most damage, and the number of heads in the Dungeon of World War. It should also be the most MVP winner. Luke curled his lips and said in Namor's tone. He stepped heavily under his feet, and the air was stepped out of ripples visible to the naked eye. With full concentration, catching the trajectory of the dark red afterimage, Namor waved his trident, dancing airtight. The high-speed rotating transparent water flow turns into a solid wall. He tried to block Luke's attack in this way. Unfortunately, this has no effect. Luke flew a knight and kicked hard against the iron wall of the current. Bang! The force of terror directly broke up the high-speed rotating sea water. Namor raised the lingering trident, struck his head and covered his face, and smashed it down. Atlantis arena level is worrying. Luke reached for it, and put an elbow on Namor's cheek. The head, which was originally bruised and swollen, suddenly grew bigger. Mine. Before Namor could react, Luke grabbed the sword empty-handed and snatched the trident that symbolized the kingship of Atlantis. "It's mine!" assaulted Namor and snatched the villain Luke, who also took the opponent's exclusive weapon, and smiled kindly. "Eat me." One of the King Atlantis suits made of deep-sea cold iron. The Neptune trident directly pierced Namor through a heart-to-heart coolness. "For someone with mania like you, it's certainly useless to reason." Luke sighed. In fact, he didn't want to kill the Sea King on his own. Studio.mtlnovel.com. If we can communicate normally, it would be good to recruit this product into SHIELD and form a copycat version of Justice League. It is a pity that Namor is not a good teammate who can score in the rankings. He is more like an annoying spirit who has never grown up and loves to wander around, grabbing people and money, and typing on the public screen at every turn, opening his mouth to Zuan's greeting. There are others. Seeing a storm suddenly rolled up on the sea, Luke pulled out the trident that pierced Namor's chest, and held the opponent's neck with his other hand. The strong vitality of Atlantis allowed him to continue to breathe and keep him alive. "Sebastian Shaw, I've caught you." Luke swept across the sea with supervision and caught a glimpse of a white figure rising into the sky. A mutant that can fly. A middle-aged man was also caught below. Luke, who had seen the photo, immediately recognized that it was Sebastian Shaw. "Beware of his attacks," Sebastian reminded. Kenny spread his wings and flew at high speed, approaching Superman in midair like a glider flying fast. "Want to take Namor away?" Luke chuckled. The crimson beam of light burst out from his eyes. Boom! Evaporate all the high-temperature energy and hit the Birdman in midair. At the moment, Kenny obeyed the instructions and raised Mr. Xiao, who was holding his hands as a shield, to block the horrible heat of sight. "Back to you." Sebastian, unharmed, raised his hand to release the absorbed energy. Luke, who swooped down at an alarming speed, was directly hit by the hot sight that bounced back. Let go of his right hand, leaving behind the dying Namor. Go. After catching Namor and achieving his goal, Sebastian ran away decisively. Chapter 109? The same race against each other, give them worn ammo, forget it, forget it. The weapon can be retrieved later. Sebastian dragged Namor, who was dying, with trident in his mouth, back to the submarine. "Hurry up and let the Atlanteans respond. We can't stop Superman." He shook his grief and indignant Namor vigorously to make this guy a little more sober and stop thinking about the Neptune trident. The ultimate depth of the U-shaped submarine is 320 meters, which may not have escaped Superman's sight. In case of being caught up by that time, the members of the Hellfire Club, without the natural ability to breathe underwater, may face the end of the group annihilation. "Mr. Xiao, you are right." Realizing the threat of death, Namor temporarily put down his beloved trident. The meaning of that weapon to him is like the Meow hammer to Thor, and it contains an inescapable feeling. He'll definitely get it back. He'll go back to Atlantis first. Holding his bleeding chest, the young king followed his inner will and emitted a special sound wave, calling for the creatures of the deep sea. "You seem to be left behind, friend." Luke, who was caught off guard by a hot sight, looked at the tornado rotating at high speed on the sea, and a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Sebastian Shaw has escaped with Namor. Somehow stayed behind the rapids behind the palace, was stunned for a moment, and found that the U-shaped submarine had disappeared. "This is not right. Isn't my task to interfere with Superman's sight and create chaos? People all gone? So why is the obvious submarine gone?" A series of question marks popped out of Torrent's head, and the high-speed spinning body suddenly stopped. The young mutant who reacted directly manipulated the airflow to form a whirlwind, supporting himself to leave quickly. "Continue to stay and fight Superman, that's what a fool would do. If you want to leave now, will it be late?" Luke raised the trident in his hand and squinted his eyes to confirm his goal. Just like throwing a javelin, it shoots out in a standard posture. Whoosh! The atmosphere blasted. A touch of golden afterimage, like galloping lightning, directly hit the running torrent. It can be regarded as finding an experiment material for Dr. Tesluk. Luke dived down to catch the trident that skewered the rapids into a barbecue. Don't let me down, Sebastian Shaw. With your ability to do things, it should be no problem to create a war. The young Major General stood on the surface of the sea and looked down. The U-shaped submarine was drifting underwater, but the command cabin was empty. Atlantis, Posidonia. Namor, who was seriously injured, crawled out of the huge nutrition pool. He has been in a coma for 4 hours, and his body is full of slimy nano-dissolving potions. The hideous wound on his chest was initially healed, and there was only a slight tingling sensation. Thinking of his beloved trident falling into the hands of land people, being played, touched, and used by others, Namor couldn't help raising his anger. Your Majesty, your injury has not fully recovered. Don't get angry easily. The medical officer discouraged. The Neptune Trident is an artifact of Atlantis and a symbol of royal power. The surface is engraved with magic runes that affect the weather, and hitting the human body will cause electric shock damage. Even Namor's physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people, and his vitality is exceptionally strong, and he was almost immediately killed by a spike. Where are my guests? Namor ignored the medical officer and asked with a frown. They stay in the dungeon. The medical officer replied hesitantly. Elder Jamal said that they are land people. If they break into Atlantis, they are considered as invaders and must be taken care of. Namor's face was green, and said nothing. As the anger surged, a clear pain appeared in his chest. Take me to the dungeon. He squeezed these words from his teeth. 20 minutes later, the Hellfire Club, wearing breathing equipment, appeared in the conference hall. Namor leaned on the throne, condescendingly looking down at the robed nobles. You imprisoned my compatriots, my guests, and claimed that it was for the safety of Atlantis. His tone was cold, mixed with a hint of anger. Yes, Your Majesty. For so many years, no land person has ever set foot in our country, let alone entered the capital Posidonia and stood in the Parliament Hall. A robed nobleman raised his head and said without fear, this is an act of arrogance that violates tradition. The elders can't just watch Your Majesty make mistakes, so you can stop them. This is also our duty. Namor tightened his lips, his eyes colder. The loss of Neptune's trident has shaken his originally unstable throne. Namor, who was emotionally fluctuating, suppressed the anger in his heart, and slowly said, I am the king of Atlantis, but my courtier has not given half the respect he deserves. Is this also a kind of presumptuous? Your Majesty, in the history of Atlantis, there has never been a half-blood king, and there has never been a king who lost his trident and escaped in battle. Another robed nobleman stood up. When the coat of respect and inferiority was uncovered, all that was left was naked contempt and rejection. Well, Namor, who was extremely grinning, stood up and said loudly, because I don't have blue skin like yours, I am regarded as a wild species and a heterogene. Even the teacher in charge of royal education, he didn't want to talk to me. The high priest even spoke to my grandfather to drive me out. My mother, a royal princess, has lived a life of fine clothes and food since she was a child. To protect me, she had to hide in the slums and endure the messy environment and cruel life. Since I was little, I have been ridiculed and bullied more than you. They have taught me to keep a distance from other people and avoid being hurt, and they have also allowed me to see that human nature is bad, regardless of skin color or race. You are not noble. The Atlanteans are no different from the Landers, the same narrow, the same selfishness. Oh no. The Landers at least know how to study. When they were still drilling wood for fire, Atlantis had already studied the use of ocean energy, but now they have all begun to learn to control nuclear energy. You still stayed 10,000 years ago, holding that tradition to death. Do not let it go. What the rules of your ancestors? You are only scared by the gods and the eternal, so you hide in the bottom of the sea and don't dare to go out. Namor said as he walked down the steps. Your Majesty, do you know what you are talking about? A robed noble asked angrily. You are reading www. UUkanzu.com. Of course I know. Neymar clutched his chest and coughed twice. The other hand stretched out quickly to lift the opponent up. You may not know, the color I hate the most is blue. Click. Fold your fingers together and force your arms. The robe noble's neck was tilted to one side and his eyes were wide open. It seemed that he couldn't believe it until he died. Neymar would do it himself. Look at how stupid it is. The king can't execute the nobles. Take these rules to Seethe of the Sea. Neymar laughed sarcastically and started a massacre without any suspense. The guards who were standing outside heard the sound and broke into the discussion hall. But they could only watch it blankly, because according to the rules, they acted against the king as treason. Sebastian, who was acting as a bystander, had a satisfied smile on the face wearing the breathing apparatus. He glanced at the White Queen calmly, and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Good job." The latter looked calm, as if he had done nothing. Hatred blinded Neymar's eyes. If he can calm down, think about it. With the strength of the Hellfire Club, can the soldiers of Atlantis put them in a dungeon? Moreover, if the robed nobles of the Presbyterian Church want to attack themselves, they should also create public opinion and win over public opinion, rather than rashly angering a king without any preparation. A few minutes later, when the slaughter was over, the corpses of the robed nobles were lying all over the hall. Sebastian said solemnly, "Your Majesty, what should I do next?" Drying the blood on his hands, Neymar seemed to put down a big rock in his heart, and the whole person became much easier. He walked up the steps, sat on the throne, and said word by word, "War. Give the land world a war." Chapter 110. The existence of the magical world. The director who takes his own shame. Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters building. This is the trident that can control the weather and set off a tsunami. Howard stared at the golden trident on the table like a curious baby, his eyes full of interest. Its energy readings fluctuate greatly and are very unstable, and it feels like a bomb that will detonate at any time. Refer to the changes in readings. The energy source of the trident should be based on the weird characters inscribed on the surface. They are like solar panels. It absorbs heat energy and is guided by a complicated circuit to flow to the top. Howard took a self-made energy reading machine and scanned the trident isolated in a solid glass layer. If it weren't for Luke's special warning before he left, he shouldn't touch him casually. He would definitely be ready to study. Find new things. The military tycoon is always enthusiastic. The temporary silence of the universe's Rubik's Cube has made Howard lose his goal in the short term. Neymar's golden trident is a good new choice. Luke said it had ... magic power, which is dangerous. Carter reminded. Magic ... Hee. That's just another manifestation of science. As a genius scientist, Howard is undoubtedly a staunch materialist. He didn't believe that there would really be wizards, vampires, and werewolves in this world. Those are all fantasy creatures imagined by third-rate writers, satisfying people's desire for the unknown. I used to think so, until Luke told me that under the surface of the world, there is a fantasy society where mages and demons coexist, and werewolves coexist with blood. Carter shrugged. As the commander of SHIELD, she is naturally qualified to know the existence of the three great temples, Kamar-Taj. Moreover, I have seen Luke conjure a ball of fire out of thin air. This made Carter once wondered whether it was true that the negative distance relationship between Superman and many female warlocks was circulating. Luke, who wanted to explain what magic was, ended up shooting himself in the foot. He had to declare again and again that he was not a demon hunter. He had no scars on his face, he would not be stabbed to death by a pitchfork, and he would never jump from a height of 3 meters and then fall to his death. If you have the opportunity, you can let him take you to sea and satisfy your curiosity. Listening to Carter say this, Howard was dubious. Although he often made fun of Luke with the title of the Sorcerer's Piledriver, he never thought that an Aryan demon with long horns and flames, exposedly dressed, charming and enchanting, really existed. but if he has to choose, he hopes that the former is false and the latter is true. I would like to see what it is like to play with other people's feelings and indulge in sensuality. Howard snorted and said with a righteous expression, "Just before writing come to seduce me. Am easily seduced by female sex." Carter rolled his eyes and said that he did not want to participate in this topic. She glanced at the lingering trident, and said in a strong tone, "I want to sort out the information about Atlantis. You'd better not mess around. I don't want to wait for Luke to come back and find the chief scientific research consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. It became a ball of coke. Carter knew that every time Howard found something new, he couldn't help but want to study it. Moreover, it is still the kind of bold research mode. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been reorganized, it was called the Strategic Science Corps. This self-proclaimed genius and smart arms tycoon was almost killed because of testing the energy balance of the universe's Rubik's Cube. I'm not a bear kid whose parents are not at home, ready to make trouble. Howard curled his lips and pretended not to care. The Universe Cube is my best toy. This harpoon can only be ranked second at best. Really? Why, I heard that your research on the cube of the universe has made no progress, and you have begun to conquer other projects. Facing Carter's ruthless demolition, Howard looked a little embarrassed. Since the cube of the universe is motionless, there is no response. Like a cold brick. Howard, who has temporarily lost interest, has switched to manufacturing nuclear fusion reactors. To this end, he and Luke joined forces and drew a wave of wool from the budget committee. The group of counselors who are usually stuck in their pockets and refuse to let go easily, are now scared when they hear the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. No way, they really don't have a drop. By the way, where's Luke? What did he do? Howard turned off the topic and said seriously, "To be honest, I'm a bit interested in marine biology recently." Carter gave him a blank look. "Do you want to study marine life?" "Obviously I am bored. I want to have some exciting fun." Luke told her early that Howard is an adventurous and unwilling to be ordinary. Only scientific research can make him a little bit lonely, and nothing else, not even women. After all, the male tradition of the Stark family is that before marriage, it is more diligent to change bed partners than to change clothes. At this time, Luke should go to the White House. Carter flicked the dangling hair and whispered softly, "This matter is not over yet. The emergence of a marine civilization is enough to arouse heated discussions around the world. Testing, inquiring, gathering news. Faced with an unknown civilization, every country will resort to means." Moreover, Luke defeated Naima Mackenzie and proved the power of the land world through a battle, but this does not mean Atlantis will choose to live together in peace. In any case, we are all ready for war. Next, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be very busy. Howard scratched his head, thinking that marine civilization and the land world would start war. Wouldn't Stark Industries have to take another big wave of orders? The White House, Oval Office. The sofa was full of people: the president, the chief of staff, the generals of the Pentagon, the boss of the FBI. If a missile falls from the sky and destroys everyone present, this country can be paralyzed in an instant. This chaos was caused by S.H.I.E.L.D. They searched for mutant freaks everywhere, and they also made an X-weapon plan to pull in those dangerous elements and perform various tasks. Which led to the next thing. Edgar Hoover of the FBI was the first to speak out, and the president called them here to discuss how to deal with Atlantis. According to the information provided by Major General Cavill, the king of marine civilization, Naima Mackenzie, is also a mutant, and he is a legitimate reason for his own compatriots. There is nothing to condemn. So, I think we can make appropriate compromises, such as terminating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan to recruit and contain mutants, so as to give the United States a chance to breathe. Presumably, no one of you here wants another war. Hoover's analysis was eloquent. He looked at the frowning president and continued, "In this war, we won't get any benefits. First of all, the people will resist. The Second World War has just ended. Who would want to carry it again? Gun, fight with a bunch of ocean races? Secondly, we still don't know the military strength of Atlantis. But judging from the strength displayed by Namor Mackenzie, it should not be much worse. They can live underwater, can create tsunamis, and the hurricane places the battlefield on the sea, and the aircraft carrier fleet is naturally in a weak position and can only be passively beaten. The Admiralty generals nodded, and the two aircraft carriers of the Atlantic Fleet had no resistance to the sudden attack of Atlantis. The blue-skinned people on the bottom of the sea are like smaller and more hidden miniature submarines, fascinating and unpredictable. The vast sea area is their territory. However, Major General Cavill defeated Namor Mackenzie, the Atlantean who threatened our retreat with the lives of more than 7 million people in New York, was defeated. A senior military officer said, "Since ancient times, there has never been a saying that a victor would compromise and regress. I oppose any opinions put forward by any surrendering faction." Hoover looked gloomy and said coldly, "General, no one said he would surrender. Before the war began, I thought of quelling conflicts through compromise. This is the capitulationist. Take a step back and there will be a second step. Are we going to be like the French and raise the white flag directly in the face of threats and aggression?" The senior officers belonging to the army faction spoke mercilessly. This serious accusation made the smell of gunpowder in the office even stronger. Seeing that the boss of the FBI was sprayed, the Admiralty stood up and began to line up. "Anyway, Director Hoover is right. Atlantis troubles are ultimately caused by SHIELD. The Atlantic Fleet lost 2 aircraft carriers and Anna Maria Island was hit by the tsunami. The loss was heavy, and someone needs to be responsible for these. I must have forgotten, Your Excellency, who pushed the Lincoln and Stanislaus back to the dock." A tycoon of the War Department sneered, "Without Major General Cavill, the Atlantic Fleet would lose more than the 2 aircraft carriers. We might even lose control of the sea and only retreat to our homeland. At that time, your navies will have to face the loss. The end of dissolution. It's ridiculous. If the Navy is disbanded, what future does the country have? Expanding the country, fighting for benefits, radiating influence. Can your army do it?" A big guy in a white uniform retorted. "Mom messing with FAC. When I was fighting, your navy was still following the British guy's ass." The number of people on the line continued to increase, and the white uniforms and the green uniforms were clearly distinguished, directly squeezing Hoover aside. The quarrel in the office became louder and louder. Seeing that the 2 gangs of the Admiralty and War Department were about to roll up their sleeves, raise their fists, and the president, who was covering his face, coughed twice and hit the table hard. "You are all generals of the United States, no matter how decent, like street gangsters. The question of accountability for the Atlantis incident has passed. The president acts as a peacemaker and prevents the continuation of the match." Major General Cavill prevented Namor's plan to flood New York, not only without fault, but also with credit. According to him, Atlantis relied on the trident held by the king to cause the tsunami. That weapon has been seized, kept in SHIELD Bureau, and temporarily poses no threat. What we are discussing now is how to deal with the existence of Atlantis. The Pentagon knows nothing about it, and the only information is from SHIELD. Whether it is war or peace, there should be a plan. Hoover, who was sprayed before, jumped out and his eyes rolled. "Mr. President, with all due respect, in order to improve the efficiency of intelligence work, SHIELD should share data with the FBI and the CIA. Only sincere cooperation. In order to reduce information errors. Director Hoover.mtlnovel.com. In order to increase the fertility rate of Americans, how about you share your mistress with everyone? Sincerely cooperate." The rude remarks of the War Department caused a roar of laughter, and even the old adversary, the Navy Department, did not hold back. The Oval Office was filled with joyful atmosphere for a while. It can be seen that when quarreling, the next 3 routes are generally the most effective. From parents and wives to 18th generations of ancestors, the damage output is directly full. What kind of literary the mother of his mother is not lethal, and can't even break defenses? Hoover flushed with anger, resisting the urge to curse, and said, "This is the White House, generals still have to pay attention to their words. The boss of the FBI, when has he suffered this kind of grievance? Well, gentlemen, keep your demeanor. Mr. President, enduring a smile, stood up to make a round. Director Hoover is also dedicated to the public. He wants to increase the way in which intelligence is obtained. There is nothing to blame. It's just that SHIELD is responsible for abnormal events. Mutants, Atlantis, etc. must be kept confidential. Sex, SHIELD, and the young director, have proven their worth. Facing the threat of Atlantis, the United States must rely on Superman. As for the FBI, just go to a cool place and stay in a cool place. Mr. President, Major General Cavill is here. When a group of people could not discuss any results, the ivory telephone on the table rang. The president sat up straight, wiping the lenses. The generals who had been arguing with red face just now and clamoring into the sky also tidied up their messy military uniforms and made a steady look. After half a minute, the tall figure pushed open the door and walked into the Oval Office. Everyone, a war is coming. He said so. Chapter 111? Hand-propelled aircraft carrier, walking nuclear weapons. Major General, you have worked hard. When Luke pushed in and stepped on the blue carpet of the Oval Office, Mr. President put on a kind smile on his face. The greeting was cordial, as if Luke was his own son, revealing a fatherly tone. A few hours ago, this young man with a series of titles such as Chief Aegis and Rear Admiral on his head pushed two aircraft carriers with damaged power systems back to the large dock at the Norfolk Naval Base with bare hands. The scene at that time was extremely spectacular. The sailors who witnessed it with their own eyes called it a miracle. Before this, no one had thought that flesh and blood could shake tens of thousands of aircraft carriers. It's like ants trying to push a big tree. Like a fantasy, impossible to achieve. Captain Bullock, who has always been known for his calmness, was stunned. How did the gang of In the Axis support such a super soldier in the Confederacy? The behemoth steel aircraft carrier formed a huge contrast with the tiny figure, thus creating a sense of strength that made everyone hold their breath and dare not speak out. It wasn't until the moment the Lincoln was pushed that the eager cheers and applause erupted completely. Afterwards, Nimitz, the Secretary of the Navy, heard the news and joked that there is no need for the country to invest huge amounts of money every year to research nuclear energy and compete secretly with the Soviet Union. Compared with the atomic bomb, Superman, who can carry out precise strikes and cause extensive damage, is more suitable as a deterrent strategic weapon. In this regard, the president deeply agreed. It's a pity that the launch button of Superman's atomic bomb is not in his own hands. I just made a trivial contribution. Luke was talking scenes and strode to the desk. After beating Namor and pushing the aircraft carrier by hand, his reputation value ushered in a small increase. Compared with acting Luke, it is still more promising to show up. Colonel Phillips hired a private photographer for himself, like the scene of pushing the aircraft carrier, and later it was the turn of the Stanislas to take many photos. It is estimated that by tomorrow morning, all the headlines of the New York newspaper will be occupied by Luke. The threat of Atlantis does not end there. Namor Mackenzie has a certain hatred of humans. The Major General did not squeeze into the large sofa occupied by the group of Pentagon generals, but pulled out a high-back chair and sat down. For Superman, the amount of exercise to push an aircraft carrier with bare hands is almost equivalent to an average person bench pressing 20 times. I still feel a little bit tired. Major General Cavill, are you reminding us to prepare for war? With a solemn expression on the president's face, he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, then what should the Pentagon do next? The red-brown bear on the Siberian plains was already a headache. There will be another Atlantis that inherits the ancients, which is simply a disaster. Although, the bald eagle of the 21st century likes to challenge things everywhere, and at every turn uses threats of force to intervene in the politics of other countries. But that is based on the strong military strength of its own, and the overseas distribution of mines everywhere. The current world pattern is gradually shifting towards a bipolarity. The prelude to the Cold War has already begun to take shape. There is still a long way to go before the hegemony era of one family, one superpower and many powers. I'm just an ordinary major general who has not commanded any war. Your Excellency the President should ask all the generals present for such professional questions. Luke made a humble appearance and waved his hand. They are all experienced generals who have experienced World War I and World War II. They have a very in-depth understanding of the war situation and the various tactics of the sea, land and air. Opinion. The President with his hand on his forehead took a deep breath, not knowing what to say. He had to turn his gaze to the generals of the Pentagon, who remained silent one by one, completely ignoring the high spirits of the quarrel just now. They didn't even know the exact location of Atlantis, let alone fight against it. No matter how much aircraft carrier formation is put into it, it will be for nothing if it encounters Atlantis as a marine civilization. Major General Cavil, SHIELD has a certain degree of understanding of those undersea people. Like a ball, the President, who was kicked around, helplessly, once again looked at the young Major General sitting opposite. To deal with the upcoming war, to assume the highest command, this responsibility is none other than you. Luke showed an embarrassed expression, hesitated and said, "How can I be an army general without merit? Doesn't it mean that the generals are incompetent? What's more, the efficiency of SHIELD is far better than nothing." The FBI led by Director Hoover, his leadership skills and strategic vision are far above mine. Since Luke appeared, he silently played the role of Edgar Hoover, who was a little transparent, and he immediately became the focus of the audience. The FBI boss said, Where? The Major General laughed. "Your Excellency, part of the Atlantis incident this time is due to SHIELD, but in the final analysis, my ability is limited." Luke looked sincere and continued, "I conducted a deep self-reflection and decided to cede the position of Director of Aegis. The next intelligence work can be handed over to Director Hoover. He has always been known as the King of Secret Agents. Arrest the Soviet spies and make great contributions, and I believe that Atlantis lair will be found soon." Hoover, who stayed in the corner, was fidgeting. He regretted now, very regretful. Why is it okay to provoke SHIELD? Feeling the various gazes focused on him, Hoover resolutely said bitterly, "They are all false rumors in the market." The FBI's ability to work has always been lacking, far inferior to the leadership of Major General Cavil. SHIELD. The President nodded and agreed. "At this time, of course you must get close to people who can solve the problem." Although Major General Cavil always likes to ask for funds, he doesn't pay attention to things, which makes people feel a little aggrieved. But at every critical moment, he can show enough usefulness. "Major General, since Director Hoover has said so, it is up to you to do the war plan against Atlantis. The command of the Pentagon will also be transferred to your hands." The President made a final decision, as if the opponent would refuse. "Well then, alas, I am a mediocre Major General, how can I?" Luke smiled, seemingly helpless, and reluctantly accepted the appointed task. "No way, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In this case, I will just say a few words casually, in order to better work, carry out actions, and confirm its own confidentiality. I think SHI.MTLnovel.com Mr. General, who has the power, talks freely as if he had finished writing. Atlantis is not a small country. Its age is quite old. Its background is quite deep, and its military strength is not to be underestimated. You have also seen that only Namor is enough to flatten the Second Fleet in the Atlantic. Ordinary weapons and ordinary soldiers can hardly threaten Atlantis. Therefore, SHIELD must recruit more people. Only a strong enough team can deal with a more terrible crisis. This young Major General, who said that he was limited in his abilities and unable to take on a major task, said 23 detailed and tangible specific policies, which made the President and the generals all stupid. "It feels like I wrote it in advance and memorized it. The above is a little bit of my personal opinion. 40 minutes later, Luke, who didn't feel dry at all, ended his speech. Chapter 112. Meeting old friends. Codenamed the invasion team Major General Cavill, what else do you want to add? After listening to a long talk, the president's head rose a little and asked subconsciously. He didn't expect Luke to prepare so well, just like a candidate who prepared answers in advance and filled out a questionnaire. Especially for the future development of SHIELD, the plan formulated is even more detailed and specific. Up to the expansion of personnel enrollment in various departments, down to the annual fixed funding application requirements. This made the Chief of Staff sitting on the other side of the sofa eyelids throb, and his heart felt sorry for him. The poor budget committee, if you squeeze the wall down like this, I'm afraid it will be bald. Then I will say a few more words. Luke, who had planned to stop, said in surprise. It seems that my own thoughts did not bore the president. So he cleared his throat and turned on the repeater mode. The previously mentioned proposals have been replaced with some commonly used phrases, and the budget, the amount of funds, the number of staff in various departments, and so on have been increased. Then, repeat it again. By the end of the long chanting, the president sitting opposite, as well as the generals on the sofa, were expressionless. With dull eyes, and the second time, Luke specially exchanged the necessary skills card for conversation. Constantine's master flicker. To the people in the Oval Office, every word that popped out of Luke's mouth converged into a bombarding sound wave like a mental attack. Obviously it is worthless nonsense, but it is deeply imprinted in the mind, and it makes people want to listen to it. This is a little bit of a personal, immature view. Luke used this sentence as a concluding remark. In the Oval Office, there was a moment of silence. No one spoke, and even the breathing sound was faint. The president sitting on the opposite side, and the generals on the sofa, are lifeless like clay sculptures of wood. This is a perfect plan. After a while, Mr. President nodded bitterly in agreement. He really didn't want to accept another spiritual bombardment, and the rest of the people responded one after another, for fear that Major General Cavill would continue speaking. SHIELD will definitely not disappoint Your Excellency the President and the trust of the generals. Luke looked moved, and by the way gave a compliment to his language ability. Those requirements that sound very demanding, such as the director's free working hours, generous salary subsidies, and the sole authority to freely access arbitrary information from the intelligence agencies under the Pentagon, and so on, all were successfully passed. Zakang is really excellent, Luke said with emotion. It's a pity that Constantine on the set next door is too metaphysical, otherwise he can also brush up his proficiency. After all, mouth cannon is an essential skill for every protagonist. Here is nominated for a certain Huang Mao who wants to be Hokage, a set of love and justice, fetters and peace of the mouth, so that countless strong people are defeated. If there is nothing else, today's meeting will end here. The president showed a tired look. After listening to Luke's speech, most of his energy was consumed. It's like facing 4 or 5 beautiful girls with hot bodies at once. After being refreshed, they suddenly feel powerless, and there is no sexual interest in seeing no matter how beautiful they are. The generals of the Pentagon also got up one after another, one by one. They seemed to have stayed up all night. Their eyes flushed, and their feet hobbled by pushing the door and leaving. They were all squeezed out of the last bit of energy by Major General Cavill, and now their minds were still chattering and chattering. Next, it's time to find an old friend. Luke, who had achieved his goal, flew high into the sky and headed for the next stop. Brooklyn. Old Joseph Stavon Rogers, who had returned to ordinary life, sat in a corner seat with a glass of malt beer on the table. He is waiting for a friend. Arrange a lunch and dinner. As a result, Luke released his pigeons. Doraemon. The crisp copper bell rang. The tavern closed and rested, and someone opened the door and came in. Hey, old Joseph, long time no see, you are still so tough. Luke, who entered the tavern, said hello to the old man standing behind the wine cabinet. They are all regular customers. When he was a young man in Brooklyn, he used to help old Joseph look at the store, wipe the table, clean the sanitation and earn some pocket money. The other party used to be a truck driver, but unfortunately, he was unlucky. Every time he transported goods, he always encountered inexplicable accidents such as overturning, flat tires, and stalling. Not only that, even riding a bicycle will cause accidents, either hitting a person or being hit by someone. In the words of old Joseph himself, it is that he has had a grudge against Zai in this life. In desperation, he could only change his career and open a tavern, barely making a living. But since Luke became a war hero, the tavern's business is booming, and many New Yorkers come here to check in. Luke, you little bastard. TSK TSK, now they are all generals. Frank may never have imagined that his nephew could become a war hero, old Joseph said with a smile, poured a glass of beer and handed it over. I wonder if Mr. General is used to high-end red wine. Can he still accept Brooklyn malt beer? Luke shrugged and held up the glass. Tons. You can have another drink. Luke, who finished drinking in one breath, laughed. Old Joseph nodded in satisfaction and filled the glass. How does it feel to be back in Brooklyn? Seeing Luke coming over and sitting down with a beer, Rogers asked with a smile. Since the end of the war, he has entered a semi-retired state. Not bad. On the way to the pub, I met several familiar faces. Luke leaned back in his chair and said with his head up, there was Jamie who had fought. He is now a truck driver. He is also a truck driver on the other side of the street. He also gave it to Uncle Frank, who used to sell fruit on the opposite street, for free. Bucky had a bag of bread, and everyone had a hard time. Yeah, do you know, that fellow Jamie often shows off, saying that he was beaten by Superman and was complacent about it. Rogers took a sip of beer, a look of nostalgia on his face. Luke, I have dreamed these few days. In my dream, I was running in Brooklyn with you, and Bucky. There were no Captain America, Superman, and Sergeant Barnes. Later I jumped onto the battlefield. I saw Bucky fall off the cliff. In order to stop the Red Skull, I boarded the plane carrying Valkyrie missiles. I don't know why, there is no you in this story. I fell into a cold place, and no one awakened me until a long time later. They said that the war is over. I live alone, with no friends, no family, and no destination to run forward. Luke stared at the bubbling wine glass and smiled. You speak like an old man in his 70s. Ha ha, Marguerite said the same. Maybe I have experienced too much in the war and I can't forget all those memories. Roger's sentimental mood was restrained. He is now leading the military's salary. He only needs to check in regularly every day and sit in the office with a newspaper and read it all day. Occasionally, I will cooperate with the publicity work and accept interviews from the media. When peace comes, heroes seem to be useless. Do you have an answer to the last question? Luke looked at the opposite Captain America and whispered, Captain America can't sit in the office and read the newspaper all his life, pick up the shield, walk on the battlefield again, and shuttle through the rain of bullets. Such a stressful life can make your heart violent beating. There is a real feeling of being alive. I very much agree with Howard's view that one of the greatest joys of life is adventure. It lies in the pursuit of excitement. Being content with the ordinary is the life you should have after experiencing everything and neglecting everything. Rogers was silent. He lived in an old house in Brooklyn. The walls were repainted, the sofas, large beds and other furniture were replaced with new ones, and the bedroom was covered with soft carpets. These trivial things were all done by himself. Marguerite, who came to live with her, said that she was idle and bored to pass the time. In this regard, Rogers agreed. He was empty in his heart and couldn't fill it up. That's why I have to find something to do. You want me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. because of Atlantis? Rogers asked. www.mcnovel.com. The attack on 2 aircraft carriers and the tsunami on Anna Maria Island have made headlines. In addition to being in the War Department, Captain America also heard some wind. Not all. Major General Cavill needs a partner, so he thinks of his old buddy Captain America. Luke looked at Rogers, who was hesitant, and smiled. Are you ready to go to the battlefield, Steve? In a daze, Captain America remembered the action he and Luke did to rescue Bucky, and the other party asked himself the same way. Ready, Commander. Thinking of the good time fighting side by side, Rogers smiled and raised his glass. Then, welcome to join the invasion group. As Luke spoke, the two wine glasses collided with a crisp sound. Chapter 113. The Name of the Apocalypse. The Nautilus. A few days later, the name of Atlantis appeared on the headlines of the newspaper, causing an uproar. An ancient marine civilization that has never been heard of has officially entered the public eye. Countries have long been aware of the astonishing battles in the Atlantic Ocean and the existence of Atlantis. It can be seen that no matter what the news, the public will always be the last group to know. The reaction of various countries to marine civilization is different. The red-brown bears of Siberia are still, as always, vigorously developing the nuclear industry on the one hand, and secretly wary of Superman on the other. As for the threat of Atlantis, that's what Yankees should consider. Anyway, I won't be able to hit here for a while. England, which is becoming weaker and weaker, is actively communicating with the White House, trying to detect some wind. Even though they have MI6, they have all over the world, and the world is full of James Bond. But facing Atlantis, who lives on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, he was still at a loss and couldn't find a place to start. The Prime Minister once wanted to seek help from the hidden powers of the dark world, such as the group of wizards active in London, werewolves and vampires. It's a pity that the results were very low and I didn't get any useful information. The birth time of these dark creatures does not exceed 1,000 years at most. Knows nothing about that period of history tens of thousands of years ago except for vampires. Those nocturnal creatures that are afraid of the sun have a wonderful relationship with Atlantis. Their ancestors came from the ocean countries deep in the Atlantic Ocean. At the time, Atlantis had not yet sunk, and it was in a glorious period of national power. The great wizard Varna obtained the Book of Darkness left by the ancient Sissos, from which he gained powerful power and transformed himself into a vampire. This is the birth of the first vampire on Earth. Later, the continental plates collided, and Atlantis sank. The great wizard Varna felt that he had enough of his life. He saw through life and planned to stop thinking, so he passed the power to Dracula. Since then, the vampire family has grown vigorously in the land world, and has gradually become a hidden force in the dark world. There is nothing to do in England, but the ancient eastern country on the other side of the Pacific does not care. The spear game can tear even Neon Superman by hand. What a blue-skinned Atlantean. If you dare to go ashore, just eat it as a crayfish. Atlantic Ocean, Posidonia. The capital of Atlantis is no longer peaceful. The armies from all sides are gathering, and the pre-war tension spread. The undercurrents of the terrestrial world are raging, and the marine civilization is not much better. Slaughtered Neymar, who was a nobleman in the robe at one time, and succeeded in gaining power. Although many people rebuked him for his tyranny, they chose to stand up and resist. But there was no storm, and it was quickly suppressed. This is one of the benefits of class consolidation. Namo leaned on the throne, and his right hand dropped unaccustomedly. He usually held his beloved trident. When there is a lack of capable leaders, it is difficult for the weak to pose a threat to the rule of the strong. Those rebels formed too many forces and stormed the palace in the center of Posidonia. It's just that the guerrillas are scattered and courageous. Namo didn't take any action personally, and the guards got rid of these people. I think there are also people in Atlantis, and most of them agree with the reason for the war. Sebastian was wearing breathing equipment, through the transparent protective cover, said Ernley. For many years, the bottom of this country and the nobles have been very distinct, and blood and origin have determined everyone's future. Your Majesty, you used to grow up in the slums of Posidonia, and you have seen the lowest Atlanteans. They repeat a similar life every day. Seeing that the robe nobles must take the initiative to salute every day, every month, every year, I have to pay a lot of taxes and bear the pressure of life that is not easy. The upward passage was blocked, and the contradiction between the nobles and the civilians became more intense. But the concept of obedience rooted in the bones of the Atlanteans kept them docile. Sebastian Xiao Can talked, as if he was a close minister to the king. Neymar, who was sitting on the throne, nodded frequently, feeling deeply. When he was very young, he fled to a slum with his mother and experienced the warmth and coldness of humanity. I have a certain understanding of the lower classes of Atlantis. A foreign war is the best way to transfer contradictions. It can not only give military merits, let the civilians see the hope of leaping over classes, and further promotion. It can also use victories to consolidate your Majesty's authority. Sebastian has a loyal and sincere look on the surface, and a faint light flashes in his eyes. As long as Superman can be eliminated, Atlantis' army will be invincible and conquer the entire land world. When it comes to Superman, Neymar feels a little pain in his chest. Then, he thought of the Neptune trident that had been taken away. Suddenly, the happy mood became worse. Mr. Xiao, you have a strong talent for absorbing energy. If you join forces with me, will you have a chance to defeat Superman? After thinking for a long time, Neymar asked in a low voice. As Superman's defeated man, he couldn't be more clear that the opponent is the top existence in terms of strength, speed, and combat awareness. Fight alone, not an opponent. Can deal with a land person. What rules need to be set? Rush to kill him. This is the wisest way. In the Hellfire Club, the only one who can restrain Superman is the hidden Sebastian Shaw. Nemo thought, if they work together, they might have a chance to win. Ahem, Your Majesty, I am just a scientist and I am not good at fighting people. Feeling the expectant look from above, Sebastian's surface is calm and steady like an old dog. But in fact he is panicked. He has seen Luke unilaterally crushing Blin's battleship class, and then defeating Neymar to the ground, almost died on the spot with the amazing combat power. How could he still have the fighting spirit? Previously threatened to teach Superman a lesson, it was just a big talk after the heart swelled. While staying awake, Sebastian is more inclined to work hard to improve, and when his ability gets better, he will take action personally to destroy the enemy. The Soviet Union is actively developing the nuclear industry, and soon they will be able to build the first generation of nuclear reactors. At that time, I will draw the energy from it and make myself stronger. Sebastian confidently said loudly, I believe even Superman can't resist the terrible power of atomic fission. Neymar's frowning brows still didn't stretch out. He asked unwillingly, don't we have nothing to do with Superman? The golden trident, which symbolizes the kingship of Atlantis, is still in his hands. If it can't be taken back, sooner or later, more rebels will come forward. There are other means too. Sebastian pondered for a moment, hesitatingly said, Legend. The first mutant in history is named Apocalypse. He is so powerful that he was once worshipped as a god. Because their long years are too boring, Apocalypse fell into a deep sleep. If I can find his whereabouts, from the hands of this great god, get the way to the end of the evolutionary road, break the limit of mutants, and maybe defeat Superman. Sebastian said vaguely. He didn't want to really wake up the legendary mutant god. No one wants to sit on top of his head with a boss giving orders and give news of the apocalypse, just to temporarily appease Neymar's anxious emotions. Apocalypse. Neymar's eyes shone slightly, as if he had plans. Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters building. In lab number 1, Howard is busy. His hencoop-like messy hair and thick dark circles indicate that he has not got enough sleep for a long time. This is your result. Luke put his arms around his chest, looked at the model in front of him, frowned and said, a reduced version of the nuclear reactor? That's right. Although the universe Rubik's Cube did not respond to my various stimuli, just like a high goddess, never caring about the caterers of ordinary suitors, but I am not without any gains. Howard looked tired, but he was very excited. He said in a fierce tone, "I wanted to use magnetic confinement to achieve nuclear fusion. The protium and deuterium rich in seawater can be used in specific environments and ultra-high temperature conditions to complete nuclear fusion. The fusion reaction releases huge energy. This is the inspiration given to me by the cube of the universe. But I quickly discovered that although the magnetic field confining the plasma is not afraid of high temperatures, it is very unstable. And during the heating process of the plasma, energy will continue to be lost." Howard paused, seemingly dry, and poured himself a glass of water. "I alone don't understand what he is talking about." Taking advantage of this gap, the Captain America standing next to him said. He looked dazed, completely unable to participate in Howard's endless topics. "What nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement, plasma ... It's really daunting." Luke curled his lips and said with a smile, "I did a special review, and I probably understand what Howard meant. There are two main types of research on controlled thermonuclear fusion: inertial confinement nuclear fusion, and magnetic confinement nuclear fusion. The former uses a high-intensity laser to irradiate a deuterium-tritium target in a very short time to achieve fusion. The latter uses a strong magnetic field to well confine the charged particles, confine the deuterium-tritium gas in a special magnetic container, and heat it to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius to achieve a fusion reaction. Howard's main attack direction is the second. His vision is somewhat similar to the tokamak device that will only appear in a few years. That was an experimental plan proposed by a Soviet scientist in the 1950s. After decades of hard work, the feasibility has been confirmed. I have to say that the vision and mind of Iron Man's father are ahead of an era. Hey, when did Rogers show up? Sorry, I didn't notice you at all." Howard waved his hand, completely ignoring Captain America, who is tall and big and has strong chest muscles. When doing research seriously, let alone Rogers with two big pectoral muscles, he would not divert his attention even if a young girl with a brisk figure was stripped and stood in front of him. Say one sentence at most. Don't bother me to explore the truth. Where are you talking? Oh, yes. The project of controllable nuclear fusion is too big, and there will be no answer for a while. So, I set aside and decided to change to a simple and difficult challenge. Mentalnovel.com. Howard took the previous long talk and continued. Then, you see, the first-generation nuclear reactor. Putting it on a submarine fully satisfies Roscun's vision that atomic energy first drives machinery in order to propel ships. You used a few days to get the most critical core of a nuclear submarine. Luke patted Howard on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Although you must have heard this sentence many times, but I still have to say, Howard, you are really a well-deserved genius." Hearing this compliment from Superman, to be honest, my vanity has been satisfied like never before. Howard laughed loudly, then took a bunch of design drawings and a large stack of calculation draft papers to Rogers, and said, "Let the mediocre scientists of the Atomic Energy Commission study them. They can only look up to the knowledge that Howard Stark exudes. Shine, and in going to sleep, wait, as the first nuclear submarine, don't you want to give it a name you are fully qualified?" Luke reminded. Good idea. It's called the Nautilus. I like Verne's 20,000 Miles Under the Sea and I prefer Captain Nemo." Howard paused and answered. Then, he walked into the lounge and closed the door with a bang. It didn't take long for the two people standing outside to hear the sound of sleeping snoring. "This guy is exhausted." Luke smiled, looking at the model of the nuclear reactor. He couldn't help thinking of Iron Man's arc reactor. It seems not far away. Chapter 114. Silver Fox and the White Queen. A pair of sister flowers. Howard ran to sleep and recuperate. Luke packaged up the model of the nuclear reactor, as well as the design drawings and draft calculations, and sent them to the Atomic Energy Commission. The guys from the Admiralty will definitely be ecstatic when they receive it. Admiral Heyman Rickoff of the Bureau of Ships has long proposed that the nuclear reactor should be placed in a submarine. In this way, it can avoid the huge defect of electric propulsion, which leads to insufficient endurance. Can also use the submarine as a missile launch pad, thus turning it into a deterrent weapon with a very important strategic role. Is just limited to technical problems led to this idea, and it can only stay on paper for the time being. Luke knows very well that in 2 years at most, the Admiral Rickoff will be able to get the approval of the Atomic Energy Commission, and the Admiralty was appointed as the director of the Nuclear Power Department of the Bureau of Shipping, and the chief engineer of nuclear submarine engineering, and began to manufacture nuclear submarines. The appearance of Atlantis and the existence of Howard only accelerated the occurrence of this period of history. I hope that Admiral Rickoff can make a breakthrough soon, Luke thought silently. Pointing out the manufacturing technology of nuclear submarines means having a bargaining chip to negotiate with Atlantis. Regarding this upcoming small-scale war, he did deliberately condone. The original plan was to use the threat of Namor and the presence of Atlantis to increase the weight of SHIELD's speech and its own status. Otherwise, if you want to get rid of the constraints of the Pentagon, you can only wait until the Kree leads the fleet to invade and the World Security Council is established. That's too slow. Luke thought so. Even the President and the Pentagon treat Superman very politely. You can be in the center of power, and the rules governing individuals always exist objectively. Therefore, Luke wanted to take advantage of the appearance of Atlantis and use this marine civilization as an external pressure, forcing those who are wary of him to take the initiative to open the heavy shackles on SHIELD's hands. By the way, let politicians know the necessity of Superman. The next problem to be solved is the two unstable factors of Namor and Sebastian. Luke took Rogers into the elevator while thinking, "Steve, we are fighting side by side this time. The first task is to solve Atlantis." Captain America put on the familiar Star-Spangled Banner uniform, carrying the vibrating shield that rarely leaves him in his hand. Luke discovered that both heroes and villains have strange fetishes. For example, Thor, the of Thunder, likes hammers very much, and even if he has the Storm Axe later, he still loves Mjolnir. Namor, the Sea King, never forgets the stolen golden trident. Like these people, even after Captain America enters semi-retirement, the vibrating shield is wiped every day, and it must be placed on the bedside when sleeping. Get up early in the morning, open his eyes, and Rogers will feel full of vitality and fighting spirit just by looking at it. Atlantis, their king, is not your opponent at all. In terms of combat power, we have an advantage. Rogers sat in the large chair in the director's office and adjusted his posture a little unaccustomed to. This is much more comfortable than the sofa at home. Namor Mackenzie is indeed not my opponent. Luke nodded and admitted frankly. Think carefully. No matter which set of Aquaman, it seems that Superman has been beaten up. Even if he does not have himself, Namor will be killed by the copycat version of Superman, Hyperman, in the big events of the Secret War, and the entire country will be wiped out by the Supreme High Team. Compared to the present, just being taken away from the beloved Golden Trident, the end is much better. Put it on the next room. Superman even had the amazing move of Atlantis to the Sahara Desert. If Luke did the same, the blue-skinned gang of people living on the bottom of the sea would have to go with the Wakanda. The two most developed countries in science and technology on the planet are also countries with backward systems and outdated concepts. One day they become neighbors, and some interesting stories should happen. However, this is war. Luke condensed his thoughts and said seriously, Namor will not be so stupid to ask me to single out. He has experienced a tragic failure. I believe he has calmed down and no longer holds the stupid idea of Atlantis the world's #1 and the invincible mutants in the world. Rogers scratched his head, thinking it made sense. Atlantis is not Berlin. Superman flies over and hangs Namor on a streetlight to end the war. Killing a king will only arouse the hatred of the people at the bottom, thus expanding the scale of the war. Then what shall we do? Rogers asked subconsciously. You will know soon. Luke smiled meaningfully. He prepared a big gift for Sebastian Shaw. Boston, Port. Dressed in a black leather jacket, stepped on a pair of short boots. Silver Fox walked out of the taxi. She is now a member of Task Force X, under the jurisdiction of SHIELD Bureau. During this period of time, the team led by Wolverine and saber-toothed tigers has run around the world like firefighters. For example, go to Africa to collect a special metal mineral, or clear the remnants of Hydra. In short, Task Force X became a sharp knife of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the effect is outstanding. MTLnovel.com to the general satisfaction of the Pentagon. You haven't seen me. Now, go back along the same path. After getting off the car, Yanu patted the driver's shoulder and said, the middle-aged uncle with a beer belly suddenly became hollow, as if he was distracted. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded vigorously, repeated the original words of Yanu, and left in the car. I didn't even ask for a fare. Warehouse number 4. I prostituted the silver fox of the taxi driver and took out a note from his pocket. Follow the address above and find the meeting place. You are late. A graceful figure stood there and waited. Dear sister, I heard that you have become a running dog of mankind. In exchange for a stable life, betray your own camp. This is really in line with your nature. The silver fox frowned, and said in an uncomfortable manner, Emma, you sent a message specifically to ask me to meet. Is it just for a fight? If this is the case, then I can only say that you are still as naive as before. The curvaceous figure that appeared in the Boston Harbor is indeed the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. She is wrapped in a black waterproof suit, carrying a weird helmet that acts as a breathing device in her hand, and her hair is wet, as if she had just finished swimming or surfing. I thought you would be more excited and happier when you see your sister you haven't seen for many years. The White Queen put her arms around her chest. Her voice cooled down. Chapter 115. Playing Tactics. My heart is so dirty. White Queen Emma and her sister Silver Fox were born in the home of a wealthy businessman in Boston and grew up with a golden spoon. However, being a rich child of a rich family may not feel happy. At least the White Queen does not think so. Her father is a ruthless capitalist, and he never put too much affection on his family. In my memory, the White Queen never visited an amusement park when she was a child, and never received a compliment. Moreover, the relationship between the parents is not harmonious, and they often make a lot of noise, blaming each other, provoking, cursing. The empty and cold luxury apartment is flooded. It is well known that family education will affect a person's character. When she was a child, Emma was autistic, didn't like talking to others, and had few friends. If there is something worse than having an incompetent father, it is that there is also an alcoholic, drug-addicted, and cheating mother. In such a bad family environment, life will only feel depressing. Therefore, the closed-hearted Emma awakened the mutant's talents very early. Like Professor Bald, she can read the thoughts of people around her, perceive their emotions, and guide and control them. Moreover, he can also switch the diamond form to make himself bright and dazzling, and his defense power is amazing. This was only discovered later. With the gift of telepathy, Emma quickly became one of the most popular girls in school. Because everyone chats with her, they will be surprised that the other person is like a friend of the previous life and knows himself very well. Even the little secrets and hobbies that are not known in the heart are clear. For Emma, this is a very pleasant and relaxing time. In school, she has more and more friends, and she is loved by her teachers and classmates. Results are getting better and better. Cheating relying on mental ability. Gradually, Emma has created a perfect image of a girl with excellent character and learning. If the story continues to develop like this, the life of the White Queen will very likely become a romance novel of Mary Sue. It is a pity that happiness is often short-lived, followed by bad luck. Soon, Emma lost control. A lot of thoughts and emotions flooded into her mind, causing her huge distress. In addition, reading other people's thoughts occasionally, and failing to master the strength when entering consciousness, leading to goals ranging from coma to disordered thinking and obstacles. Guilt torment the fragile heart, and it didn't take long for Emma's life to become a mess. After experiencing a series of shocks and changes, she chose to leave her family in Boston and started wandering alone. Then, I was found by Sebastian Shaw and invited to join the Hellfire Club. I heard that you also left that cold place later." The corner of the White Queen's mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile, and said, "Tell me, dear sister, when you find that you can perceive strangers' thought fluctuations and understand those complex and changeable emotions, what kind of mood do you feel?" The silver fox was silent for a moment, and whispered, "To be honest, it's a terrible experience that will make you gradually lose faith in humans, whether men or women. I never knew that Jenny, who played with me, secretly envied me as a rich dad, and called me a little bitch, spreading me, and there are rumors that many boys have an affair. I don't even know. Johnny, who looks gentle and decent, actually just wants to trick me into bed sooner. His mind is full of nasty and disgusting pictures, and he also shows off to other people. He has already succeeded. Mentioning past events, Silver Fox looked at his sister, who had ran away a long time ago, and said sincerely, "Emma, I can finally understand what you did before. Actually, you can tell me. Before you became a mutant, can you understand this pain?" The White Queen interrupted unceremoniously, with an indifferent expression on her face. Sister Silver Fox is much better than her. It was difficult to control her own ability before. If she didn't master it well, it would bring huge troubles. The ability of the other party is through contact, exerting psychological hints, tampering with consciousness, and the risk of losing control is not so great. Sisters reunited the old show. Let's stop here. Took a few deep breaths. After returning to business as usual, the White Queen turned her head and said, "I asked you here today to inform you that I will leave S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible. At most another week, Atlantis will start a full-scale war and land on the Atlantic coast. Superman is indeed very powerful, but he alone can't stop Atlantis' footsteps. Those blue-skinned undersea people have advanced technology and have assembled a terrible army. Anyway, you just need to withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. With the identity of a mutant. Even if Atlantis eventually wins, you won't have any trouble." The young White Queen reminded, with a serious look on her face. The Silver Fox thought for a long time and shook his head. The thought of trying to persuade her sister to abandon the dark and cast Ming has disappeared. After all, who is bright and who is dark? Both sides hold different opinions. "Then you can do it yourself." The White Queen saw her sister hesitate and did not give an answer. She dropped this sentence and left. She was a little disappointed. Angry Kayla, the Silver Fox, who was obviously a mutant, but couldn't see the future direction. Atlantis and the mutants join forces. How can Superman be strong? A single-handed man, it is difficult to resist the general trend. 40 minutes later, the sound of ticking high heels sounded, and Carter directly pushed open the door of the director's office. Silver Fox met her sister. The female agent threw a thick envelope on the table and slipped out a stack of candid photos. Although it is a bit vague, the figures and appearances of the two can still be seen clearly. Bingo! Luke, leaning on the seat, snapped his fingers, looked at Rogers and said, "This is the surprise I prepared. Write down today's meeting as a confidential report, and then accidentally leak it out. Remember to add a photo." Kat characteristically nodded. After knowing that Kayla the Silver Fox and the White Queen were sisters, she found someone to spy on each other secretly. Was originally going to search for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club, but I didn't expect things to change so quickly. The current situation has risen from the contradiction between humans and mutants to small-scale wars between the land world and marine civilization. Will Sebastian Shaw believe? The White Queen Emma Frost is an important member of the club, second only to him. Carter asked hesitantly, "What's more, a few photos can't prove anything." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Just plant a seed of suspicion. Sebastian Shaw has extremely strong powers, and such careerists are often suspicious. Luke tapped his fingers on the table and said with a smile, "As long as he expresses suspicion, he will naturally have a rift with the White Queen. By then, through the persuasion of Silver Fox Kayla, he may not be able to pull the other party into our camp. As for whether it will work in the end, it doesn't matter. It's just as disgusting as Sebastian Shaw." Carter thought for a while, and he seemed to think it made sense, and nodded. Then I will do it. But what kind of leaking method would be more real? From the list of spies in the FBI, look for a few Soviets who have been exposed and have not been arrested. Since their Leviathan and Red House are eyeing Hydra, I believe Sebastian Xiao will also keep in touch. Luke replied without hesitation. SHIELD management should be left to you. Carter laughed. Playing with this set of intelligence countermeasures, the Major General seemed to be quite proficient. Steve, is there anything on my face? Why do I stare like this? When Carter left the office, Luke found Rogers looking straight at him. After losing Bucky, Captain America put his feelings on himself. Suddenly, various philosophical images continued to surface, causing a chill to appear behind Luke. You guys who play tactics, your hearts are so dirty. Rogers sighed, saying that compared to Luke, he was pure and pure as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 116. Among us, there is a traitor. After an unpleasant conversation with her sister Silver Fox, the White Queen set off to return to the capital of Atlantis, Posidonia. As a member of the Hellfire Club, a compatriot of King Namor, she was given a shuttle-shaped flying boat that can only be carried by a nobleman with a robe, and she can come and go freely under the deep sea. Just like Xiao said, the situation is very tense. When Atlantis and the land world officially start war, they will consume each other, and the mutants will be able to reap the benefits. The shuttle-shaped flying boat dragged out a wave, bypassing the dark and complicated terrain under the water, and arrived in the royal city of Posidonia more than 2 hours later. The White Queen slowly reduced her speed and accepted the inspection of the patrol guards. Through the semicircular window of the cockpit, she saw a large number of marine creatures gathering, forming a strange and orderly team. The King of Atlantis, nominally the ruler of the 4 oceans and the ruler of the 7 seas, with a single order, a huge army of millions or tens of millions can be assembled. This is not an exaggeration. The land world is not united, like open palms, but Atlantis is like a clenched fist, and its strength is concentrated in one place. The White Queen thought of Sebastian Shaw's words, with some emotion. This azure planet that breeds life, the ocean area far exceeds that of the land. A huge body of water that occupies about 70% of the Earth's surface area, and lives with incalculable marine life. After the sinking of Atlantis, the population plummeted by 2/3. After 10,000 years of development, it returned to normal levels. The army they control is not actually huge. The so-called superiority in numbers depends more on driving marine life. Living in the deep sea all year round has allowed the Atlanteans to evolve underwater breathing and night vision capabilities. They have a natural friendliness to marine life, with their own charm plus 10 affinity halo. People with different talents can communicate and ride with them, become sea knights and join the King's Guards of Posidonia. Not only that, but the White Queen also learned that the collapse of Atlantis disintegrated many city-states and formed tribal settlements, such as Killer Whale Tribe, Seahorse Tribe, Hammerhead Shark Tribe and so on. These marine tribes, after several battles, now agree with Atlantis as the ruler and obey the king's orders. Can one person resist a large-scale attack by a country or an army? The White Queen shook her head. It was precisely because she could not see the possibility of victory in the land world, she would venture to contact her sister who was in SHIELD, hoping that the other party would leave the center of the whirlpool. Sebastian Shaw has recently been convening his compatriots, the members of the Hellfire Club, growing at an unprecedented rate. The other party returned the young mutants who joined in, desperately instilling extreme racial remarks. Almost changed a few keywords from the theory of the Third Reich, and then used it. This worries the White Queen. She has always disapproved of such extreme acts as genocide and genocide. I hope I won't get there. Arrived at the apron in the western part of Posidonia, the White Queen put on a strange helmet equipped with breathing equipment, opened the hatch and walked down. Xiao, he wants to see you. A young man with dyed red hair came over while whistling. He was also wearing a waterproof suit and a breathing device needed by land-based talents. Nova, a young mutant who can manipulate flames, The White Queen glanced at the other party and frowned slightly. Instinctively told her that the atmosphere seemed to be something wrong. I usually see myself, and the attitude of these newcomers should be more respectful. In the Hellfire Club, the co-members are named after chess pieces. For example, she is the queen and Sebastian Shaw is the king. New star like a hairy boy, doesn't even have the qualifications to become a chess piece. How could he dare to speak to himself in the frivolous tone just now? Is there a problem? The White Queen asked rhetorically. I went out for a while and I was a little tired. If it's not something important, I'll talk about it later. I don't know. Xiao wants you to go there as soon as possible. Don't let him wait for long. The red-haired boy Xing Xing curled his lips and said with a chuckle. The other party's answer made the White Queen even more suspicious. She doesn't have the moral integrity of a bold professor, and she doesn't mind reading other people's thoughts and invading consciousness. Where did Emma go? Everyone is staying in Atlantis during this time. Don't run around. Avoid revealing your position. Xing Xing, you go to the tarmac to guard. Emma comes back. Let her come to see me. Humphrey. She is too headstrong sometimes. The White Queen retracted her gaze and withdrew from the spiritual world of the new star. Intuitively told her that there might be a more serious problem. But after reading the mind of the new star, no abnormality was found. Forget it. Go and seek Xiao directly. The White Queen is too lazy to think. Her position in the Hellfire Club is detached. Except for Sebastian Shaw's ability to rely on the metal helmet that insulates the spirit, which is immune to his own. Most of the other mutants will not be the opponents of the psychic. Xing Xing said you have something to do with me? The White Queen strode into a magnificent and spacious bedroom. Neymar trusted Sebastian Shaw more and more, and treated him as an adult student mentor. This made many Atlantis seniors feel dissatisfied, thinking that the king had betrayed his family and plunged into the arms of mutants. Where did you go? Sebastian frowned, his tone a little gloomy. The war is about to start. It's better not to run around. If Superman finds the location of Atlantis, who knows if he will have a sudden attack? Go out and go around. It's too depressing here. I don't breathe smoothly while wearing this thing all day. The White Queen knocked on the breathing helmet on her head, and replied casually. When she was very young, she learned the skill of lying. Be careful next time. The closer we are to success, the more cautious we must be. Sebastian's attitude eased, and continued, by the way, I heard that you also have a sister. She is also a mutant. The Hellfire Club welcomes any compatriot, and you can invite her in. Next. The land world will not be very safe, and it will be caught in continuous war. I will. The White Queen's eyes flickered, and she felt that Sebastian Portrait knew something. But this meeting today, I did not tell anyone. Emma, we are all your family. Sebastian's voice is soft, showing a cordial attitude. Maybe there is no blood relationship, but we have a deeper bond, the same identity, the same gene. This is the imprint that cannot be erased in the body. The White Queen seemed to be moved, her beautiful eyes shimmering like tears. I have always been very grateful to you, Xiao. It was you who brought me out of ordinary life and let me enjoy more wonderful scenery. Sebastian was quite satisfied with this answer. The White Queen is a mutant that he values very much. If there is no other party, it is equivalent to losing the means to control Neymar. 10 minutes later, the two ended the conversation. The White Queen strode away from the sleeping hall, with a cold look in her eyes. Observing words, watching colors, guessing thoughts, is like instinct for people with mental abilities. She could see that Sebastian Shaw was playing the emotional card. As for why you want to do this, most likely you want to stabilize yourself. Even if he knows that I have a sister who joined SHIELD, it may not prove anything. Do I need to question my loyalty to the Hellfire Club? The White Queen was deeply puzzled. She knew Sebastian Shaw very well, and she was the same kind of person as her father. Selfishness, good calculation skills, and will never easily abandon valuable chess pieces. Just like before, he would rather sacrifice the Rapids than save Neymar. It's not that Sebastian Shaw has a deep and ulterior affection for Neymar. It's just that because the other party is still useful, It can't be thrown away for the time being. Is a very simple multiple choice question. Everything is based on interest. I hope Xiao will not let me down. The White Queen thought so. The woman is really unbelievable. Sebastian Shaw was pacing alone in the dormitory, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Novel.com. If I hadn't cooperated with Hydra, how would I know that there was a traitor in the Hellfire Club? The efficiency of SHIELD's work was quite high. The photos of the meeting between the White Queen and her sister Silver Fox and the confidential document were quickly leaked to the Soviet spies. Then it passed from the spies' hands to the agents in Leviathan's Red House, and was finally known by Hydra and gave it to Sebastian Shaw as a gift. As the saying goes, no one in the world understands Hydra. Even inside SHIELD, there must be some nails in ambush. After all, in the previous paperclip project, the United States absorbed a large number of Nazi scientists, including a large number of rocket technologists and senior researchers. In a similar way, SHIELD also recruited many remnants of Hydra. Among them, many spies must have been infiltrated. Luke knew this, but he hadn't thoroughly checked it out, and he deliberately ignored it. Anyway, it's all leaks, so it's time-saving and labor-saving to harvest them when they grow better. Thanks to them this time, Sebastian Shaw received the news faster. I can't move her now. Wait a minute. Sebastian put his hands behind him, looking at the world map hanging on the wall. He has extraordinary ambitions, and Atlantis is just the first springboard. Hydra, Red Skull, Third Reich. They all failed. Sebastian raised his head and smiled, but I don't. Chapter 117. Sorry, I want to join Nine Snakes paperclip project. Rogers in the secretary's office closed the thick folder in his hand. In other words, the president secretly extradited a group of German scientists, and SHIELD also absorbed part of the Hydra power. But this will not allow the enemy to infiltrate, thereby posing a threat to national security. Captain America showed a somewhat puzzled look. As an intelligence agency, SHIELD, the primary issue should be to ensure its own confidentiality. Actively recruiting Hydra is tantamount to creating potential opportunities for spies. Invisible, it increases a certain amount of risk. When SHIELD becomes the new Hydra, what should I do? This plan was originally carried out by the military. They took a fancy to the new technology of the Third Reich's V-1 and V-2 rockets and ballistic missiles and wanted to get it. Luke shrugged and said lightly, the most scarce thing in the 20th century is talent. The newly appointed president also understands this principle, so he approved the paperclip project. During World War II, the military industry of the Third Reich was extremely developed, and all kinds of black science and technology were endless, and it was a well-deserved strength first. The White House and the Pentagon looked greedy, which is normal. It's their nature to take advantage of their interests first. In the beginning, many people opposed this plan, because according to regulations, the US military on the side of the Allied powers prohibits direct dealings with war criminals. Luke paused and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, the irony is that almost all German scientists and engineers who are qualified for recruitment and extradition are basically in close contact with the Nazi Party, and some are even up to the standards of war criminals. Rogers had a shocked expression of strange knowledge increased. Although I know that because of the entanglement of various interests, the image of the country may not be as brilliant as it seems on the surface. But when he thought of it, he still had difficulty accepting the recruitment of war criminals to government departments. Those people should be judged. Rogers whispered, seeing the frustration of Captain America. Luke continued to talk about the black history of the federal government. That's just your personal opinion. Presidents and generals don't think so. In order to ensure strategic interests, they bypassed these rules and sent more than 700 intelligence personnel are vigorously collecting personnel related to fighter jets, missiles, and rockets. Among them, Arthur Rudolph, once managed an arsenal, was a talent in rocket manufacturing. However, he was also a notorious war criminal who committed the brutal crimes of hanging slave labor, massacring, and torturing prisoners of war. There is also Wernher von Braun, now a senior engineer of the Army Equipment Design and Research Bureau, the designer of the V-2 missile. He has killed thousands of people in Britain and is a fanatical Third Reich. Luke spoke in great detail, and every word was like a sledgehammer, striking in Roger's heart. Steve, there is no absolute justice in this world. The country you guard, or the spirit of defense, is actually not great. Luke, who is clearly the director of Aegis and Major General of the Army, unceremoniously ridiculed this capital country packaged as a beacon of freedom. But then again, the Paperclip project did have a great impact on America during development. For example, that was Wernher von Braun, a war criminal. This person has a bright resume and entered the Technical University of Berlin in 1930. 4 years later, he received a doctorate in physics from Humboldt University, and his graduation thesis was rated as the highest level. In just 2 years, the V-2 missile was designed, which was the first ballistic missile put into actual combat in the world. Later, he went to the United States and developed the Saturn V, which successfully achieved the amazing feat of landing on the moon. Can be said to be rocket manufacturing, another Howard Stark in the aerospace industry. What about SHIELD? Are we the same? Rogers was a little unacceptable, looking at Luke, who was leaning in the seat. Almost like Dr. Ranim Zola, he used to make energy weapons for the Red Skull and now works for SHIELD. Therefore, we will not blame him for his previous crimes. Luke nodded without hiding. Paperclip project also benefited SHIELD. From an unknown intelligence agency, it quickly developed into a huge organization above the Pentagon. In addition to the special status of Superman, plus all kinds of amazing operations to ask for funds and expand power and responsibilities, there is a small part. And I also want to thank Hydra for its generous help. This old opponent quickly completed the original accumulation of the reorganized Strategic Science Corps. Don't be overly obsessed with justice, kindness, and moral conscience, Steve. You can pursue those beautiful things, but you can't use them as a standard to measure everything in the world. Luke continued to boil poisonous chicken soup, playing the role of life mentor. Speaking of it, transforming the unwavering Captain America seems to be quite interesting. I never think about how many people were killed by the weapons he manufactured and sold in Howard's arms business. I don't even think about it. Ranim Zola was once a loyal supporter of the Third Reich. He once worked for Hydra and Red Skull, and his hands were covered with the blood of allied warriors. Because that is meaningless. It is of no use except to plunge oneself into the contradiction between moral conscience and cruel reality. Roger's lips squirmed, seeming to want to say something. The education and cognition he has received since childhood is to be a good person, stick to the bottom line, and not easily hurt others. But Luke's remarks were like a bullet, shattering Captain America's strong defense line and shaking him. But Rogers raised his head, as if he was a little skeptical of life. There is nothing but truth. Seeing truth and reality separately, I am a Superman, a war hero, and an object of worship by the public. Luke smiled and said softly, but I am also the Chief Aegis, an army general, an out-and-out authority and leader. I need to protect my own interests and stick to my own position. For this, I must not even don't do some bad things that are against morality. The two identities are put together, they are not contradictory. Rogers was confused, as if he had suffered 10,000 mental attacks. He looked down at the vibrating shield in his hand and the stars and stripes printed on his chest. For a while, at a loss. Maybe I am not suitable to be a captain. After a while, Rogers laughed at himself. Fortunately, you are here, Luke. So I just need to be a soldier and rush forward. Luke, who has poured several bowls of life philosophical poisonous chicken soup for Captain America, Sharon stood up, patted the other person's shoulder, and said, I'm going to my house for dinner tonight. Malina's craftsmanship is not bad. A few minutes later, the conversation ended. Watching Rogers leaving, he walked to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of Lafite from 1982. Well, a vintage 1882 vintage. Dr. Zola, you heard everything. Luke shook his red wine glass and said to the office cubicle, I know Hydra's plan. You rely on the paperclip project to penetrate SHIELD and plan to resurrect and start again. The most dangerous places are often the safest. After the collapse of the Red Skull, the power of the Hydra was divided into three. Some were recruited by SHIELD, some were taken away by Baron Tessac, and some were hidden. Infiltrate the interior of the federal government. Dr. Zola, who was short and chubby, pushed the door out with small steps. He stayed in the office cubicle very early and heard the countermeasures against the Hellfire Club.mtlnovel.com and various information about the paperclip project. Mr. Major General, I have already abandoned the shadows. Hydra is destined to have no future. SHIELD is the future. Dr. Zola said sincerely. Luke handed over a glass of red wine, shook his head and said, You are wrong, Dr. Zola. I am very optimistic about Hydra. They are well organized, have excellent penetration capabilities, and have intelligence networks all over the country, which are stronger than SHIELD. Many. Dr. Zola tremblingly took the wine glass. He didn't know what the Major General in front of him wanted to say. Do you want to settle the old account that you are Hydra? Dr. Zola, I want to join you. Luke's smile grew thicker, and he said sincerely, Do you think I can become a qualified Hydra? Chapter 118. The Secretary takes the lead in rebellion. SHIELD wants to be cool. Join Hydra? Dr. Zola was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Replaced by someone else, he might still hold a dubious attitude of seeking proof. Prepare to observe in secret for a period of time to test loyalty and personal ability. In case a good seed is unearthed for the organization, that is also a good thing. But these words came out of Luke's mouth, as if Mr. President put on a red scarf on his chest and volunteered to join the party, is particularly ridiculous, without the slightest credibility. Not everyone is like the Emperor of Sichuan, willing to bear the humiliation, lurking in the White House secretly, with the mission of destroying the American emperor. Such people with lofty ideals are in the minority after all. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Zola smirked and said roundly, Mr. Major General is really funny. Director of Aegis said that he would join Hydra, just like the king taking the lead in rebellion. An allied Superman who personally smashed the Red Skull to the dust and defeated the Hydra. A legendary hero who flew to Berlin to end World War II. A major general in the army leading SHIELD against Atlantis. Dr. Zola counted the long list of dazzling titles, and those familiar legends, and then looked at Luke, who took a sip of Lafite red wine in 1982, with a polite and awkward smile on his face. If you take the above remarks as a joke, the humorous cell of this Major General should be similar to that of the Eskimos living in the Arctic. I am not a member of Hydra long ago. Dr. Zola straightened his chest and said with a sense of righteousness, I did sell my life and do things to the Red Skull before, but that was all coerced, out of helplessness. Deep down in my heart, it is actually a pious and determined man. Pacifist. I hate war, and I hate killing. Since the Allies sent the Axis of Evil to under the leadership of the Major General, I finally found my original heart and didn't need to live in guilt. Joining SHIELD allows me to be saved by my soul. I warn myself every day to get rid of the sins of the past and be a new man. What's more, everyone in SHIELD is talented, and Mr. Howard Stark speaks well. Compared to the current life, the period of staying in Hydra is like sinking into hell, so torment. Listening to this very sincere heartfelt statement, Luke couldn't help putting down the goblet in his hand. Deserves to be the old Hydra who lived almost a century later. This ability to open his mouth is a match for politicians in the White House. Dr. Zola, don't be nervous. I said to join Hydra from my sincerity. Luke showed his signature friendly smile and turned on the flicker mode. You have heard all the things you just said to Steve. I am not in the camp of the White House and the Pentagon, just as Hydra is not wholeheartedly helping the Third Reich to rule the world. SHIELD has been looking for a way to get rid of the constraints of the country, and the war with Atlantis is part of it. Are you a 2 or 5 boy? Dr. Zola was holding the goblet in both hands, with a look of horror in his eyes. Chief Aegis takes the lead in rebellion. Maybe no one believes that this is going to be spread. Dr. Zola frowned. Does this Major General really want to join Hydra? The concept of the Red Skull is too traditional. It is purely for power and ambition. But he has a saying that I admire: there will be no flag in the future. Luke patted Dr. Zola on the shoulder, and whispered, national interests are firmly tied to the politicians of the White House and the Capital Group behind the scenes. I don't need to do things for these people, nor do I want to be a tool or a weapon. This is why I plan to join Hydra. I value the future of mankind more than wearing the stars and stripes. You have always used the Paperclip project to secretly infiltrate SHIELD. Isn't it just to make a facelift and then resurrect with a new image? Then you think about it seriously, what could be more effective than turning Chief Aegis into a Hydra? Dr. Zola blinked, trying to stay awake. But in the face of Luke's persuasion, he actually felt that it was justified and there was no flaw. It is not surprising that Mr. General, who is talking about it eloquently, because he exchanged the Master Ninja skill card Bring Logician, using superficial language, simple reasoning, and a normal person's logic, so that the other party agrees with your statement. The success rate depends on the goal. The League of Assassins led by Master Ninja is a villain organization that treats humans as rotten muscles, necrotic blood vessels, and needs to be cleared regularly. Anyone who has a bit of IQ and some dialectical thinking skills would not think that such behavior is reasonable. Besides Batman, Master Ninja has successfully brainwashed many people, such as Bane, daughter Talia, grandson Damien, and so on. Every time Master Ninja appears on the stage, he must say the forest is on fire, plants and animals will be burned, and we will grow better in the coming years. This is a ridiculous statement that rapes normal people's thinking logic. I know that within Hydra, there is a distant legend about the Avalians. But you really want to welcome a monster thousands of years ago, and then worship him as a god? Rather than believing in the so-called foreign person, it is better to worship me. Superman, a powerful existence that can fly into the sky, lift up mountains, and crush steel, is not more suitable than a foreign person who doesn't even know what he looks like. Is it the definition of God? And, I don't mind at all. You kneel at my feet and worship me. Dr. Zola continued to remain silent, but there was a storm in his heart. A few words about the alien god. He still heard the Red Skull mention it inadvertently. Logically speaking, this is a high-level classified information within Hydra. There are ghosts in the organization. Almost immediately, this thought came to Dr. Zola's head. Then, the former chief scientist of Hydra, inexplicably felt that what Luke said seemed a bit reasonable. Judging from the abilities that Superman demonstrated, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the of the world. If it were put in the Maya period when strangers appeared, they might be regarded as gods. Mr. Major General. Dr. Zola also wants to continue to show his ingredients www.mentalnovel.com to get rid of the suspicion of Hydra. Luke waved his hand and interrupted. Doctor, if you are not a Hydra, then I hope you are. If you are a Hydra, that's even better. You can be my referee to join the organization. Red Skull does not necessarily want to welcome back the alien god. He cares more about the cube of the universe. As for the other leaders, they all have their own plans. After thousands of years of secret development, Hydra has long lost its original appearance. Although the name has not changed, the core is different. Including you, Dr. Zola. What is your purpose in entering Hydra? It is impossible to worship a god you have never heard of before. At this point, Dr. Zola sighed and stopped pretending. He helped Fu to slide down the glasses, smiled bitterly, the beautiful promise of immortality. Red Skull said that the of other people can give everyone eternal life. I am a scientist. I know that the decay of the body is the law of nature and cannot be stopped, but I yearn for spiritual immortality. Chapter 119. The Birth of the Snake Shield. The first speaker. Eternal life. Want to get rid of the fragile body and gain spiritual longevity. Luke froze for a moment. his eyes flickering. It is no wonder that Dr. Zola later chose to upload his consciousness to the computer memory, and become a ghostly existence in the form of digital life. It turned out to have foreshadowed long ago. Thinking of the 200,000 foot-long database in the basement nearly a century later, that is the body of Dr. Zola. To be honest, as a scientist, you shouldn't believe in such false promises. Immortality is nothing more than a fantasy. The Major General laughed contemptuously, not believing it. Any religion will give a layer of false hope that seems to be beautiful. For example, the soul enters the kingdom of heaven and enjoys the shining of the holy light. Or a river full of milk and honey, 72 are beautiful pure girls. Hydra is no exception. Immortality. Has anyone ever done it since ancient times? Luke asked with a smile. If you have to say that there may be immortals on the earth, it is probably yourself. Luke clearly remembered that in Superman's independent story, the other party lived to the end of the universe, and then restarted a new cycle. There are many similar examples. For example, in DC Millions, Superman stayed in the sun for 84,300 years and became a golden Superman. And in A Thing Tomorrow, Superman visits the Earth 5 billion years later to witness the end of the day. Time and life, for a Kryptonian who continues to grow and break through, may be a string of numbers, and it's no big deal. If it can be visualized, Luke believes that his head is beating by +1 every minute and every second. At that time, I was rather blind, fanatical about the great plan of the Third Reich to conquer Europe, and firmly believed in Hydra. Dr. Zola took a sip of red wine to hide his embarrassment. Any mortal has a beautiful fantasy of immortality. Compared with power and money, the endless long life is more worthy of people's madness. Trust me. The legendary of aliens will definitely not be able to give you the reward you want. Luke shrugged and pierced Dr. Zola's dream. The Inhumans are nothing but the experimental products of the Kree, and they are far from the true gods. As for eternal life, this is a lie. This is something that even their creators can't achieve. As one of the three empires, the Kree, imitating the former Celestial group, used primitive human gene fragments to carry out biological engineering, trying to create a group of powerful warriors. This is the origin of the Inhuman race. The so-called alien is the first successful experimenter. There are so many smart people in Hydra, why would they believe such a clumsy lie? Luke couldn't help being curious. It stands to reason that those conspirators should be skeptical about everything. We have a plan. Dr. Zola hesitated a little, and then he would leak the information of the organization. Project Far Star, right? Luke answered casually. It's like dropping a blockbuster bomb. The tangled Dr. Zola swallowed, trying to hide the shock on his face. Do you even know this? Is Hydra already infiltrated by SHIELD? There is an inner ghost among those high levels. Who is the one? Baron Teslick, Mrs. Viper, Whitehall, who is responsible for welcoming back the alien god. A series of names flashed through my mind, but I couldn't be sure. No matter who it is a huge blow to Hydra. They have always been known for spying undercover and infiltrating the enemy's intelligence capabilities, but now they are silently inserted into a nail by others. Thinking of this, Dr. Zola was in a cold sweat. Luke lowered his head and glanced. The other party's crazy brainy look, it really makes people want to laugh. Did I said wrong thing? He continued to ask. No. Dr. Zola shook his head with difficulty, and continued, that alien god, he was banished to a distant planet. Although it is impossible to determine the specific location to welcome it back to Earth, we can pass through a portal and put things in at regular intervals. Sometimes it is a living person, sometimes it is some animals. What is certain is that the god, he is still alive. Thousands of years have passed since the Mayan period, and he is still alive. Therefore, many people firmly believe that the foreign can live forever and can bestow this ability on his most loyal believers. Luke curled his lips when he heard it, saying that I could live to the end of the sun or the Big Bang. It is recommended that all Hydra members change their beliefs and establish a superhuman cult. Well, let's go back to the original topic. The Major General was tapping his fingers on the table. and the rhythmic tapping sound created psychological pressure on Dr. Zola invisibly. "Trust me, Doctor. I can be a perfect Hydra and lead you to a better future. Red Skull cannot achieve those great things that cannot be achieved. I can help you achieve them. A huge Hydra empire, a closely united community with a shared future for mankind, and a power center that rules the world." Luke is like a devil who persuades mortals to trade his soul. Dr. Zola's face flushed, and his emotions were quite agitated. He has been completely raped by the With Logician, and his thinking and logic have become Luke's shape. "So, what's the price?" Dr. Zola restrained his inner urges. "There is a saying in the East that if you want to eliminate external disputes, you must eliminate internal hidden dangers." Luke squinted his eyes and smiled gently. "Before ruling the world, the power of the Hydra should be concentrated in one place. I am going to have friendly exchanges with the leaders of Hydra, like Baron Straker and Madam Viper, and discuss cooperation matters. Hydra doesn't have to have so many heads. Are you right?" Dr. Zola's passion was instantly wiped out by a basin of cold water. He raised his head to look at Luke and tremblingly said, "Mr. Major General, are you going to be the sole leader of Hydra? Is there any problem?" "It's like doing business. I took SHIELD into a stake in Hydra, and I was elected as the largest shareholder, as well as the board of directors. It is very reasonable." Luke looked confused and asked, "You have a more suitable candidate than me?" SHIELD is superior to the Pentagon's intelligence agency. This gift is not enough. Dr. Zola was speechless, and his thinking logic was messy again. The Hydra has more than one leader, the Red Skull, like Baron Teslak hidden in the dark, Lady Viper who is active in Neon Island, Whitehall in Southeast Asia, and many more. There are 9 people in common. Even the Red Skull, who is backed by the Third Reich, failed to become the sole leader of Hydra. I was at best the spokesperson on the table.metalnovel.com as a newcomer. Luke made a request. "It's a bit too much, and it's completely beyond the scope of acceptable negotiation. If the opponent can really use SHIELD as a breeding ground for Hydra, it will be no problem to become one of the heads. As for the only leader, it is obviously impossible." If the Major General said, "Can the Hydra remain as it is?" Dr. Zola smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it will be swallowed directly by SHIELD." Luke thought about it for a few seconds, and continued to use his violent thinking logic. Any organization can stay the same. Only by boldly welcoming change can it be reborn. As for the question of who is the master between Hydra and SHIELD, I don't think it is necessary to make such a clear distinction. It's all a family. Just call it Snake Shield. I don't mind becoming the first director. Chapter 120. Go and ask Major General Cavill. Luke's personal proposal for the development of SHIELD, the Hydra family, and the establishment of a community with a shared future for mankind was temporarily shelved. Such an important decision, Dr. Zola said it was not counted. The leaders who were hiding in the dark must nod their heads and agree. He originally belonged to the Red Skull faction, but the remnant forces had long since divided SHIELD and Hydra, and basically there was nothing left. "So," Dr. Zola said before, "I quit the organization by myself, abandoned the dark and turned to the bright. Now I just want to be a good person." To some extent, it can be regarded as truthful. After all, the boss ran away to outer space, and the Third Reich was almost dead, and there were not many obedient brothers under his hands. Life is miserable for this reason, and what Hydra is still mixed up. Honestly, following SHIELD and holding Superman's thigh tightly is the right way. General Cavill, I have no opinion on the formation of the Snake Shield Bureau. Dr. Zola, who understood Luke's thoughts, seemed to have turned his head, and nodded decisively. "I also believe that you are definitely a better leader than Red Skull. If SHIELD needs it, I can immediately provide the location of Baron Straker, who is also one of the chiefs of Hydra. Other leaders, like Madam Viper, are far away in the Neon Island. Whitehall's whereabouts have always been secretive. It is difficult to find for a while. I may not be able to help. Moreover, Baron Straker contacted me not long ago. This person has secret contacts with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club. It is very likely, and one of the people behind the war. Dr. Zola is worthy of being an old Hydra who has everything to do with it. And he sold his teammates out without hesitation. It's not a faction anyway, and they don't have much friendship with each other. I will take a time to go to Moscow in the future. If I meet Baron Strack, I will have an in-depth conversation with him and discuss the merger plan of the Snake Shield. Luke smiled kindly. He didn't think the other party would refuse his request. The Baron is a smart man, and I believe he is definitely willing to make his due contribution to jointly building a better future for mankind. Dr. Zola quickly agreed. It is not without reason that this short and chubby scientist can stay by Red Skull for so long and sit in a high-level position. At least this ability to watch and watch, compared to Luke's first licking dog, Alessandro Corso, is not much worse. Dr. Zola, today's conversation. After talking about business, Luke stood up and picked up the glass of red wine on the table again. Mr. Major General came to me just to discuss the transformation plan of Warden's blood. There is nothing else. Dr. Zola smiled and looked very good. Then, cheers. Luke nodded in satisfaction. The Chief Aegis successfully acquired a stake in Hydra, and the great plan of forming the Snake Shield Bureau has taken the first step. With Dr. Zola as a referral, I believe that the head that originally belonged to the Red Skull will soon grow out. Cheers. Dr. Zola raised his glass and smirked. He originally wanted to shout "Long live the Hydra" subconsciously. Considering that he was abandoning the dark and throwing the light into the light, he washed ashore and swallowed back forcibly, "Long live the Hydra. From now on we will be one camp." Luke seemed to see through Dr. Zola's heart and said this famous line directly. The latter was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly shouted, "Long live the Hydra." In the office of Chief Aegis, the two clinked glasses with each other, and the scarlet wine swayed in circles. Secondary mission: the arrival of a new era, the rebirth of Hydra. Requirements: become the only leader. Reward: unlock the Krypton spaceship. Glancing at the updated task list, Luke smiled. A week later, numerous cities on the Atlantic coastline, for example, Boston, Philadelphia, Miami and New York, were attacked by the Atlantis fleet. This is the signal of war. The group of blue-skinned people on the bottom of the sea, either riding huge marine creatures or driving a shuttle-shaped flying boat, began to march towards the landing site. Major General Cavill, what are your plans? In the Oval Office of the White House, Mr. President could not bear the public opinion outside and the pressure of war, so he had to ask Luke for help. Except for Major General Cavill, who has created countless miracles, he doesn't know who else to trust. During this time, the Admiralty tried to contact the army of Atlantis, and several small-scale conflicts broke out between the two sides. Every time it ended in a disastrous defeat. Facts have proved that it is almost impossible for the aircraft carrier fleet to defeat Atlantis in the Atlantic waters. Even if bombers are dispatched to suppress firepower, the effect is not great. Seeing that the situation is wrong, the Atlanteans can dive down quickly. The power of their high-pressure water cannons is amazing, and the strong fortresses they have built have their own defensive film, which can't even be broken by torpedoes. Unless the White House can make up its mind to drop an atomic bomb again. Otherwise, the next war situation is not optimistic. Your Excellency, we don't need to panic. Luke first spoke to appease. I haven't seen him for many days, and the President, who has been in office for less than a year, looks much haggard. In order to reduce casualties, the National Guard has been evacuating urban residents near the Atlantic coastline. This approach has caused dissatisfaction among many people. The turbulent pressure of public opinion from the outside world is like boiling water. Americans who have just experienced a war have no idea of fighting at all, so naturally they have many complaints. The congressmen on Capitol Hill quarreled with each other, and the main war faction and the main peace faction met every day to greet each other's parents whether they were alive or not. As for the Pentagon, Some people have already proposed to drop a few atomic bombs to wash the ground. It can be seen that this war that is about to break out has put a lot of pressure on the bald eagle, who loves to use military hegemony to intimidate other countries in the future. Major General Cavill, I can't keep calm. As the Minister of the Admiralty Nimitz said, if he knows where the blue-skinned guys are, he can't wait to throw a bunch of atomic bombs right away. The president smiled bitterly, expressing that he could not calm down. He hadn't slept peacefully for several days. When he closed his eyes, it was the Atlantis who broke into the White House and hanged himself on the street lamp pole. It seemed to be French tradition. With all due respect, the atomic bomb may not solve the problem. Luke pierced the president's last illusion. You were reading www.uucansu.com solemnly said, the king city of Atlantis, Posidonia may be under a trench of tens of thousands of meters, and the shockwave formed by the explosion should not hurt them. This is really good news. The president, who took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, was speechless. Even if the atomic bomb doesn't work, how likely is the federal government to win? SHIELD has not been idle for a while. We have sent hundreds of agents to be active in Boston and Philadelphia, collecting intelligence information on Atlantis. Seeing that the president is about to explode, Luke timely said, the tactics of the undersea people should be to prepare fortresses along the coastline to form a stable defensive line and offensive camp. The Atlanteans can't actually adapt to life on land. They can breathe underwater, but they can't stay in human cities continuously. Every time, their troops will return to the fortresses on the coastline to replenish weapons and water. Chapter 121. The soldiers are near the city, before the decisive battle. Does this mean that the Atlanteans cannot go deep inland? Recently, Mr. President, who was so anxious that his hairline moved back, his eyes lit up. He wondered whether moving the White House to Chicago or San Antonio would be safer. It is not shameful to shift strategically and preserve vitality. Before the war started, I was going to move the capital and run away. This operation is a bit familiar. Luke, who specifically observed the president's facial expressions, was speechless. The politicians in the world are indeed the same. The Atlanteans must have a solution to the problem. They can use the coastline as a starting point to continuously build strong fortresses that serve as transit points and steadily advance the front. Luke once again ruthlessly pierced the beautiful illusions of Mr. President. Instead of counting on Atlantis, it is hard to get into the interior. It is better to think carefully about how to organize forces and develop defenses. I forgot it for a while. It is indeed possible to adopt such a tactic. The dream was broken, and the president, who experienced the ups and downs of his life, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. What's even more annoying is that he can't get angry at Luke yet, because, based on the current situation, the only chance to save the country and win the war lies in this Major General. Superman is everyone's last hope. Those strong fortresses built along the coastline with a defensive water film can certainly provide supplies to the Atlanteans, but they are also obvious targets. Luke calmly analyzed and continued. It is completely possible to send bombers to cover firepower, and at the same time use aircraft carrier formations to carry out small-scale harassment. SHIELD had seized several submarines from Hydra before. After a thorough transformation, plus the nuclear reactor designed by Howard Stark, they can be launched and put into use in a short time. In the face of Atlantis offense, the winning rate is not as low as expected. Hearing Luke saying this, Mr. President felt at ease. The young Major General sitting across from him, his eyes flickered slightly. In fact, Luke has a lot of whole cards in his hand. Removing Superman's own combat power, the Golden Trident snatched from Namor can change the weather and set off a tsunami. It couldn't be easy to deal with the army of Atlantis. It only needs to create a huge tsunami to destroy all the fortresses on the Atlantic coastline. This is a kill-thousand, self-destructive style of damage to both sides. Before the critical moment, there is no need to use it. The reason for not telling this to the White House and the Pentagon is just to allow the tension of this war to continue to ferment and create a more favorable situation for SHIELD. As for the president's failure to sleep well, anxiety to baldness and other issues, they are not within Luke's consideration. I think the aircraft carrier formation of the Navy Department can attract the attention of the Atlanteans from the side, while the SHIELD task force and the invasion team can attack from the ground, Luke said methodically. This calm, confident and steady demeanor seemed to inject a cardiotonic injection into the president, and his anxiety gradually calmed down. In contrast, the quarreling gang on Capitol Hill and the many congressmen with different opinions seem a little ridiculous. The performance of the Pentagon is even more disappointing. Since Atlantis appeared, so many days passed. Neither the Navy nor the War Department have come up with a practical plan to eliminate the bad idea of abandoning the coastline and retreating to the inland cities. Mindful of this, the president's eyes on Luke became more eager. Like a drowning man, he finally grabbed a straw. Major General Cavali's the pillar of the country. The real savior. He thought so. Major General, if you have any needs, you can raise them. The president was happy for a while, and a little ecstatic. If he can keep thinking soberly, he will definitely remember how the young Major General sitting in front of him had let the Budget Committee escape from the wind and how the Pentagon avoided it. To benefit, to raise conditions, to apply for funding. These things, Luke, can be said to be extremely proficient. It is my honor to be able to make a small contribution to this war. The young Major General with a gentle smile didn't mean to take credit at all. Such an attitude brought tears to Mr. President's eyes, and he was almost speechless. But before the president with thinning hair was moved, Luke changed his conversation. Since Your Excellency has said so, I have to be disrespectful. Accept this kindness, and make a little request. A little bit. An unknown premonition rose from the president's heart. In the next moment, Luke found a thick file of about 100 pages. This is? The president's throat rolled twice, silently praying that Luke would never ask for money again. The budget committee has been hollowed out. He opened his trembling hands and saw the first thing that caught his eye: the preparation plan and specific regulations of the World Security Council. 3 days later, Boston Harbor. The cargo ships anchored here on weekdays have all disappeared. Instead, there are huge triangular fortresses rising from the ground. Standing on the shore, one could clearly see a team of tall and strong Atlantis guards. They wear boss helmets similar to fish tanks for normal breathing. Everyone is dressed like an exoskeleton-powered armor, and is full of power between walking. In these days, the Navy fleet tried to expel several times, all of which ended in failure. There is a clear firepower gap between the two sides, and Atlantis is familiar with the ocean and can give full play to its advantages. The various tactics of the Admiralty are difficult to achieve the original effect. In general, Atlantis and the country of the same name on the next studio have the same number of technology trees. Put it in the current world after the end of World War II, and properly lead the era. Unless the Bald Eagle can bring the Allies together, fight another civilized war against Atlantis and defend the land world. Otherwise, the best way is to abandon the coastal cities and shrink the defensive front inward. Therefore, it is not unreasonable that the White House and the Pentagon have so many surrender factions and peace talks. There is indeed a big gap between a land country and a maritime civilization. Notify Nimitz of the Admiralty and ask him to drive over the aircraft carrier formation. The Atlanteans are ready to land. Luke fell to the ground, looked away, and said to the liaison officer, through supervision and superhearing, he can easily learn the content of the conversation in the fortress. Next is the invasion team. Luke looked at Rogers, who was heavily armed, and whispered, you have to lead the mechanized unit of the War Department and the National Guard as a support to prevent the landing of the Atlanteans. Most of the citizens of Boston www.mtlnovel.com were evacuated and evacuated early. In this city, only the American troops waiting to fight and the Atlanteans who are about to land are left, guaranteed to complete the task. Captain America tightened the vibrating shield in his hand and nodded vigorously. This is the first time he has acted as a conductor, and his heart is a little nervous. Steve, all you have to do is buy Howard time for him to successfully implement the last step, Luke urged. He does not doubt the strength of Captain America. The battleship-class soldiers who have been strengthened 24 times by the blood of Warden have no problem dealing with the army of Atlantis. Except for the mutants of the Hellfire Club, plus Namor himself, these blue-skinned undersea people, there is almost nothing that can be beaten. Chapter 122? World Stand-in, Platinum Star. The black car drove slowly into the center of Greenwich Village and stopped in front of a three-story building. General, here it is. The young driver in a straight military uniform opened the car door respectfully. Luke, who was leaning on the back seat, nodded and walked out of it. His gaze fell on the number plate, and then he looked up at the round window at the top. That's it. Make sure he didn't find the wrong place. Luke smiled. The house in front of you is the Sanctuary in New York. Kamar-Taj once created 3 time and space nodes around the world, and here is one of them. There are many mages in the North American continent. No one does not know the existence of the Sanctuary. Don't avoid me this time? Luke's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. A month after arriving in this world, he tried to find the Sanctuary in New York. At that time, the plugin was not activated for a long time, and when I learned that I had come to the Marvel Studio, my heart was full of insecurity. As a traverser, a smuggler of time and space in a sense, Luke took the risk and took the initiative to approach the secret sanctuary in the West Village of New York. I thought that maybe I was so talented that I was favored by the Supreme Master at a glance and accepted as a disciple. From then on, start the life path of becoming a legendary mage. Regrettably, Luke ran to Brick Street in Greenwich Village for more than a month without finding the house number 117. Obviously, the Supreme Mage didn't take his fancy. This cruel fact also frustrated Luke for a long time. The New York Sanctuary is a magical building, and its location will not change. But whether you can find it depends on fate. For example, the future Doctor Strange. Only after a lap in Kathmandu, he was taken into Kamar-Taj by the disciple of the Supreme Master, Mordu, and reached the pinnacle of life. However, Luke did not miss the wind and rain. He insisted on checking in Brick Street every day, but he had no income. His abnormal behavior even made Rogers and Bucky suspicious. I think my friend ended his single dog life behind his back and plunged into the warm and charming embrace of the young girl. Mage Yi is already waiting inside. The moment Luke got out of the car, the closed doors of the New York Sanctuary opened suddenly. The space is like folded, interlaced mirrors, presenting a mysterious and complicated scene. A dark-skinned mage in a vintage robe came out with a peaceful smile. "Mr. Major General, please come in." He had a friendly attitude, and slightly bowed in invitation. Luke lightly chins his head and walks directly into the door without any hesitation. After the last long night with the Supreme Master, the two initially reached a consensus on cooperation. The only thing lacking is probably Kang the Conqueror's shit-shucking stick, which hasn't appeared yet. "Mr. Major General, please don't mind," Master Yi said. "Don't want outsiders to enter the sanctuary." Luke stood at the gate, following the sight of the black mage. The young driver who originally wanted to keep up seemed to be caught in a time loop. Repeat the action of closing the door and stepping on the steps. It seemed that someone had intercepted the tributary for a period of time and let him fall into it. "I can understand." Luke curled his lips. The Supreme Mage is indeed a master of time. The scene presented to the young driver is much more complicated than the time pause. Extract the established facts that have happened, and intercept them to become a tributary of time. As long as it is nested in, it is very free. If it were changed to below the level of Heavenly Father, it might not even be able to detect it. Luke was not surprised at this. The first Supreme Mage Agamotto had held the Gem of Time very early, and sealed it in a special magical instrument, imposing countless heavy spells as protection, and used it as a magical instrument. Later, Yi, who took over the position, almost never left his body for this supreme artifact called the Eye of Agamotto, and often tried to figure it out. Manipulating time branches and making time pauses are all pediatrics for them. Even if the Supreme Mage has a world stand-in, it might not be so easy to deal with my Lissu AA, plus the Platinum Star of Magic immunity. Luke stepped into the gate while playing around silently, looking at the architectural layout of the sanctuary. On the first floor is the living room and public library. Several mages dressed in retro robes hurried past with a few heavy books. They either bow their heads and think, or frown without saying a word. Boom! There was a loud noise. A few strong, grey-headed figures walked out. One by one was wearing armor and carrying heavy weapons such as axes and flail. This is also ... mage? Luke asked, tilting his head. The dimension has not been peaceful lately. They are all members of the Paladins, who specialize in destroying some inferior demons that have penetrated into the main universe. The Black Mage explained. Kamar-Taj has always had a cooperative relationship with the monastic order of the Dunya and religious institutions. Luke showed a clear look. To put it more directly, it is to use the holy knights and churches as tools. Follow the Black Mage up to the second floor. This is the living area with many guest rooms. It is worth mentioning that there are teleport windows on the walls that lead to all parts of the world. They show different appearances such as dense forests, mountain peaks, and the sea, and there were rotating organs shining brightly next to them. Keep going up. The third floor is the most important area of the sanctuary. It is used to place magic props, and to practice meditation. Luke followed the Black Mage and entered here. It stands to reason that he is not qualified to set foot as an outsider. It's just that Guyi has always been informal, and it is in sharp contrast to the rigid and strict Agamotto. Along the way, Luke saw many familiar artifacts. The most conspicuous is the magic floating cloak displayed in the glass cabinet, the signature equipment of Doctor Strange. They are all here waiting for their destined master. The Guyi Mage with a new look, dressed in a white robe, was standing in front of a round window. Then it seems that I am not the one they are waiting for, Luke regretted. He also wants to follow some magic items. Metalnovel.com. The invasion team of SHIELD. Now there are only Superman and Captain America. Maybe Howard can be turned into a mage. The upgrade route imitates the unborn Lord Dumu, and he can directly cultivate both science and magic. Master output plus meat shield. Support to attract hatred. A next copy of the team becomes it. Mr. Major General, the civilized war between Atlantis and the land world is about to start. Shouldn't you be on the front line? Guyi said with a faint smile. As you can see, the New York Sanctuary can't help much. The Hell Dimension launched an invasion. We must focus on maintaining the time and space nodes. Luke shook his head. He hadn't thought about asking the Supreme Mage to stop this crisis. Chapter 123? The magical wizard of No One. The position of Kamar-Taj and the Supreme Master was clear from the beginning. Unless Atlantis intends to blow up the Earth, expecting Guyi to take the initiative to help is purely a dream. They have never put Duni society in their eyes. If it weren't for this, the Zeterian fleet would never have invaded New York. The moment the portal opened, the Supreme Mage was able to happily send away the pioneer troops sent by Thanos. As for Rocky's conspiracy and tricks, when placed in front of Guyi, who has watched the official spoilers, it seems like a clumsy trick full of flaws. Master Guyi, I visited the sanctuary today, just to show you how a huge and well-prepared organization can cope with a severe crisis. Luke walked to the round window and said confidently, in the sanctuary, there are a series of protective measures to ensure internal safety. For example, magic spells and magic traps are specially used to guard against possible intruders. In addition, this building has an ultimate seal. It is the round window with 4 flowing lines in front of Luke. It is called Window of the World and is a powerful seal imposed by Emperor Waishan. Very strong, able to protect the sanctuary from the ravages of supernatural forces and dark creatures. Therefore, the Supreme Master often stands here and observes the changes in the world. Mr. Major General, you still want to convince me that as long as you prepare well in advance, You can kill all crises in the bud. Yi shook his head and smiled, obviously not thinking that Luke could do this. In addition to having a strong body, a mage must also have a firm will. Otherwise, the cost of casting spells and the attraction of the dark dimension will sooner or later drag them into the boundless abyss. As the strongest among the mages, how could Yi easily be persuaded to change his mind? I have held the Eye of Agamotto for so many years, and I have witnessed the changing world of this world, traveled in the long river of time and space, and experienced countless terrible wars. She spoke plainly, but showed extremely strong self-confidence in her tone. Tens of thousands of years ago, Asgard and the Dark Elves fought together for the throne of the Lord of the Nine Realms. Thousands of years ago, Odin and his daughter Hela sounded the horn of war, and together they led the Valkyrie army to expand and conquer all realms. Return your gaze a little. The decisive battle between the Zaporozhos and the Frost Giant was started in Tunsberg, Norway. Yi, who stopped in front of the window of the world, looked at Luke, who kept his smile unchanged, and said softly, "This is why I was indifferent to the World War and Atlantis. Long time will kill a person's inner emotions. To me, life is like an endless cage with no edge in sight, which locks me in." Yi sighed, and his words revealed a sense of disgust. It is like an older social animal who works overtime all year round and desperately wants to retire. No wonder she hurriedly transferred the position of the Supreme Mage to strange Dr. Strange. Then he left the Earth in the form of star projection and ran to find the Eternal Boss, one of the five gods. The rich experience that exists in the depths of my memory tells me that it is impossible to kill all dangerous buds before they happen. When you eliminate a variable, it is likely to trigger a worse backlash. Yi finally concluded. She did not agree with Luke's theory, and see through the real thoughts of the other party. If we can unite Kamar-Taj, we can deepen our connection with the world. Even further, let the three Sanctuary and Shield led by Luke cooperate. Then, the position of the young Major General will once again be consolidated. To put it bluntly, Luke wanted to seize power and tightly tie the mage camp to the chariot. Seeing Yi, who is used to strong winds and waves, he does not reject this approach. But without good reason, she would not accept it. There is no absolute truth in the world. Luke didn't feel irritated by the Supreme Master's denial. Instead, he smiled and said, "I want to invite Yi to watch a wonderful performance to verify my theory about this war in Atlantis." Yi frowned and asked, "Don't you plan to participate?" Without the top combat power of Superman, the land world faces the gradual landing of Atlantis, and I am afraid there is no chance of winning. At least until the end of the show. I don't need my appearance. Luke replied meaningfully. He has prepared everything. Mr. Major General, you seem to be confident. I have to admit that this evoked my keen interest in the direction of this war. A hint of doubt rose in Yi's eyes. Since Luke created so many time branches, the world has become even more strange and novel to her. But even if it is difficult to pry into the future changes, but think about it seriously, if there is no Superman on the stage, Atlantis will have no suspense to win. So, do you want to make a bet? Luke's mouth curled up, like a croupier in a casino, and said with a bewildering nature, "I promise you will never make a move until Namor is frustrated and ready to die together." "What's the bet?" Yi asked with great interest. "A chance to learn," Luke said sincerely. "In fact, I have always had a dream of becoming a mage in my heart." Yi laughed blankly. She took 2 steps back and looked at the other side carefully several times. "Only in terms of physique, you have the basic qualities of a mage." Hearing these words, Luke felt a strong complaint in his heart. Why is the basic quality of a mage judged based on whether the physique is strong enough? Is it really a full-fledged berserker? As for the affinity of natural elements, as well as magical talent. Gu paused, showing a weird expression. "When you were wandering around the gate of the Sanctuary in New York, I didn't take the initiative to see you, because you were a blank piece of paper, and the absorption of natural energy and magical elements was almost zero. To put it bluntly, you are totally unsuitable to be a mage. But I have seen many geniuses, including those with extraordinary talents like Merlin. Now you can undoubtedly be one of them. Frankly speaking, if I had a better candidate, I might choose you as the successor of the next Supreme Master. Luke was a little surprised. The template of Magic Superman is so strong, straight from a rookie waste material, transformed into a magic genius. But to take over the seat of the Supreme Master, let's forget it. You know, every once in a while, Emperor Wai-Shan of the Trinity will hold a battle for the Supreme Master. In layman's terms, it is to play battle royale game. Keep all the combatants in a small space, compete with each other for IQ and personal strength, without restricting the use of props and contracts. The person who can persist until the end, and is not eliminated, can win the honorary title of Supreme Mage. This is a very lively event in multiple dimensions. Later, Guyi successively won the 22nd Supreme Master contest, making the demons of the dimension too lazy to spend time opening bets. Over time, this multi-dimensional World Cup has become cold. Luke knows very well that there is a price to pay for the magic of the Marvel world, and the Supreme Mage is still inevitable. What is the end of loan sharking? He didn't want to be called by a bunch of dimension demon gods to collect debts every day. Why is Doctor Strange called Kidney Deficiency Mage? Because he loses strength at every turn. When it is strong, it can be compared to Guyi. When it is weak, it can't even beat the devil. Moreover, long-term use of magic has caused Strange to suffer from severe gastric ulcers, kidney stones and other diseases. Although he is an excellent doctor. MTLnovel.com, there is still nothing to do with the stubborn diseases caused by magic. How can I take on this great responsibility? Luke euphemistically said that he didn't want to do this job, so let's let a more dedicated Doctor Strange get employed. Well, you really have no interest in the Supreme Mage. Guyi has some regrets. If this young Major General had less desire for power and less pursuit of power, he would definitely become a qualified Supreme Mage. Alas, it seems that the time of retirement still has to be postponed later. If you want to enter Kamar-Taj to learn knowledge, there is no problem. The door of magic is always open, and no one will be rejected. Nodded. Next, Mr. General, what kind of wonderful performance are you going to show me? Chapter 124. One super soldier passing by Mage Guyi. Let us set our sights on Boston first. Luke made an unfathomable and mysterious expression, like a magician who created the atmosphere of the show before going on stage. It does not directly perform tricks, but uses language to mobilize the curiosity of the audience in the audience. When their attention is completely attracted, they will use the quick technique to complete the goal, so as to achieve the effect of deceiving the vision. Major General Cavill, you are such an interesting person. The corner of Gus' mouth raised a smile, and even a sly and changeable devil like Mephisto could hardly deceive her eyes. In that case, I will wait and see. I didn't see any special movements from the Supreme Mage either. The round window with 4 flow lines glowed with bright lights in an instant. The window of the world sealed by Emperor Wai-Shan of the Trinity unscrupulously extracts the huge energy of the dimensional space, rotating slowly like a whirlpool. A few seconds later, a real and clear picture was projected from it. Boom. In the scene, a Sherman medium tank was hit by a high-pressure water cannon from Atlantis and was instantly scrapped. The skyrocketing flames and deafening explosions made people feel like they were back in World War II. The landing forces of Atlantis had already breached the port and approached the streets of the city. Is this the performance you want to enjoy, Mr. General? Guyi frowned slightly, staring at the battlefield image projected by Window of the World. The mechanized troops sent by the US military collided with the killer whale army in Atlantis on the city streets, like 2 turbulent torrents, meeting each other. Tanks, armored vehicles, bombers, facing the sea knights, high-pressure water cannons, moving fortresses. The human armies of the land world, and the Atlanteans of the marine civilization. The artillery roared and shook the earth. On the human side, things look bad. After watching quietly for a while, Guy made a judgment. The killer whale army in Atlantis is a group of primitive tribes riding on marine creatures and holding cold weapons. Behind them are small movable fortresses lined up with amazingly powerful high-pressure water cannons fired intensively, like a beam of laser rain, intertwined into a large net of death. The group of tanks rumbling on the street, faced with such fierce firepower, continued to damage soldiers, and the defensive line gradually moved backwards. The aerial bombers whizzed past, dropping one bomb after another, but it could only play a certain degree of interference and could not stop the opponent's advancement. Those small movable fortresses that move slowly, with a protective cover like a thin water film, can withstand the shockwave of the explosion. And like the medieval knights, the Orc army that brazenly launched the charge fully demonstrated the weird style of the Wakanda people of using cold weapons and crushing hot weapons. The huge marine creatures stepped on the hard ground and directly smashed into the scattered special teams. The Atlantis man sitting on it, holding a sharp spear flat, pierced a soldier's chest, completely ignoring his body armor made of aluminium alloy and high-strength nylon, and the bullets fired by the Thompson submachine gun hit the opponent's metal armor. Only a few sparks were splashed, and they couldn't even break the defense. Less than 10 minutes into this landing battle, Atlantis showed an overwhelming absolute advantage. Unless the US military can now drive the number one machine out, it must be in an unplugged runaway state. Otherwise, it is basically difficult to withstand these blue-skinned undersea people. I don't think it is necessarily. Guy Mage might as well have more patience. Luke's smile remained unchanged, his eyes fixed on the tiny figure stepping into the battlefield. Captain America has just entered the stadium. Captain, where is Superman? When Rogers appeared, a senior officer who was sitting in an armored car and holding a field communicator to give orders asked loudly for them. Superman is an invincible legendary hero. It is said that even the king of Atlantis suffered a disastrous defeat. The battle in the Atlantic waters, as well as the photos of propelling the aircraft carrier, have long been circulated. As long as Superman arrives, these blue-skinned undersea people will definitely be beaten and run away. Not only Boston, but New York and Philadelphia are facing an uphill battle. Rogers held the metal shield and said solemnly, Luke won't show up, he has more important things to do. Next, I will take over this battlefield. Captain America didn't care about the officer's suspicious look. He promised Luke that he must resist the landing forces of Atlantis and buy enough time for Howard. There is not so much time for us to chat now. Lieutenant Colonel, concentrate all the troops. I will open a channel for you. Rogers glanced at the opponent's epaulets and ordered, follow me. You can win. Captain America's determined eyes and calm attitude seemed to have infected the lieutenant colonel. He saluted a military salute, then rushed into the armored vehicle, holding the communicator and shouting, shrink the force and concentrate on the second block of the port. We are about to launch a counterattack. Under the leadership of Captain America. Rogers nodded in satisfaction. His legs sank slightly, and leapt vigorously, like a long-charged cannonball hitting the center of the battlefield. Following Luke for so long, the only thing he learned is to act as a banner when fighting. As long as they don't fall, retreat, or surrender, the soldiers will come one after another. That's Captain America. I bought his comics. I know. He is Superman's comrade in arms. Fuck these people from the bottom of the sea. Seeing Rogers enter the center of the battlefield with such a high-profile posture, the morale of the US military was greatly boosted. Land people. Let me send you to see the of the sea. A soldier of the Orca Legion riding marine creatures directly launched a violent charge, piercing the air with the spear clenched in his right hand. There was contempt in his eyes, confident that he could smash the opponent's head in the next second. Glang! The spear, which was enough to penetrate steel, slammed into the round shield that Rogers raised up in an unbiased manner. This killer whale Legion soldier was full of doubt. I was clearly facing the opponent's head. Before he could react, the swift charge was stopped. The huge marine creatures are like a copper wall and iron wall, unable to break through. The four-legged sea beast couldn't stop the car under the strong inertia, staggered and turned sideways. With a bang, hit the ground heavily. Cracks open and dust is flying. "Sorry, let me send you to see the of the sea." Rogers learned the lessons of Paris and put away some extra kindness on the battlefield. He carried the soldier of the Orca Legion who was more than 2 meters high in one hand and threw it out like a discus throw. Snap! The metal armor that blocked the bullet was sunken, and a large stream of blue liquid dripped from it. "I will guard this city." Rogers strode forward, his eyes glowing with blazing light. Boom, boom, boom. The whole street seemed to be filled with gunpowder kegs and there was a violent explosion. The small movable fortress that was steadily advancing was directly penetrated by the protective shield. Like those scrap tanks, it becomes a mass of steel wreckage. As if feeling the pressure given by Captain America, the intensive high-pressure water cannon bombarded it like a torrential rain. However, relying on the vibrating shield www.mentalnovel.com, no matter how fierce firepower is, it will not cause a fatal threat to Rogers. He smashed a soldier of the Orca Legion and picked up the sharp spear that fell to the ground. Bang! The air made a dull blast. The spear was like lightning, strung the soldiers who charged up into crayfish. "Landman ... Who are you?" The Legion commander with a stronger body and a darker complexion asked in horror. They never knew that among the terrestrial people with weak bodies and backward technology, there are such strong people. "I'm just a super soldier passing by." Rogers threw out his shield and knocked down the opponent. In the eyes, a ball of ball lightning was fired again. Chapter 125? My stupid brother, don't believe women. Frankly speaking, Steve Rogers shouldn't be so strong. Guy stared at the real picture projected from the window of the world, and couldn't help showing a weird look. To be more precise, he shouldn't even show up in Boston. He shouldn't be active at this point in time. He who changed the future of Captain America, Mr. General. In countless timelines, Captain America Steve Rogers will be frozen and sleep for 70 years. This is something that is destined to happen and cannot be changed. Luke pretended to be incomprehensible and ignorant, and asked, "Then how should Rogers live his original life?" "Have a good night's sleep." In the second half of the sentence, he didn't say anything. "Compared to the rest of your influence, Mr. Major General, Captain America alone is really nothing." Guy was too lazy to pierce the opponent's clumsy performance, said casually, and continued to cast his gaze on the battlefield in Boston. The ending is no more suspense. The Captain of the United States, who had undergone 24 layers of reinforcement, was like a humanoid battleship, carrying the vibrating shield on a rampage, forcibly digging a passage. No one can stop his footsteps with the water cannon and the Orca Legion. For a long time, the Captain America, who followed Superman silently and whose light was covered up, finally got a chance to express himself. The disadvantaged US forces contracted their fronts and launched a counterattack. Tanks, armored vehicles, and bombers all stepped into battle, and began to pour firepower in turns. Suddenly, it defeated the killer whale army in Atlantis. If nothing happens, this landing battle is likely to end in the failure of marine civilization. Atlantis' strength doesn't stop the Namor and Hellfire Club haven't made any moves yet. Guy looked away, seeming to remind, there are not many troops attacking Boston. There is only one army of killer whales. New York is their main battlefield. A wonderful performance will always be divided into several acts, and the first show just ended. Luke shrugged, indicating that the Supreme Mage didn't need to worry. Let us turn our attention to Philadelphia and see how the battle is going over there. Guy nodded a little. She was more and more expecting what kind of answer sheet the other party could hand over. I have to say that this Major General can always give people unexpected extra surprises. The window of the world emits light, and the projected picture gradually changes. Before long, the situation on the other battlefield came into view. Boom. It's like when the popcorn movie starts. There is always a gimmick. Luke's sight followed a bomb dropped by a bomber. The iron lump suddenly fell from a high altitude, dragging a long screaming sound. With a bang, a dazzling fire burst out. The airwaves rolled and shrapnel splashed. The attacking Philadelphia is the seahorse of Atlantis. They are not as tall and strong as the killer whale tribe, and they are all about the same size as normal humans. What's more peculiar is that these people have no feet and can't walk upright on land. They can only stay in a shuttle-shaped flying boat. The Hippocampus tribe is a bloodline with a relatively high degree of degradation of the Atlantis people. Because they live on the bottom of the sea all the year round, they have reversion to their ancestors, and their legs degenerate into dorsal and caudal fins, in exchange for a more flexible body and communication with sea beasts. Talent. As the strongest among the mages, Guyi is not only powerful, but also knowledgeable. Her knowledge of Atlantis past is not below Luke. In various details, it may still win. If I guessed correctly, you should be planning to put mutants on this battlefield. After Guyi meditated for a moment, he whispered, "It's just that they may not be able to deal with the Seahorse Legion hiding in the flying boat. They are not like the Orca Legion, relying on relatively primitive cold weapons to fight. In the face of fierce firepower and fleet salvos, what role can the mutants play?" Luke glanced at the Supreme Mage who had planted the flag in advance, and smiled without saying a word. "Jimmy, shall we play a killing game? Who gets more heads than anyone?" The saber-toothed tiger stepped off the helicopter, was excited and said loudly, "I heard that the blood of the Atlantis is blue. I can't wait to verify it." He retains the bloodthirsty nature of a fierce beast in his bones, and he is very eager to fight and fight. Although he was subdued by Luke, his temperament became much more docile after the consensus was reached. But as long as he stepped onto the battlefield and participated in the battle, the harsh and tyrannical emotions would still flow up and engulf reason. Not interested in. Wolverine indifferently rejected the old man. With a thick cigar in his mouth, he glanced back from time to time and glanced in the direction of Kayla the Silver Fox. The saber-toothed tiger found this a little frustrated, and muttered, "A woman is just a plaything to vent." "Jimmy, don't be emotional, it will make you weak. Only brothers can trust each other. Only I will accompany you to the end of life." Saber-toothed tiger, this irritable brother, actually has a plot of his brother in his heart, and he always wants to be with his brother. But Wolverine ignored these words. He was full of thoughts of getting rid of being single, and the Silver Fox Kyla, who was in the same team, was very good. The other person has a gentle personality and can always calm himself down, which is different from the women I have met before. That's right. Wolverine, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually a personal bulldozer. It can be said that he can't even count the sisters he has slept with. Fortunately, the hit rate is relatively low, otherwise the great dream of the cloth world can be fully realized. Everyone, we have worked together so many times, so we omit the unnecessary nonsense. Stryker, wearing sunglasses, had been waiting in Philadelphia for a long time, and he had been at the dam base on Lake Acalia during this time. After Atlantis chose to go to war, he was transferred to the front line by SHIELD. This time the task is not easy. What you have to deal with is not the dictatorship warlord in Africa, nor the spies of the Hydra. They are a bunch of blue-skinned people living on the bottom of the sea. Stryker reminded him that he hoped that the mutant squad would be aware of the seriousness and don't let down its vigilance. The saber-toothed tiger chuckled twice and said unabashedly, "To be honest, I'm looking forward to a seafood meal." After that, he stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. "Victor, beware of germs on those Atlanteans." Hunk Meatball continued. "Personally recommend high-temperature frying instead of sashimi. It will be safer." The dark-skinned ghost John laughed. This team of mutants, after performing several missions, the degree of tacit understanding has greatly deepened, without the unfamiliar feeling that it had before. Of course, it was mainly Luke who tamed the saber-toothed beast. Before the change, Victor never paid attention to team spirit and obeyed the command. "Everyone, let the small talk go to the back." Stryker tried his best to imitate Luke's tone in an attempt to gain more respect. He said lightly, "This is a civilized battle between humans and Atlantis. You are on the side of SHIELD, so after seeing the real enemy, don't be soft." The Seahorse Corps is a huge fleet on land. The shuttle-shaped flying boats they ride are like tanks, capable of shooting high-pressure water cannons. And they are extremely mobile. Under the same conditions, the armored divisions of the War Department are not rivals. That will be difficult. Mentalnovel.com. I can't tear the tank with my paws. The saber-toothed tiger interrupted the way. Major General Cavill did not intend to let you confront the Seahorse Corps heads. That is the task of the Pentagon. Stryker glared at the other person and said angrily, that group of guys also have weaknesses. They can communicate with sea beasts. This is an innate ability. Just like mutants. From the perspective of the flexibility and coordination of this fleet after the war, we can be sure that the Seahorse Corps has also applied this ability to the battlefield. They can carry out a large number of spiritual links, that is to say, this army has a brain that looks at the overall situation and gives orders. Kayla, your task is to control the Legion commander hiding in the fortress, and the rest are responsible for assisting Kayla to accomplish this. Stryker scanned everyone, and said in a more serious tone, this is Major General Cavill's order. Chapter 126. One cut tactical switcher, your crystal is gone. Two beasts with self-healing factors and fearless of death, one moves instantaneously. The assistance of restraining firepower, one can fight a thick and powerful shield, and one with mental ability. Luke stopped in front of the window of the world, looked at the projection screen, smiled and said, when you encounter the uniformed Seahorse army, they are naturally not opponents. But this tribal bloodline of Atlantis has the gift of spiritual linking, therefore, I set the target on the Legion commander who is hiding in the fortress. As long as Kayla the Silver Fox succeeds in controlling the leader, then they will be defeated without a fight. Guy tightened his lips and remained silent for a long time, not as easy as he was just now. The situation on the battlefield was just as Luke expected. Tanks, armored vehicles, and bombers work together to constrain the land fleet of the Seahorse Corps. The flying boats they ride are similar to long and narrow silver shuttles, with amphibious combat functions. The military defense line of the land world was easily torn apart by the Atlanteans. The fleet composed of the latter is flexible and changeable, like a predator in the deep sea, sniffing the enemy out of blood. Avoid its edge, a fatal blow. This is the tactics of the Major General. Guy stared at the saber-toothed tiger and the Wolverine. These two humanoid beasts were teleported by the Ghost John and brought them to the inside of the fortress to kill them, as if they had entered the land of no one. Compared with them, the Seahorse warriors of the Atlantis are like captive lambs, torn to pieces by tigers and hungry wolves. It's really a wonderful performance. Guy nodded. Judging from the current performance, Superman has not taken a shot, relying only on his familiarity with Atlantis to prevent the decline of the two battlefields of Boston and Philadelphia. Luke in the Sanctuary in New York is like an excellent chess player. Know how to allocate the right pieces to the most effective places. It's just that you are not worried that Namor and Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club will attack New York. Guy turned round and asked softly, resolve this crisis in Boston and Philadelphia, as well as Atlanta and New York. Major General, you should have used up all the cards in your hand at this time. Worthy of being the Supreme Master, he knows everything about important people active at this point in time. Namor, Sebastian Shaw, Hellfire Club. All under control. Luke seemed to have anticipated it, and said lightly, New York is not in a hurry for the time being. After the last fiasco, Namor did not dare to show up easily. The king failed once, and there may be a chance to start all over again, but he can continue to be with the same person. With two failures on his body, his ruling authority is in jeopardy and almost collapsed. As for Sebastian Shaw, this guy is too cautious and will not take the initiative to run out to give someone a head. With my current strength, I don't have to do it myself every time I fight. Because the existence of Superman has sufficient deterrent power in itself. I can imagine that Namor and Sebastian Shaw must be frantically inquiring about my whereabouts and confirming where I will appear. They are like mischievous ghosts who are thinking about making trouble while their master is not at home, while happily doing bad things, while raising their ears in fear, fearing that the master will come back suddenly. Luke spoke calmly, and his words revealed a strong confidence that was quite similar to that of the Supreme Master. In the final analysis, the strength of the individual can determine the confidence to speak. It's so interesting. Guyi put his hands behind his back, and said with emotion, I haven't seen an interesting newcomer like you in a long time. Those heroes, villains, lunatics, gods on different timelines. Some of them are willing to sacrifice their lives for the peace of the world. Some are willing to give up their lives for power, ambition, and various private affairs. The world has made it worse. There are others, they just want to play the game of police catching the thief, endlessly entangled with their enemies. I've seen a lot of different and interesting guys. But Luke Cavell, putting you among those people is a very interesting one. Luke gladly accepted the compliment from the Supreme Mage. Probably so. Should I be more flattered? He asked with a smile. Guyi shook his head, his eyes falling on the opponent. The brow furrowed slightly and the expression was complicated. After a while, she sighed. You are like a mixture of those people, like half a glass of water, with a spoonful of ambition, a spoonful of lust, a spoonful of ordinary and a third of moral conscience. I don't know whether your arrival is good or bad for this world. Luke shrugged and said relaxedly, thinking about the good things, at least I can make the boring stories that are the same and endlessly looping a little more exciting. After a while, Guyi nodded in agreement. After changing her usual life, she didn't need Window of the World at all. As a Supreme Mage, using the Eye of Agamotto with a time gem sealed inside, he can quickly find the most suitable one from countless time branches. But in the face of Luke's gambling agreement, Guyi can't directly predict the future and know the outcome, because there are too many variables. Every minute and every second, there are new ones appearing and old ones disappearing. In that case, Mr. General, can your third act begin? Guyi asked expectantly. The Philadelphia battlefield is nearing its end. The two humanoid beasts, the saber-toothed tiger and the wolverine, were killed mad. They were bathed in blood and scarred, as if they had come out of hell. Those Legion fighters who tried to expel and kill the intruders were eventually ripped apart by sharp claws or twisted their necks. It is estimated that it will not be long before Kayla the Silver Fox, who is under heavy cover, will be able to successfully complete the task. Of course, Luke snapped his fingers and smiled. The next battlefield is the Atlantic Ocean, not New York or Atlanta. Guyi showed some doubts, and the projection screen of Window of the World changed accordingly. 400 meters below the Atlantic Ocean, the ubiquitous darkness envelops the nuclear submarine named Nautilus. It should be here. Howard stayed in the command pod. He was not very comfortable with the confined space. I feel a little difficult to breathe, and I can't breathe. Had it not been for Luke's request and the strong urge to pilot the Nautilus himself, Howard would certainly not have participated in such a dangerous operation. He turned his head, clutched his chest and said, "Hey, kid, it's up to you next." A black young man with a slender figure nodded vigorously and promised, "I can fully adapt to high-intensity water pressure, and at the same time I have the ability to breathe like a fish." He is a mutant, nicknamed Darwin, and has a rare talent for automatically mutating applicability according to the external environment. As early as a few months ago, SHIELD recruited the opponent. Originally intended as a special type of talent, temporary shelter and training. Unexpectedly, it will come in handy so quickly. Luke said, "Atlantis is a huge island, hidden deep in the trench. You can find it by just following those glowing deep-sea creatures." Howard put on a diving suit for Darwin, while exhorting, "Find the exact location, float back to the submarine, and then your mission is complete." Understood. www.mcnovel.com. The black guy is not afraid, grinning and saying, "I don't want to be ruled by a bunch of blue-skinned undersea people." "Thank you, Hydra. Thank you, Red Skull." After Howard dropped Darwin out, he temporarily left the command cabin and came to the bow of the boat. This is the torpedo bay, which contains 4 Valkyrie missiles. At the beginning, Luke successfully prevented the Red Skull's plan to destroy the world and drove the new plane back to New York. The dozens of Valkyrie missiles on board were naturally swallowed by the Strategic Science Corps. Later, it was reorganized into SHIELD, and these powerful weapons were not handed over to the military. A surprise for Atlantis. Luke is such a crazy guy. Howard clutched his chest and took a deep breath. Chapter 127, Continental Shelf Oscillator. Namor, who was stolen from home. Mr. Major General, you really know how to use all the resources at hand. After looking at the Atlantic Ocean and seeing the Nautilus and Howard, Gudadu guessed the next development as the most important weapon in the Red Skull world destruction plan. The power of the Valkyrie missile is amazing, and it can wipe out half a city at once. Its core comes from the infinite energy extracted from the cube of the universe, enough to break the protective shield of Atlantis. Guyi had to sigh that everything was in Luke's plan. When the two sides have the means to directly destroy the base camp, the situation of the war will change from a military contest to a drag on the negotiating table. Even if Namor is crazy, he must seriously consider the lives of many of Atlantis. Without the people who accept the rule, the title of the king is meaningless. Mr. Major General, if you really do this and drop 4 Valkyrie missiles, Namor will definitely be mad, and Atlantis and the land world will forge an insoluble blood feud from then on. What's more serious is that a violent explosion will release light radiation and thermal radiation, heating the surrounding sea water, completely destroying the ecological circle of the underwater world, and there will be countless deaths and injuries. The resulting shockwave will directly trigger a submarine earthquake, set off a huge tsunami, and endanger coastal cities. Guyi's eyes were solemn, and his hands were closed. The eyes of a Gamoda hanging on his chest quietly opened, emitting a bright green light. The unpredictable flow of time is like an emerald ring woven. Luke frowned and then let go. The Supreme Mage is not hostile. Just want him to see with his own eyes the serious consequences that may be caused after the Valkyrie missile is dropped. Like being dragged into a long river of time, countless future branches stretched out in front of him. The chaotic picture is like a glimpse of light, flashing and passing away. I just want Namor to sit down at the negotiating table calmly, that's all. Master Guyi, you don't need to spend so much time. Luke looked at the Supreme Mage who sacrificed time gems and smiled. Sometimes the power of words is pale, so if you want to get respect from others, you must first show strong muscles. Guyi frowned slightly, and said solemnly, actions are indeed more convincing than words, and fists can calm people down more than reason. It's just that my instinct tells me that you might really do that, Mr. General. If Namor succeeds in angering you, Luke looked serious, and said awe-inspiringly, how is it possible? I am not an anti-human lunatic. Regarding this, the Supreme Master expressed doubts. If Namor loses his mind, he wants to conquer the land. The young Major General standing in front of him definitely didn't mind throwing a few Valkyrie missiles down, so that Atlantis could experience the psychological shadow area of the Neon Island nation. Don't use the moral standards to measure heroes and apply them to the opponent, because there is a high probability that you will be disappointed. Ahem. Let's look forward to Howard's performance. Luke changed the subject. Although Kamitaji and the Supreme Mage ignored the disputes of the world, they did not have a good attitude towards anti-human lunatics. The basic personality and image must continue to be maintained. He also thought about launching formal cooperation between SHIELD and the Three Sanctuary, striving to gain access to the dark side of the world at a deeper level, and strengthen power and jurisdiction. You don't need to keep watching, you should have won this bet. Guyi shook his head, and retracted his folded hands into his sleeves. The eyes of Agamotto, which emit a bright green light, quietly closed. Glancing faintly at Luke, who was staring at the time gem on his chest, the Supreme Mage calmly said, I will welcome you on behalf of Kamitaji, Mr. General. Guyi probably guessed the subsequent lot to know. Preparing to capture New York, Namor, who was actively on the line, suddenly discovered that his home had been stolen. According to his violent temper, he must have exploded on the spot and went straight back to the city. At that time, Superman will appear on the stage and hang and beat Aquaman. The war ended successfully. The Supreme Master, who often watches official spoilers, has long learned to guess the direction of the script. New York, Long Island Strait. The strong fortresses of Atlantis spread out side by side, except for the royal guards of the royal city of Posidonia. The formation is formed, and the Hammerhead Shark legions are protected by the guards on both sides. Confronted with it is the Atlantic fleet, which shrinks its front and returns to its homeland. The two men and horses face each other across the strait, and the atmosphere is quite tense. A huge fortress like a fortress, inside the chamber. The landings in Boston and Philadelphia were blocked one after another. Hearing the news from the other two battlefields, Namor couldn't restrain his grumpy temper, and suddenly got up from his seat. "Is Superman shot?" he asked. The Orca Legion and the Seahorse Legion, these two powerful tribes under the orders of Atlantis, can easily crush the land world. Unless Luke Cavil comes off in person, it is impossible to stop his own fierce attack. No, number. We don't know the whereabouts of Superman yet. The liaison officer was frightened, and after the slaughter of the elders formed by the robe nobles, Namor was already close to the image of a tyrant. Boston's Orca Corps was punched through a formation by a landman named Steve Rogers and returned to the sea. The Seahorse Corps that attacked Philadelphia even lost control, killed each other and suffered heavy losses. After hearing the report, Namor became more angry. Looking at Sebastian next to him, he asked aloud, "Mr. Xiao, what do you think?" In addition to the leaders of several tribes in the chamber, there are also some members of the Hellfire Club. Compared with the same race, Namor trusts mutants more. This is a psychological suggestion given by the White Queen. After this period of time, various negative emotions have been amplified and nourished, and they have taken root deep in his heart. The landing battle between Boston and Philadelphia was declared a failure, which meant that the first step to attack the land world was severely set back. Sebastian cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "What's worse, Superman hasn't shot yet. If we want to continue to attack New York, we may be blocked by the opponent. The loss of the Golden Trident that can control the weather and set off the tsunami cannot effectively transform New York into the main battlefield suitable for Atlantis. Plus there is no way to solve the trouble of Superman for the time being. All these have allowed this war to conquer the land to gradually develop in a bad direction." After hearing this, Namor looked solemn, and missed his beloved Golden Trident even more. If the artifact is in hand, why is it so passive? Is there no other way? Namor, who was incompetent and furious, began to be occupied by violent emotions again. He wanted to say that if it was a man, he should have a good fight with Superman. But considering the fiasco of the last time, this sentence was held back again. "I have a bold idea." Sebastian's eyes flickered, pretending to hesitate, and said, "I heard your majesty mentioned before that Atlantis retains the ultimate weapon left by an ancient god. Now, we can activate it, in a true sense destroy the land world." "The ultimate weapon? You mean the Continental Shelf Oscillator?" "Hiss." Namor drew a mouthful of seawater, and a terrifying mood of horror rose in his heart. "Continental Shelf Oscillator. That is the ultimate weapon that the successive kings of Atlantis regarded as taboo and must not be easily used. Once opened, the entire North American continent will sink and then cause a global tsunami, active volcanic eruption and other natural disasters. At that time, as the end is coming, the world will be destroyed, and everything will be wiped out. The Lemurian civilization that was formed by Anomalous at that time was used by the Celestial Group to directly move the Earth's plates with the Continental Oscillator, bombarding and sinking, and completely destroyed. Atlantis was the survivor of that prehistoric disaster. Since then, successive kings have imposed strict prohibitions on contact with land. This is not necessary. After rolling his throat a few times, Namor, who calmed down, waved his hand quickly and decisively denied the proposal. "He is a second-degree sickness, but he is a bit close to a frenzied lunatic. If the big killer is activated, Atlantis itself will also be affected. This idea is too bad, Mr. Xiao. Neymar shook his head, thinking that Sebastian Shaw's idea was a bit too crazy. I'm just making suggestions. After all, by destroying what you already have, you can start the reconstruction work better. The smile on Sebastian's face remained unchanged, and when he learned that Atlantis had such a terrible weapon that could make the end of the world, he couldn't help but move. The continental shelf oscillator is more deterrent than the atomic bomb. As long as they have it, all countries in the world must submit to their own will. Your Majesty, the latest news. The liaison officer who withdrew from the chamber soon returned. The royal city of Posidonia was attacked. The land world issued a notice warning the Atlantis army to retreat immediately, otherwise there will be a strong condemnation and a more violent attack. Chapter 128, Supreme Mage with Voyeurism. The split between King and Queen. A few torpedoes just made Neymar angry. I haven't detonated the Valkyrie missiles yet, making him the king of subjugation. Luke retracted his gaze and said with emotion, the young people nowadays really can't hold back their breath. The corner of Guyi's mouth twitched, and if he resisted his inner desire to complain, it would lose the mysterious image of the Supreme Master. No matter how you say King Neymar, he must be older than this unusually young Major General. Do you think Atlantis will be willing to compromise and sit at the negotiating table? Looking at the window of the world, Guyi reminded, during the long years, they have always regarded themselves as a high-level civilization, and the land world as a backward, savage and barren land. Forcing a person to put aside the so-called arrogance, sit on a table with the barbarian in their eyes, and then admit their failure is not easy. Luke was deeply convinced, and nodded in agreement. Many countries that have been closed for a long time have similar problems, just like blind and foolish people who are immersed in their own world and cannot extricate themselves. There is a saying, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Since Atlantis is unwilling to accept that they are not noble and the terrestrial world is not as backward as imagined, I can help them. There was a hint of coldness in Luke's eyes, and the Valkyrie missile was the last resort to ensure that Neymar calmed down. Before that, he was prepared to give a verbal warning. For example, a few minutes ago, Howard symbolically launched several torpedoes. The target is not the royal city of Posidonia, but a hill above the trench. If you can raise the entire mountain, you can bury the city of Atlantis. It's worth considering. This will not only prevent the coastal cities from spreading, but also teach those people on the seabed a lesson. Luke was thinking about the feasibility of this plan. The royal city of Posidonia is located on a basalt island with a dark and narrow trench above it. If a fixed point blasting is carried out and the mountain collapses, it can completely bury a city alive. Wonderful. The Major General nodded and began to figure out that he would fly to the Atlantic, completely explode the crystal of Neymar, and win the war. Speaking of which, what Sebastian Shaw called the continental shelf oscillator really has such a terrifying power. Through the window of the world, he and the Supreme Master heard the conversation between Nam and Xiao clearly. The ultimate weapon mentioned by the latter caught Luke's attention. It is a planetary weapon left over by the ancient gods. By releasing an energy field, it causes a high-intensity resonance phenomenon, which disintegrates the structure of the continental shelf and causes natural disasters. Guyi took out a sandalwood fan from nowhere, shook it gently, and continued, according to Karmitage's books, it destroyed Lemuria and Atlanta tens of thousands of years ago. The two major civilizations of Ts. But I haven't seen it myself, it's just that there is such a terrible weapon in the mouth of the teacher, Agamotto. Luke raised his eyebrows, a vigilance in his heart. There are not many planetary weapons in Marvel Studios. For example, the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, the icebox of the Frost Giant and so on. The former is not only a bridge for space transmission, but also enables ultra-long-range strikes across space. Once nearly smashed Jotunheim, leaving the Frost Giant homeless. The power of the latter cannot be underestimated. Thousands of years ago, when fighting the Asgardians on the Earth, The Frost Giant King used it to open the Ice Age. Therefore, Luke is not surprised that Atlantis retains the continental shelf oscillator. He was just thinking about how to borrow that thing and have a look. After all, SHIELD's future responsibility is to maintain world peace and ensure the safety of the planet. Such a world-destroying weapon must be handed over to the government for safekeeping. If Namor is really crazy enough to use the continental shelf oscillator to destroy the North American continent and trigger the end of the world, will the three major sanctuaries intervene? Luke's eyes flickered, as if the blind monk had spotted Huadian. He looked at the calm Supreme Mage. The latter frowned in thought, and nodded after a long time. If Atlantis makes any dangerous behavior that destroys the world, of course I will choose to stop it. Although Kamar-Taj's main enemy is the Dimension Demon, he rarely intervenes in the struggle of the Duni. But the three sanctuary built at the node of time and space need to rely on the world to maintain their existence. The world war is in full swing. That's okay. Anyway, it's all in-house affairs that humans consume and fight each other. But if Atlantis intends to sink the North American continent directly, triggering a global tsunami and volcanic eruption, the Supreme Mage cannot continue to sit idly by and maintain a neutral camp of bystanders. It's like two groups of people in the school quarrel and fight. It doesn't matter if they get beaten up, but it cannot damage any public facilities, as well as flowers and plants. Otherwise, the Supreme Mage will definitely catch you to Kamar-Taj and conduct ideological education seriously. Distressed Namor, he may not know until now what trouble he is about to get in. There was a trace of sympathy in Luke's eyes. In his opinion, Sebastian Shaw, who is full of joy and wants to make big news. Add to that the grumpy, pitted Namor. These two are a perfect combination. One has no brains, one is unhappy. Originally, Atlantis and Hellfire Club only needed to face Superman. Now he has pulled in the Supreme Master and forcibly made enemies for himself, which is simply a villain model. By the way, Guyi Mage, I heard that the three sanctuary have a window of the world to ensure that they will not be attacked by the Dark Dimension. Luke seemed to think of something, and turned to look at the Supreme Mage with suspicion, and asked, "You don't usually use it to look around, right?" As a powerful magic weapon that has been sealed by Emperor Wishan of the Trinity, the window of the world can snoop through the air and detect abnormal changes around the world. But to some extent, it is also a peeping weapon. Namor and Sebastian Shaw hid inside the fortress, unable to escape the invisible peep of the Supreme Mage. Moreover, they haven't noticed it at all. Hiss. Luke took a deep breath, thinking carefully. Mr. Major General, I have no interest in your private life. As a Supreme Mage, it is impossible for me to use magic tools to do such boring things. Guyi coughed twice and said solemnly. She said that she was a serious person, and she definitely did not idle and peep at others' bad habits. Moreover, the Supreme Master maintains the safety of the Earth and ensures that the main universe is not disturbed by the outside world. Even if some rules are violated occasionally, that's normal. Mage Guyi, don't get excited. I'm just asking casually. Luke laughed a few times to ease the atmosphere. He silently thought that when he went to Kamar-Taj to study magic, he must study anti-detection spells seriously. Otherwise, it will leave a psychological shadow when doing some kind of multiplayer sports in the future. Fortress, Chamber of Assembly. Namor looked shocked when he heard that the crystal was stolen, and quickly prepared to return to the city. Your Majesty, returning to the King City at this time? Maybe Superman is waiting on the way. Sebastian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and dissuaded him. He holds the golden trident and can easily break the waves and kill us all. Namor, with an anxious face, couldn't help calming down and sat back on the chair. Your Majesty, the situation at the moment is not optimistic. It is true from all aspects. The two landing battles have failed, and the two tribes of Orca and Seahorse have suffered heavy losses. It will take a lot of time to reassemble the army and make a comeback. In the chamber, a blue-skinned shark head leader stood up. He is the leader of the Hammerhead Shark Army, and his tribe does not live in the royal city. Regarding the collapse of the rear base camp, there is no sense of tension. The Sharkhead leader glanced at Sebastian Shaw coldly, and said in a deep voice, "War is about efficiency and speed. Our previous combat plan was to launch landing battles from coastal cities and defeat the land from multiple targets in one effort. The human defensive front will then gather on a large scale in Washington, D.C., build a movable fortress, conduct water supply and refit. But the current development has long gone beyond the original plan. The landing battle failed and the King City was raided. We are the one at the disadvantage. Up to now, I think it is necessary to admit the cold reality that this war is about to end before it breaks out on a large scale." Neymar felt dissatisfied, and the arrogance deep in his heart made him unable to accept this ending. "Are you trying to persuade me to negotiate, compromise, or even surrender on behalf of Atlantis with the land people? This is impossible." The young king still did not see the situation clearly, or too much negative emotions blinded his eyes and occupied his IQ high ground. "Legion Commander, we still have a chance. We will attack New York and destroy the city as quickly as possible, which proves the strength of Atlantis and our determination not to accept threats." The Sharkhead leader was speechless, and his blue skin turned black, as if poisoned. It is difficult for him to explain to Neymar in plain and easy-to-understand language that the tactics of changing homes will not benefit Atlantis at all. "Occupying New York is useless, Your Majesty." Thinking of the fate of the robed nobles, the Sharkhead leader swallowed the word stupid back. The Atlanteans are not adapted to the terrestrial environment, let alone plundering land resources. This war was a wrong decision from the beginning. We consume a lot of troops, but we get nothing. The false honor of opening up the territory is meaningless to the people of Atlantis. The Hammerhead Sharks Legion commander's long talk caused Neymar to be stunned for a moment. The sober consciousness that had been disconnected for a long time suddenly surged, suppressing the inner anger. He couldn't help thinking seriously, what was his reason for starting the war? "Your Majesty, I don't think the commander of the Legion is right." Sebastian made a sound, interrupting Neymar's thoughts. "Atlantis and the terrestrial world are essentially a battle between two civilizations. The latter is developing at an amazing speed. From the monkey who learns to use tools to the nominal dominance of the planet, the more evolving come sooner. They will not be satisfied with the exploitation and plunder of land resources, and sooner or later they will have to focus on the broader and richer ocean depths. Since Atlantis will be discovered sooner or later, in the face of unkind and coveted eyes from the land world, why can't you choose to take the initiative? Your Majesty started the war not for a temporary fame, but to see a longer-term future." Sebastian's flattery, like a beautiful punch, instantly sank Neymar's online IQ. The latter couldn't help showing an expression of approval, and more entered the wise king of the wise and martial arts. "Mr. Xiao, you can always understand my intentions quickly," Neymar said, moved. "As a Ming Jun, I always see things at a deeper level, but their eyes can only stay on the first level. As long as you, Mr. Xiao, you will stand in a deeper level thinking like me." Sebastian couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching, but he could only nod in agreement, and said, "Any genius who transcends the times will be incomprehensible. This is common." The Sharkhead leader watched the two people sing and sing, almost vomiting blood, and without looking back, he strode out of the chamber. "Mr. Xiao, I don't know what you can do to reverse the defeat." Neymar ignored the Legion commander who was not sharp enough, and said solemnly, "If I join forces with the Hellfire Club, it may not be Superman's opponent." Sebastian waved his hand quickly and dissuaded him. "Your Majesty, don't be impulsive for the time being. It's okay to let him open his eyes and talk nonsense, but it is absolutely impossible to take the initiative to give someone a head." The Black King of the Hellfire Club turned on the flicker mode again. "I think there is a better way." The land world did not destroy the royal city of Posidonia in the first place, but chose to give a verbal warning, which proves that they actually did not want to be an enemy of Atlantis. "If you return to the negotiating table, then the ultimate weapon that can destroy the North American continent will naturally come in handy. Neymar hesitated and whispered, "There has never been a king who has actually used the continental shelf oscillator. That is a taboo that has been sealed long ago. Your Majesty does not need to use it. It is enough as a deterrent strategic weapon." Sebastian took a step forward and smiled and said, "At that time, with the continental shelf oscillator, Superman can return the Golden Trident, and tentatively set a non-aggression treaty between the two major civilizations of the sea and the land." Thinking of the beloved Golden Trident, Neymar couldn't help but waver. "Let me think about it again." After a while, he said so. Neither refused nor agreed. "Xiao, don't you really want to use the continental shelf oscillator to sink the entire North American continent?" The Hellfire clubs that left the chamber all dispersed. www.mentalnovel.com. Only the White Queen blocked Sebastian's way. "That will kill a lot of people. There are not only humans in it, but also our compatriots." "Emma, have you ever heard the story of God destroying the world with a flood and recreating a new world?" Sebastian raised his head and said forcefully, "God said that he would wipe the man and the beasts, insects and birds he made from the ground, because the world was full of sins, and he had only experienced it once. Baptism, accepting a destruction, can usher in a new life. The opportunity lies in front of us, to level the old house and build a brand new tall building from the rubble. Why not?" There was a chill behind the White Queen, as if to see the earth shattering, volcanoes erupting, and tsunami engulfing the city. "I feel a little uncomfortable." She shrank her neck, trying to stay away from Sebastian. Watching the White Queen leaving in a hurry, the Black King of the Hellfire Club shook his head and whispered, "It's a pity." Chapter 129. Moses divides the sea. Of the world. This is a difficult day. The president in the Oval Office is sitting on pins and needles. The chief of staff persuaded him to hide in the underground air raid shelter to avoid the worst possible outcome, even too late to escape. "Your Excellency, we cannot put all our hopes on Major General Cavill." He said so. "What else can I do? Ask the British for help, or look for the Siberian red-brown bear. This is not the Third World War, and there are no allies. They will just wait quietly while talking perfunctory diplomatic rhetoric." The United States collapsed and fell. The president took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his red nose. At this moment, he even wanted to learn from the deadhead and scolded Mom messed with fake. "I can only believe in Superman and create miracles again. At least Boston and Philadelphia have not fallen, and millions of citizens in New York are also waiting for news of victory." Mr. President's voice was exhausted, and he said earnestly, "At this time, if it is said that the president leaves the White House and hides in an underground air raid shelter, what should the people staying in New York think? People may not notice the escaped soldiers, but he will definitely spurn the general who escaped." The chief of staff had nothing to say and could only continue to remain silent. Since the 2 atomic bombs were dropped and detonated, not only was the psychological shadow of the Neon Island countries serious, but the Soviet Union also actively developed the nuclear industry. There is no ambiguity on the bald eagle side. The military has long established a secret force composed of helicopter pilots and ground crews at Olmsted Air Force Base in Pennsylvania. They are on standby at any time to take on the important task of rescuing the president and cabinet members after the mainland is hit by a nuclear attack. As long as the White House issues an emergency rescue signal, this force will arrive as quickly as possible, and then the president to the underground air raid shelter at Weather Hill. God bless. Mr. President looked out the window, and there was no one on the green lawn. The air defense alarm has been sounded, reminding ordinary people in Washington, D.C. not to go out. All this seems to make people return to the Second World War. Maybe worse than the World War. Mr. President gave a wry smile. At least World War II did not really spread to the home base of the United States. It was all fighting on other people's turf. But now, the army of Atlantis may soon appear in Washington, D.C. Time passed slowly by minute and second, and the sound of the minute hand and second hand moving in the room was exceptionally clear. The chief of staff sat back on the sofa with a tragic expression, as if he was about to die for the country immediately. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The phone placed on the big desk screamed sharply. Mr. President's arm on the table trembled visibly. He took a deep breath and picked up the vibrating microphone. The Chief of Staff carefully observed the President's expression, looking forward to seeing a glimmer of victory in the wrinkled and exhausted face. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke hurriedly and quickly, making him unable to hear the specific content. Minister Nimitz. The President had a calm face and said with a strong tone, "Please help me convey my sincere thanks to Major General Cavill. He has once again ended a war. He is a hero of the country." A rather short sentence contains extremely strong emotions. After putting down the microphone, the President supported the table with both hands. His chest rises and falls, and his breathing is heavy. After waiting for several minutes, the President calmed down his excitement, raised his head again, and said forcefully, "Hold a press conference to tell the people waiting for the news that we won." The Chief of Staff froze for a moment, making sure that he had not heard it wrong, and shook his arm vigorously, making a gaggle of cheers. "I'll do it right away, Your Excellency." In which direction should you write your speech? Should it emphasize the country's leadership and decision-making, the effective cooperation of the military, or highlight ... Major General Cavill? After sorting out his emotions for a few minutes, the Chief of Staff asked hesitantly, "If it is to highlight the achievements of Major General Cavill, then there must be rewards. How long did the Second World War end before you were promoted to general?" Such a promotion speed is simply incredible. Of course, to tell the people truthfully, Superman once again prevented this war and brought peace to everyone. Mr. President thought for a moment and gave the answer. During his tenure, it was always right to have a good relationship with the Major General. As for how to prevent superhuman power from becoming too powerful, leave it to the next person in power. By the way, remember to contact Major General Cavill, and he will be the representative for the negotiation meeting in 2 hours. Mr. President exhorted. Young people love to be pushy. I believe that Superman will be no exception. The task of negotiating with Atlantis is left to the Major General and SHIELD. The land world has agreed to negotiate, and the location is set on Liberty Island on the Hudson River. Namor held the seat with both hands, reluctantly accepting the cruel reality of defeat in the war. News came from the royal city of Posidonia that an explosion occurred in the upper trench, burying a third of the slum area outside the protective shield. To make matters worse, the land people have even more powerful weapons, which are being prepared for release. Unless Namor leads the army and immediately returns to the city to protect the crystal, otherwise he is likely to become a king of subjugation. Then came a new headache, which is that Superman may be waiting for him in the Atlantic, waiting for his door. After reconsidering, Namor can only agree to the negotiation options. In any case, this war cannot go on for the time being. He can only go back to the city to replenish his equipment and physical strength, and then consider protecting the crystal and leveling the opponent's line. Damn bastard. Why is a terrestrial person so strong? Namor cursed secretly, thinking of waiting to see Superman. My chest aches. He originally decided to let the commander of the Hammerhead Shark tribe do it for him. But unfortunately the other party's weight was not enough, and he might be at a disadvantage when negotiating. As a suitable candidate, Mr. Xiao said that when he was doing multiplayer sports at night and challenging the limit, he accidentally twisted his waist and couldn't take the job. Fortunately, there is the Continental Shelf Oscillator. This is a bargaining chip. Return the Golden Trident, otherwise the king's seat will not be stable. Namor made up his mind and cheered for himself. After the last tragic failure, Superman left a deep and large shadow in his heart. The talents of the awakening mutants, coupled with the royal blood of Atlantis. Under the double reinforcement, Namor has almost never encountered an opponent, maintaining a rare winning streak. Until I met Superman, was hung and beaten. The winning streak is over. Cross through the chest. Lucky escape. Originally sitting on the throne, The peak life that ruled the four oceans took a turn for the worse and became a total tragedy. Let the Legion commander bring enough fighters. We are only negotiating with the land people, not surrendering. We must let the other side see the powerful strength of Atlantis, Namor said solemnly. The clerk in the chamber nodded and said yes. Silently slandering inside, the rear base camp was almost taken out. Isn't this a surrender? 2 hours later, the Hudson River, Liberty Island. A huge ship like a sea dragon is docked on Liberty Island, which is the exclusive flagship of King Atlantis. The Hammerhead Shark Legion is strong, and the Royal Guard is aggressive, guarding the crowned Namor, as if they were the victors. On the other hand, the US military has only the lined-up Atlantic Fleet that has withdrawn to its homeland, and the high-ranking Navy officials with shocked faces. Where have they seen such a big scene? The blue-skinned Atlantis, riding a terrifying four-legged sea beast, revealed a fierce breath. The huge ship, as strong as a fortress, casts shadow outlines to block the sun, like a sleeping sea dragon. Where is Major General Cavill? Isn't it here yet? Nimitz of the Admiralty asked quietly. At this moment, only Superman can hold the ground. Probably still on the way, the other general replied. The Landman, the great lord of the seven seas, the ruler of the four oceans, the king of Atlantis asks you, who is the negotiator of the land world? The Sharkhead Legion commander asked in a harsh tone. You look at me and I look at you, the senior officials of the Navy Department. The negotiator is. Nimitz stood up, but was interrupted by a burst of restlessness before he finished speaking. He followed the crowd's exclamation. Mentalnovel.com and looked up in the direction of New York Bay. A figure appeared. It is Superman, Major General Cavill. This is. Nimitz was puzzled. He saw the young Major General, holding a gold trident, stomping on the river volley. Wow! Rippling water, like an invisible force, forcibly separating the surging Hudson River. A straight passage suddenly appeared. The brilliant sunlight cast down like a layer of golden brilliance on Luke's body. In addition, this scene is like a perfect reproduction of the sacred classics, making him like a descended on the world. Selling miserably. The intern social animal was taken to the team building and got drunk. Facts have proved that even if you can't drink, you have to pretend that you can drink, or others will try to infuse you. Emma scum that can't even drink a girl and blushes after a bottle of Yanjing. I vomited twice in the toilet and wrote 1,000 words. I really can't move the code anymore. The day after tomorrow. Why the day after tomorrow? Because I will work overtime tomorrow, kind without overtime pay. I wish my bald manager, always keep the Mediterranean. Headache. Fell asleep. Dear reader, you will forgive me, right? Superman is selling badly. Is hitting. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 130. I have a word. Please listen to me. Every time I see Major General Cavill, I have a different feeling. From time to time, he can always create unexpected surprises for everyone. Secretary of the Navy Nimitz shook his head and smiled. If he was religious and saw this scene with his own eyes, he might start to recite the Bible and draw a cross on his chest. It is believed that the miracle of Moses dividing the sea will be published again in the newspapers, and it will have a huge response at that time. It is foreseeable that in Luke's long list of dazzling titles, there will probably be more legends similar to God of the World and Holy Son comes into the world. Superman title is worthy of the name. The super soldier is far from enough to describe the strength of Major General Cavill. The general next to him said with emotion, I heard that another super soldier, Colonel Steve Rogers, also had a wonderful performance on the battlefield in Boston. Everyone, I think the research project on human body enhancement is time to be put on the agenda. Whether it is our turn to worry about it, SHIELD is responsible for this one. The older general said bitterly. The military actually criticized SHIELD's independence from the Pentagon. Power without jurisdiction can easily lead to the birth of dictators. Anyway, We are witnessing a rising young star shining brightly. No one knows where Major General Cavill can go in the future. Someone in the staff said in a tone of admiration and envy. How can I continue to be called Major General? I think I will change my words soon. Admiral Cavill set a record for the fastest promotion rate in the United States. Secretary of the Navy Nimitz chuckled. The White House must be preparing for the award ceremony. This is a good opportunity to win a relationship. I remember that when the war ended, most people in the military believed that Luke, who was still a brigadier general, should be excluded from the center of power. At least sit on the bench quietly, lest you get promoted too fast, and the faction is strong, threatening the original interest group. But no one thought that the young Major General did not take refuge in any mountain. Neither expressed his attitude to the Department of the Navy, nor did he get close to the Department of War. He voluntarily asked to take charge of SHIELD, which was not optimistic about him, and prevented Edgar Hoover from coming to power for a while. After that, it broke away from the constraints of the Pentagon and became a mountain of its own. What an amazing speed! Nimitz sighed, turned around and invited all his colleagues, and said solemnly, "Let's go over to meet Major General Cavill." Although the relationship between the Department of the Navy and the Department of War is not good, there are many gaps. But everyone on Liberty Island had to admit that they did feel a sense of security when they saw Luke appear. In particular, I found that the Atlanteans, who were still aggressive and maintained the victor's posture, now have a depressed and resentful expression. The high-ranking officials of the Admiralty were suddenly in a good mood, with smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the side of Atlantis, since Luke held the Golden Trident and separated the Hudson River, the high-spirited Oro is suffocating, and he no longer maintains the original arrogant appearance. Damn it. That's my Golden Trident. Nemo's chest rises and falls, full of anger, as if his wife had been snatched away. Neptune's trident should have been his exclusive weapon. Now, it is held by a lander. I knew I shouldn't have come to the negotiation. Nemo gritted his teeth and felt regret. He was clutching his chest. His wound sealed a long time ago, and there was some faint pain. Your Majesty, this is a great humiliation to us Spyland people. For tens of thousands of years, there has never been an example of a trident held by a non-royal bloodline. The commander of the Hammerhead Shark tribe's eyes widened, and his forehead burst with blue veins. The mighty army of Atlantis looked towards the waves, like a tall figure descending from the heavens. They had never heard of Exodus, nor did they know that there was a prophet named Moses in 1250 BC who once separated the Red Sea and was regarded as a miracle. The reason why they cast their eyes together at the same time was because Luke held the golden Neptune trident in his right hand. That is the symbol of Atlantis kingship. Nemo glanced at the commander of the Hammerhead Shark tribe. Maybe the other party said so out of inner anger. It sounded like it was accusing himself of losing the inheritance artifact of King Atlantis. He suppressed his irritable mood and said without emotion, "The brave legionnaire, would you like to fight Superman in a later time, and use a fair and just traditional way to get the trident back for me?" The commander of the Hammerhead Shark tribe remained silent, and the strength of Superman was obvious to all. Even Namor is not an opponent, and a rash challenge will only bring himself to shame. Although the Atlanteans still look down on the terrestrial world, they identify with the strong. "Your Majesty, this is what the king should do," the captain said gruffly. I will." The young king began to consider Sebastian Shaw's suggestion, ready to use the continental shelf oscillator as a bargaining chip to strive for more favorable negotiation conditions. 20 minutes later, the conference room on Liberty Island. Negotiations on the armistice are in full swing. Representatives of the Atlanteans are Namor and his clerk, as well as the commander of the Hammerhead tribe. The team sent by the United States is a team of generals and staff of the Navy Department. As for Luke, he did not speak at all. It's just that before the negotiation meeting started, I communicated with Nimitz privately. Probably means to ask for any mention, and the conditions are bold. Don't care about Atlantis' bottom line and endurance. Ask for it unscrupulously, and it's best to squeeze the opponent out to a drop. Luke himself doesn't care how much benefit he can get, because no matter how much he gets, it doesn't belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. He even hopes to lengthen the negotiation time and wait until S.H.I.E.L.D. has enough confidence to take over all of this. I remember Atlantis still has a lot of good things. Luke tapped his fingers on the desk, his thoughts fluctuating. Although he didn't say a word, he was always the focus of the conference room. Every time Atlantis vetoed the request of the Admiralty by reasoning, their representatives would subconsciously take a look at where he was sitting. It seemed that he was worried that the Superman of the land world would be dissatisfied, overturning the negotiating table, rolling up his sleeves and showing his fists. Everyone present, apart from Namor, probably no one can withstand a serious punch from the opponent. Everyone, don't care about my opinion. Luke shrugged and kept a kind smile. Friends who know me know that I am actually a pacifist, and I always like to convince people with reason. Atlantis and the United States restart the end of the war. This is an ending that no one wants to see. I sincerely hope that all problems will be resolved at the negotiating table instead of brutal fighting. Mr. General said beautiful things and waved his hands with a sincere expression, motioning you to continue the conversation and leave me alone. The representatives of Atlantis nodded their heads in a friendly manner, and also talked about peace and the future in a slurred tone. In fact, deep down in my heart, I didn't believe in any punctuation in Luke's speech. Persuade people with reason. If Superman puts down his clenched fist, he really looks like a reasonable and kind person. After the two sides said some useless nonsense, the negotiation continued. Atlantis didn't mention a word about compensation. You read www.uukanzu.com to discuss future development and coexist peacefully. Hutachiuo is a pirated beacon country, full of freedom and democracy, and essentially what it does is forcible and arrogant. Luke must admit that seeing the US Emperor being so disgusted, he was actually a little bit dark in his heart. The bottom line of the military representatives is to work hard to squeeze the wool and strive for a little benefit. In the face of the powerful Atlantis, even if Luke asked to mention it casually, the Admiralty did not dare to speak loudly. Otherwise, the scapegoat that will start the war at that time will have to be buckled on his own head. The two teams pull back and forth, like pecking chickens fighting each other under the defensive tower. They are not ornamental and make people drowsy. I have a word, please listen to me. At the time of the stalemate, Namor, one of the brainless and unhappy group, stood up. With a confident expression on his face, he swept over everyone present, except for Luke, who closed his eyes and calmed down. Chapter 131. Negotiation is not the only means. Luke, who wanted to doze off, slowly opened his eyes. He didn't feel sleepy when he heard Namor want to speak. This is not Mr. Major General, who wants to hear some insights from the other party. As a person crossing, Luke thinks regarded quite understand the nature Nanamula, and lack of love since childhood, grew up spanking life experiences. Not only does this product have no brains, it also has a sense of superiority inexplicably. Neither are people who look down on Atlantis, but there are also humans who hate the terrestrial world. The same is the beginning of the king. Wakanda's Panthers can be bigger and stronger, and the Neptune on the next studio can get into the Justice League. Black Adam often let the wisdom of the locked door Shazam be crushed, and did not fear to challenge Superman. Even Gerard, who is an orangutan, can conquer Africa and build a country. On the other hand, Namor, a good hand, was played poorly. Because of his terrible personality that is extremely easy to swell, he has never been welcomed. I once joined the Illuminati. This is a terrorist organization that clearly says that it wants to solve the Earth's crisis and actually strives to create a crisis. But there is no sense of existence, except for the old rival Panthers. Basically nothing. I briefly obtained the power of the Phoenix, then immediately ran to Wakanda to find the Panthers, and finally was beaten by the Avengers and fled in embarrassment. Luke understands that when Namor says he can do it again, everyone can rest assured, because he will only make things worse until it can't end. To be honest, Namor always reminds Luke of a certain unborn president known as American Boshan Brother Twitliu Yong Ayutu Blau Ba Wang Jings of New York, the first human being on the sun, the first person to return to the ground, son of the sun, master of cosmology, king of virology, debate ghost, American savior, king of spy, punk merchant, causal star, economics, sponge Bob Squarepants, Melee Yucca, special chef, one generation knows King T'Chaquen as the king of Atlantis, the ruler of the four oceans, and the master of the vast seven seas. I did not start this war without reason. Sure enough, Namor filled the meeting room with a cheerful atmosphere as soon as he opened his mouth. The representative of the Atlantis side was stunned. They were stunned, and couldn't figure out why their king was talking about this. The two parties involved in the war. Who cares about the reason? Whatever the winner says, it makes sense. And any words of the loser seem ridiculous. The senior officials of the Admiralty also looked surprised, thinking that the king of Atlantis was so naive. Everyone sits at the negotiating table and wastes time chatting, all for their own benefit. Who really cares if the reasons for starting the war are justified? If it weren't for Atlantis' military strength, the Admiral's general would not mind throwing a bag of washing powder into the Atlantic Ocean, and then said that the gang of seamen possess weapons of mass destruction and justice must be dispatched. Teacher, defend world peace. The terrestrial world has caused serious damage to the marine ecology for many years. This has caused Atlantis to suffer. Namor was unaware of the changes in the atmosphere in the conference room. With the planetary weapon Continental Shelf Oscillator as a bargaining chip, he believes that he should have the confidence to make demands. And as a king, he should show his negotiating skills. The marine life of the four oceans belongs to the people of Atlantis in a sense. The overfishing of whales in the terrestrial world has even affected the recyclable ecosystem. Namor said in a deep heart, and said in a deep voice, the same thing happens to my fellow mutants. They were arrested by the military, persecuted, and subjected to inhumane and illegal detention and abuse. I hope that this time of public negotiations will not only resolve the issue of the war between the land world and Atlantis, but also make you aware of your mistakes. There was no sound in the meeting room, and Secretary of the Navy Nimitz scratched his head, wondering if he should speak out. He was not moved by Namor's sincere speech, and decided to change his mind and become an environmentalist who called for the preservation of marine ecology. Rather, he thinks that Atlantis will be over sooner or later. In many cases, the naive king may be more terrifying and short-lived than the brutal king. I wonder if the undersea people have the traditional customs of the Great Revolution? Otherwise, you might be able to look forward to Namor going to the guillotine. Your Majesty, the king makes a lot of sense. Nimitz took the lead in applauding, and after the sparse applause, he continued, where did you just say it? Oh, it's about the specific matters of signing the Armistice Treaty, and holding a peace summit and announcing the establishment of diplomacy. Let's continue. The Atlantis delegation looked embarrassed and glanced at the young king with a spirited style. Then keep up with the pace and get the negotiation back on track. Only Namor stood alone, his face flushed. If it weren't for Superman to be present and let him forcibly remain calm, the negotiation scene would definitely be reduced to a fighting occasion. I also have something to say. At this time, Luke cleared his throat, and the noisy voice stopped abruptly. Everyone closed their mouths and cast their eyes to the chief seat. Even the Atlanteans held their breath, showing a solemn expression. Although, Luke is only the general of a country in the land world. However, his right to speak and the decisions he made will inevitably affect the follow-up process of the negotiation. Seeing this scene, Namor seemed to be greatly humiliated. He is the king. The treatment received is not as good as the general. His Majesty the King of Atlantis just mentioned the unfair treatment suffered by mutants, and I should have a certain say in this. Luke said with a gentle smile and said without haste, first of all, the military has never persecuted or abused mutants, at least not by S.H.I.E.L.D. On the contrary, we have always guaranteed their basic rights and personal safety. I said before that I am a pacifist, and I believe no one will doubt this. The Secretary of the Navy Nimitz, who was sitting on the left-hand side, reacted the fastest and said first, It was Major General Cavill who ended World War II, liberated the free country, and resisted the axis of evil. He sincerely yearned for peace and firmly opposed war. The others agreed. An undisguised rainbow fart praised Luke as the incarnation of justice and the spokesperson of love and peace. The Atlantis delegation was silent, as if nothing had been heard. It's just that since His Majesty the King said so, there may be very few cases. So, with the mentality of solving the problem, and in order to prevent such a situation from happening in the future, I want to conduct a meeting on mutants at the upcoming Peace Summit. Discuss. Luke's tone was sincere, as he said. It was like a pacifist's speech. Namor frowned, and he wondered if there was a problem with his ears. What does this guy want to do? But Luke said words that were annoying whenever and wherever they appeared. Before this, I need to solve another problem. The gentle and calm tone suddenly became heavy and powerful. Luke's calm eyes without the slightest emotion, swept the Atlantis delegation, and solemnly said, as far as I know, there is a mutant named Sebastian Shaw next to His Majesty the King. Maybe you don't know that he was loyal to the Third Reich and managed Auschwitz during World War II. This person's hands are stained with the blood of thousands of innocent people. He is an out-and-out war criminal. Mentalnovel.com. Therefore, I think Atlantis should surrender before ending this negotiation. Bastian Shaw, or rather, no longer protects him. Luke finished speaking faintly. His eyes sharp and cold like a sword's blade pierced the silent Namor. The latter looked a little ugly, and his sober consciousness struggled hard with the psychological hints imposed by the White Queen. What if I refuse? Namor squeezed these words out of his teeth. The psychological suggestion of the White Queen still prevailed. That's sorry. Peace requires both parties to promote together, not just talk about it. Luke's voice cooled down, but his face remained smiling. Negotiation is only a means, not the only means. Your Majesty, do not make a decision lightly. I am willing to give Atlantis some time to seriously consider it. This is not a threat, but a kind reminder. Chapter 132? The End of the Road. Let Go One. Fight back to Heilong's flagship. Namor. He leaned on the chair in the chamber. He raised one hand to support his chin, his expression uncertain. The King of Atlantis, who thought he was humiliated and threatened, left Liberty Island without waiting for the conclusion of the negotiations. He has delegated specific tasks to everyone in the delegation. Anyway, neither the land world nor the people of Atlantis seemed to take the king seriously. Instead of staying there and enduring the oppression of Superman, it is better to return to the flagship to be more comfortable. Obviously he is a careerist who wants to get more benefits from Atlantis, but packs himself up as a peace messenger. It's ridiculous. Out of Superman's sight, Namor was finally able to speak out loudly. After holding back from his left and right, and after venting his negative emotions, he began to face the problem to be solved. Superman doesn't have much time for himself. Within 48 hours, either hand over Sebastian Shaw, or choose to start the war again. If the outcome of the negotiations is biased towards the latter, the Major General, who claims to be a pacifist, will definitely not hesitate to use nuclear weapons to completely destroy the royal city of Posidonia. On one side is the life of the tribe, on the other side is the mutant compatriots. Namor was in a dilemma and was entangled in his heart. But what made him even more concerned was that Superman mentioned the word war criminals. This is a very serious accusation. Although Namor had a pit in his head, he would not have a good impression of the executioner and the butcher even though he himself sometimes appeared in these two roles. A villain with a low moral line may not be willing to be friends with another himself. It's like many times, people don't like nosy guys. But when I get into trouble, I hope someone can stand up. Therefore, human beings are very complicated and contradictory creatures. Namor is more complicated. He is both a human being, an Atlantean, and a mutant. Can be called a fighter among mixed races. It's just that, apart from having a strong body, this guy can't find any other advantages. To some extent, it can be regarded as a failure of genetic inheritance. I have to talk to Mr. Xiao. Namor frowned, not knowing what to do. After a failed battle, after a failed war. Many tribesmen of Atlantis are quite critical of themselves. If Namor insists on sheltering Sebastian Shaw, it may cause a violent backlash. At that time, it is hard to say whether he can continue to hold his seat as the king. A hypocrite. What a pacifist is nothing more than a high-sounding lie. Namor felt that Superman deliberately proposed to solve the mutant problem, and then used the name of dealing with Sebastian Shaw to detonate Atlantis' internal conflicts. The eyes of the clansmen of that group of delegations are too short, they can only see the first level of intentions, and are completely unaware of the sinister intentions of Superman. Namor, who thought he was standing on the 5th floor, became more and more alarmed at Superman's castle. This is a terrible opponent. He thought so. Liberty Island, meeting room. When the representatives of the two sides dispersed, Luke and Secretary of the Navy Nimitz sat beside the long oval desk. The two had a tacit understanding, and they stayed here to exchange opinions. They all know that this negotiation is far from over. On the one hand, Namor did not give a direct answer. On the other hand, it was the specific attitude of the terrestrial world. As a marine civilization and prehistoric civilization, Atlantis has an extraordinary foundation and strength. When this name spreads throughout the world, all countries on the land will pay great attention and be vigilant. Luke has heard that the Brit has begun to restart the research project of Wadden's blood, but the progress is slow. In order to ensure the success rate and survival time of the recipient, they abandoned the battleship class and instead developed various types of the tank class. Stephanie, who has assisted Luke before, is considering whether to have another low-profile version. For example, armored car class. Super soldiers that can be mass-produced are far more cost-effective than high-end combat power. The Soviet Union continued to vigorously develop the nuclear industry, planting mushrooms, and responding to various threats from the outside world. Maz's brain circuit is very simple. There is no problem that a nuclear bomb can solve. Not enough? Then one more. Anyway, vigorously work a miracle. This is the simple idea of teddy bear. Caliber is justice, and equivalent is truth. Convening a peace summit. Major General Cavill wants to drag all the nations of the world in and form an alliance front. Nimitz thought for a while and asked curiously. The White House did not show such a meaning. It can only be explained as Luke's personal thoughts. This Major General is also really bold. Now he skips the president and makes a decision directly. I don't care if I will be held accountable afterwards. This is probably Superman's confidence. Atlantis has a vast territory, and all the waters on the Earth are theoretically their territory. Luke nodded, tapped his fingers on the table a few times, and said calmly, "We have won the victory temporarily. We have won the opportunity to sit at the negotiating table, but there is no way to expand the outcome of the victory. On the one hand, destroying the royal city of Posidonia is the last resort and cannot solve the fundamental problem. Because Atlantis is a maritime civilization, we cannot achieve the purpose of plundering resources by occupying the land. On the other hand, a single country in the land world cannot put enough pressure on the undersea people. Therefore, what we have to do is to win over more allies such as the British, such as the Soviets, and the spear game. They are also interested in Atlantis, just waiting for a chance to enter, or an excuse." Nimitz was convinced that through several contact battles and landing battles, he also saw the technological level of Atlantis. At this time, it is still necessary to reach a consensus with other countries and unanimously. If it's Namor Mackenzie, that the young man who doesn't look like a king at all, is determined to shelter Sebastian Shaw. The Secretary of the Navy asked hesitantly. The Pentagon does not want to see war coming, especially in the face of Atlantis, a prehistoric civilization with powerful military strength. Relax. The war will be difficult to start again. Luke looked confident that the Atlanteans would not accompany Namor to mess around. They and the mutants are not compatriots, and there is no need to risk a renewed war and refuse his request. If Namor insists on insisting, it is likely to cause resistance from the tribe. At that time, impure blood, loss of the Golden Trident, arbitrarily launching war and dragging the country into the quagmire. These problems will all break out all at once. If Atlantis was replaced by France, it is estimated that the Great Revolution would have broken out, and Namor would have been guillotined as soon as possible. Put the peace summit and the mutant-related issues on the agenda. As for the White House, I will personally explain to the president. Facing Nimitz, who was a general, Luke, who was 2 ranks lower, was more like the one who gave orders. War criminals? No, this is a crime of desire. It is slander and slander. In the reception room, Sebastian looked at Namor, who was expressionless, without the slightest panic, but made a sad expression that could not bear to look back. I did do something for the Third Reich. This is a shadow in my life that cannot be erased. But that did not come from my intention. During World War II, Germany was under the rule of the head of state, and no one dared to resist. The SS and the Gestapo. Namor, you know, am a scientist. The head of state liked my talents and ordered me to manage the concentration camp. I tried to refuse, but they put a gun against my head and said they wanted me to see myself. Brains. At that time, I had not yet awakened the talents of mutants. Therefore, I gave in. I often regret and ashamed the decision I made. Namor, who was originally suspicious, began to waver in his heart. Sebastian Shaw's remarks are half-truth and half-false, making it hard to distinguish. Coupled with the complex emotions of guilt, sadness, and regret in his eyes, it is normal to deceive Namor into the brainless. It can only be said that Sebastian Shaw deserves to be the Black King of the Hellfire Club. A good actor whose status as a mutant is delayed, if he enters Hollywood, Oscar will probably owe him several figurines. My hands may be stained with the blood of some innocent people, but I have never killed or tortured any prisoners held in concentration camps. Sebastian raised the volume, looked calm, and said loudly, I have my own moral bottom line. For life regardless of skin color or race, they are unique and respectable individuals. Namor couldn't help lowering his head, seeming to apologize for his unreasonable suspicion. Your Majesty, the land people are not worthy of trust. The crimes they accused were actually committed by other people and planted them on my head. Sebastian calmly said, just imagine, if I were a cold-blooded butcher and an inhuman executioner, how could I be embraced by fellow mutants? Namor was silent for a moment. Due to psychological hints, he chose to believe Mysticcio's excuse. His thinking and subconscious, being tampered with and guided, will take the initiative to lean on the mutant side anyway. This is also the tricky part of the psychic. Unless the magic resistance is extremely high, it comes with mental immunity. Otherwise, anyone who meets the White Queen or Professor Bold will feel a headache. Then what should I do next, Mr. Xiao? Namor was a little overwhelmed. Sacrificing Atlantis to save the mutants. If he did this, the clansmen who had long been dissatisfied might unite with the land world and pull themselves off the seat of king. My thoughts remain the same, Your Majesty. Sebastian said solemnly, everything you get at the negotiating table is determined by the winner of the war. If you want peace, you must first show your strength. There are superhumans in the land world. Although we don't want to admit it, the other party is indeed a huge problem that cannot be solved. The only way is to use planetary weapons to destroy the land world. Let Superman lose his mind, let him step into our trap, and then use the continental shelf oscillator to completely bury the other person. Since this weapon can wipe out the anomalous of Lemurian civilization, there is no reason to kill Superman. Seeing Namor's hesitation, a trace of contempt flashed across Sebastian's eyes, and he continued to add a fire. Your Majesty, think about it, will the Atlanteans accept a king who has repeatedly failed? Superman has taken everything from you, the trident symbolizing royal power, the respect and glory that it deserves. He is regarded as a hero in the land world. But you can only become a trivial defeat in the opponent's glorious record. Can you accept this ending? Namor breathed heavily, listening to Sebastian's provocative tirade. A memory from deep in his heart emerged. It seemed that during the days when he returned to the slum, he obviously should respect himself. the humbling tribe. His eyes were full of alienation and indifference. The difference in skin color. www.mtlnovel.com makes Neymar look like a different species, rejected by others. Except for his mother, every Atlantean regarded him as a monster. "I can only trust you, Mr. Xiao." Pinching off the last thought of struggling, Neymar said calmly, "I can be a loser, but I must never lose my crown and go back to my previous life." Very good. To achieve great deeds, you must know how to sacrifice some people. Sebastian patted Neymar on the shoulder and applauded. "While Atlantis is still negotiating with the land world, we will directly take out the ultimate weapon." "Want to call someone else?" Neymar asked. "In the club, there are some people who are not firm enough. In order to ensure that the news is not leaked, it is the two of us," Sebastian said solemnly. Chapter 133. Please knock on the door next time and watch a movie for free. The night was like a gauze hanging over Liberty Island. After half a day of negotiations, the two sides did not even finalize an initial intention to reach a consensus. Neither side showed any eager attitude. The White House wants to convene a peace summit. President and cabinet carefully considered the proposal put forward by Luke, and chose to agree and support it. Atlantis is like a giant whale lying on the beach, temporarily disabled. But relying only on one's strength and appetite, it is impossible to eat it clean. At this time, it is necessary to call a bunch of temporary allies. As for Atlantis, they had no other ideas. Just want to drag. Bad things are destined to happen, but it is better to be late than early. As the night darkened, the hour hand on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. Luke, who had just left the Baystock Tower on Manhattan Island, finished a post-dinner exercise and flew directly back to his hotel room on Liberty Island. The suite he stayed in has an excellent view, right in front of the Immigration Museum, and you can see the Statue of Liberty standing still when you open the curtains. Establishing diplomacy, technology exchange, resource trade. This is basically the bottom line of the White House's negotiations, and it is also a necessary condition to draw those countries to the alliance front. Luke looked at the huge statue under the night sky, and the torch he held glowed like a lighthouse. This was a gift given by the French to the centenary anniversary of American independence and later became a landmark of New York. In those years when the wave of immigration prevailed, every time a passenger ship sailed into the port of the Hudson River, someone would always see the Statue of Liberty and shout "America." Then, the whole ship burst into cheers, and the sound was boiling. At that time, people chased the so-called dream of freedom and set foot on the North American continent. But for most of them, the so-called American dream is just a lie. During the Great Depression, the United States was full of broken dreams. You must be ranked even when you jump on the roof. If you choose a landmark building or a securities company on Wall Street, you may have to wait an hour or two before you can get your turn. I hope Neymar can be more stupid than I thought, and prepare to use planetary weapons to carry out extermination strikes. This decision is enough to bring Atlantis into the abyss. As soon as he unbuttoned the first two buttons of his white shirt, Luke stopped his movements. Although he hasn't started learning magic yet, relying on the basic attributes given by the template, he keenly perceives the fluctuation of space. Sure enough, magical sparks flickered and opened a circular channel. Mage Yi, can you knock on the door next time and come in again? If I am doing certain exercises and I am suddenly hit by someone, it is very likely that I will leave a psychological shadow. Luke gazed at the shiny bald head, reminding the other party tactfully that he should pay attention to basic courtesy. Yi frowned slightly. Since she became a mage, she hasn't passed the main entrance for many years. Sorry, do it again. The Supreme Mage thought carefully for a while, and thought that Luke was right, turned and walked into the circular passage where magical sparks were beating endlessly. A few minutes later, a knock on the door came in. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. This Supreme Mage is really straightforward. Opening the door, Yi, who changed into a suit with a bright forehead, was outside. I have consulted several mages, and they all said this is more formal. Yi loosened his tight tie and smiled. In addition, every time I come, I will make sure in advance to ensure that you are in a free state. So, you often use Window of the World to peep into my private life. Luke resisted his inner desire to complain, and then went to Kamar-Taj. He absolutely must work hard to learn magic and block the invisible sight of the Supreme Mage. Otherwise, when you are doing a multiplayer exercise, you may feel instantly weak when you think of someone watching. He didn't expose his bad habits of physical addiction. Major General Cavill, you don't need to care about this. Guyi seemed to have guessed Luke's thoughts and explained, the Supreme Mage does not have the vice of voyeurism, and we will take the initiative to impose a special spell on the Window of the World. Even if you accidentally glimpse your private life, the picture will immediately become blurred. This is the call of the Trinity Emperor Wei-Shan in response to a certain inexplicable existence in the multiple dimensions. What? Still coding? Luke was shocked. He can only say one thing. He deserves to be the Supreme Master. Ending this boring topic, Luke sat on the soft sofa and smiled lightly. If I remember correctly, we only met in the morning. Is there anything I can't make a phone call? He took out a bottle of red wine in the ice bucket and poured himself a glass. Then he raised his head to look at Guyi, and the other party shook his head, indicating that he has no habit of drinking. Even the mages in the sanctuary must learn to keep pace with the times. Face-to-face communication will sooner or later be abandoned by the times. I personally recommend Kamar-Taj and the 3 Sanctuary to purchase a batch of Skynet's latest products. Phone. Although bad signals may be a thorny problem that is difficult to solve in a short time, it should have no effect on the mages of the sanctuary in New York. Believe me, it is definitely an item for home travel. Guyi glanced at the Cillian thick mobile phone placed on the table, without any fluctuations in his heart. She showed no interest in Luke's unconvincing sales. Generally speaking, mages prefer to raise pets such as crows, white doves, or wolf spirits as a way of communicating. What's more, with the suspense ring, running to New York from the other side of the earth is just a moment of effort to cast a spell. Quite convenient. I don't know how much air ticket money and round-trip fare will be saved in a year. Mr. Major General, in the view of the Master, the confidentiality of electronic products is not high enough, and there is a great risk of leakage. Guyi explained this way. She is personally interested in novel things, such as radio and TV. I also often use Window of the World to watch movies and operas for free, kind that are being shown in earnest. The development of science and technology can change people's lives far more than magic. There is something worthy of a visit by Guyi Mage in person. Luke, who failed to sell, took a sip of the red wine and said softly, could it be that there is something wrong with Neymar? Guyi, dressed in a suit, sat across from the Major General. The appearance of this Supreme Mage himself tends to be neutral. After changing into modern men's clothing, it is even more difficult for people to distinguish gender. Probably because of spiritual guidance, Neymar was moved by Sebastian Shaw. Guyi said lightly. Since the combination of mindlessness and unhappy has the idea to activate the continental shelf oscillator, she has been listed as a dangerous element on the key monitoring list. The 2 guys hid in the fortress for secret talks, thinking they could hide it from everyone. Unconsciously, he took out the planetary weapon. But I didn't expect that the Supreme Master had already recorded them in a small book. As expected of Neymar, Luke clapped his hands in admiration. Metalnovel.com. The hip pull level of this product has never disappointed. Then what should I do next? SHIELD Bureau intervenes to stop the 2 lunatics' plan to destroy the world, or hand it over to the 3 Sanctuary for you to deal with. Guyi shook his head and vetoed the latter. Unless necessary, Kamar-Taj and the 3 Sanctuary are unwilling to expose their existence. Major General Cavill, you don't have to pay attention to demeanor and humility at this time. SHIELD Bureau can't wait to appear on the stage, and you it happens to use your momentum to kick Neymar from the king's throne. Guyi had seen through the other's thoughts and teased, everything is in your plan. Could it be said that Mr. General is really willing to give credit to the 3 Sanctuary? Ahem. I just habitually asked. This is basic politeness. Luke cleared his throat and turned away from the subject. presumably Guyi Mage, you know their specific location, please tell me directly. Chapter 134? The script is written, the ultimate weapon Mr. Major General. What are you going to do? Guyi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. She knew something about Luke's character. Dealing with the enemy, this unusually young Mr. General could not have the slightest mercy. At least in the battles he has experienced, few opponents have survived. So, according to Guyi's guess, there is a high probability that the combination of mindlessness and unhappy will be hammered to death by Superman, and will never suffer from future troubles. Regardless of the situation, Sebastian Shaw must die. Luke shook the goblet and found that half of the red wine he had drunk rose slowly and quickly returned to its original height. Unlimited refills. The Supreme Master loves this trick. Perhaps Thor, the Thor of Asgard, would like Doctor Strange's beer that can never be finished. But Luke has no interest. This is just a simple time loop. The red wine that I drank returns to the previous timeline, looking like an automatic refill. In fact, even if Luke kept drinking, he would not be full or urinary, because the red wine he drank has gone back over time and returned to the glass. It means nothing to drink. Thinking about it, it's a bit disgusting. Where is Neymar? Are you going to let him go? Feeling Luke's sharp eyes looking through everything, Guyi was a little embarrassed, and quietly withdrew the time mystery that he wanted to tease the other party. If Sebastian Shaw is a buzzing fly, it's annoying. Luke shook his head. He is not the Avengers. Every time I see Neymar doing something, I will put it back after a fight at most. After a while, the opponent quarreled again, and then the Avengers had another fight. This back and forth cycle cast doubt Namor. This stock is not in love with the feeling of being hit deliberately fingertips. Nanamo is a bear kid. He may not take the initiative to do bad things, and sometimes he can stand in a righteous position and become a hero-like positive character. If you calm down and think about it, you will find that in this storm he was even a victim, being manipulated like a puppet and turned into a terrible king. Luke put down the goblet and continued, but I hate bear kids. Moreover, every person in the world who has made a mistake can find a reason to defend himself. I don't have to forgive them all. Are you right, Master Guyi? Guyi caught a glimpse of the cold light flashing under Luke's eyes, shook his head, and said with emotion, Mr. Major General, you are very much like the villain in the movie at this moment. As a Supreme Mage, it seems that I should draw a clear line with you. Luke ignored Guyi's jokes. He believed that the three Sanctuary and Kamar-Taj would certainly not have any good feelings for Neymar. How can a lawful camp organization that guarantees peace on the earth and prevents dimensional invasions like a second-hand disease who is doing things everywhere? This is like an otaku who collects figures and will not accept a bear kid who only knows how to tear down the house and destroy toys. If Luke is going to deal with Captain America or the Avengers, the Supreme Mage might stop him. After all, these are the key figures in the future timeline. Once completely dead, it may cause unpredictable consequences. Can be replaced by Neymar, then it's okay. The little transparency that has no sense of existence can have very limited impact. Neymar is neither a veteran nor a giant of the Avengers, and his camp and position are also very vague. Atlantis' attitude towards the king is even more subtle. There is no other organization that can be relied on except for Illuminati that creates crises and engages in major events. I have to say that as the first superhero and the first mutant in the history of Marvel, the former Big Three, Neymar is indeed a bit pitiful. Compared to the next studio, the only thing that people often complain about is the Sea King who can talk to the fish. The treatment of both parties can be described as one heaven and one earth. The latter is still the seven giants of the Justice League, with a beautiful wife and a goddess mother. But before solving them, the continental shelf oscillator must be disposed of. Guyi had no objection to Luke's attempt to hammer Neymar and Sebastian Shaw. The Supreme Mage is not a moral saint, and can see murder and blood. In fact, in her long life, destruction and death were the most common things. "Leave it to Carmitage for safekeeping?" Luke asked tentatively. He wanted to put the continental shelf oscillator in SHIELD as a strategic weapon against Asgard and other alien civilizations in the future. "People have Rainbow Bridge and Icebox, and the Earth can't lose." "That's not a magic item, and it's too big. Carmitage has no place to put it." Yi shook her head and refused. She had no interest in the continental shelf oscillator, because the Supreme Master himself is the ultimate weapon that can walk. "It is estimated that Namor will be here soon." The ancients flicked their fingers, and a round window suddenly turned into the spacious guest room. The blurred picture gradually became clear. Immediately, projected in the living room. "Mage Yi, do you carry the window of the world with you?" Luke is even more convinced that the bald head sitting opposite is definitely voyeuristic. "Ahem, don't care about these details, Major General. You should focus on Namor and Sebastian Shaw." Yi Lao blushed and changed the subject. "How can the dignified Supreme Mage, the sole leader of Carmitage, use magic weapons to spy on other people's lives?" She really just used Window of the World to sell movies and operas for nothing. "There is absolutely no other use." Luke retracted his skeptical gaze and looked at the real picture projected. "That is the boundless deep sea of pitch black. ... Your Majesty, are you sure you haven't disclosed it to others?" A shuttle-shaped flying boat pushed aside the water flow and proceeded smoothly in the predetermined direction. In the cockpit, there were only Namor and Sebastian Shaw. The latter was a little uneasy, and was not excited about achieving his goal, but felt flustered. Outside is the deep and gloomy icy bottom of the sea, and occasionally a huge deep-sea beast swims by suddenly, bringing astonishing movement. "This is like a road to the netherworld," Sebastian thought for no reason. "Mr. Xiao, please rest assured about this." Namor drove the flying boat and nodded. "My people are short-sighted and self-proclaimed guys. They don't understand my intentions and pains. So, I didn't tell anyone. It would only lead to opposition and impeachment." Hearing Namor say this, Sebastian gradually relieved his mind and discarded the unnecessary distractions. He looked at the route on the navigator and asked, "The target is close to the island of Ireland." "Your Majesty, what exactly is the planetary weapon owned by Atlantis?" Namor pondered for a moment, seeming to remember seriously. After a while, he said with a little nostalgia, "I only received royal education for a short period of time, and then my mother was taken to live in a slum." The name of the continental shelf oscillator was mentioned by my mother accidentally. "Later, as I succeeded to the throne, I further confirmed its existence by reading ancient history books. Strictly speaking, this ultimate weapon that was regarded as a taboo by successive kings and did not want to talk about it is not owned by Atlantis. It comes from the ancient gods. It was those guys who caused the huge changes in the Earth's plates and destroyed us and the Lemurian civilization in one fell swoop. In the eyes of many Atlantis people, that is a terrible nightmare that cannot be forgotten. Therefore, the robe aristocrats are unwilling to communicate with the land world, or even to develop technology. Tens of thousands of years have passed and they are still in place. They worry that when Atlantis rises again and reaches the top, the ancient gods will reappear and destroy everything we enjoy. Sebastian sneered when he heard the words. In this regard, he and Namor have the same opinion. They all believe that civilization should maintain the possibility of upward development. www.mtlnovel.com. Instead of closing the country, just follow the tradition. That would only sacrifice the vitality of a civilization and a country. The information I know is that the continental shelf oscillator is very large and not so much a weapon, but more like some kind of instrument to transform the planet. Namor restrained his complex emotions and comforted himself. Maybe it is not a Pandora's box that brings destruction, but a kind of civilization that can restart the world and breed a new future. Sebastian didn't expose Namor's botched lie. He had similar thoughts. Use that planetary weapon to destroy an old world ruled by humans and create a new Earth dominated by mutants. 40 minutes later, this shuttle-shaped flying boat dived all the way, deep into the dark bottom of the sea, and finally reached its destination. Arrived. A trace of eagerness rose in Namor's eyes, and he murmured, "That's the ultimate weapon left by the ancient gods." Chapter 135? Tenjin Group Armor, Central Energy Institute. What appeared in front of Namor and Sebastian Shaw was a giant island similar to Atlantis. There is an extremely large-scale building complex on it. The magnificent palace that was originally magnificent has already collapsed and turned into a ruined ruin in the depths of the ocean. Only dozens of sturdy stone pillars are still standing. They are the Pillars of Hercules, which can stimulate the defensive shield to resist foreign enemies. After tens of thousands of years of repeated washing with cold sea water, the metal loops and patterns engraved on the surface are already mottled and unrecognizable. This was once the largest and most magnificent city of gold in the terrestrial world. At its peak, tens of millions of people lived on the island until the day of destruction. Its name has long been lost in the long river of history, and it is not even recorded in ancient books, so the Atlanteans called it the Lost City. Namor walked down the gangway where the cockpit was lowered, followed by Sebastian Shaw wearing breathing equipment. The latter was wearing the armor-like diving suit, and surrounded by a translucent energy field, resisting the terrible water pressure everywhere. The two successfully set foot on the giant island, all the way forward, into the inner ring of the city. Atlantis in ancient times. The architectural style is very atmospheric, similar to the ancient Greek style. Most of them are made of huge stone pillars and gorgeous reliefs, with spacious space and good visibility. The layout of the building pays attention to class distinction. As a whole, it is like concentric circles nested one after another. The inner circle is a temple dedicated to gods and a noble life circle. The outer layer is civilians and free people. And because of the different classes, the building height is also strictly regulated. The more you go inside, the larger the scale of the ruins. There are towering lighthouses that collapsed, and solemn temples gilded and inlaid with silver. It is not difficult to see that Atlantis did have a peak period. It is indeed a prehistoric civilization that ruled the earth together with the Lemurian civilization. It is a pity that before the Atlantis people started their great journey towards the Sea of Stars, and even the novice village did not go out. They were devastated by the full-level big group, the Celestial Group. Finally, as a last resort, we had to delete the account and start again, from land civilization to ocean civilization. What is that? As they got deeper and deeper, many huge sea beasts set off waves and lurked in the shadows. Sebastian is a little nervous, and the deep sea is not his main battlefield. If you encounter an enemy, Namor may not be able to take care of himself. Guardians of the Lost City. This is their territory now. We can't. Intruders. Namor waved his hand to signal Sebastian not to be nervous. As the king of Atlantis, he can communicate spiritually with marine life. Namor's mouth opened and closed silently, as if he was speaking a slurred spell. Invisible fluctuations radiate along the sea. Guru, guru. After a while, following the lead, sea beast spit out a string of bubbles, as if responding. Immediately, they seemed to regain their calm and retreated back to their dark lair. That ultimate weapon is placed in the underground corridor. The successive kings of Atlantis did not think about using it in the past, thinking that it would never be used on that day, so they were sealed in this lost city. Guarded by sea beasts, Namor led Sebastian into the largest ruin in the city. This was once the highest temple dedicated to the of the sea. Now it is desolate and has not been visited for a long time. I am forced to do nothing, and I hope that the ancestors of Atlantis and my mother can understand. After a few words of self-comfort, Namor activated the organ. Rumble. The ground trembled. The ground of the highest temple is slowly sinking, and the sound of gears biting and the sound of machinery turning together into a roaring concerto. The sea water suddenly became turbid, and a large amount of silt and dust was stirred, forming numerous tiny vortexes. The still-standing Pillar of Hercules moved its position and struck the last note. Sealed in the underground corridor, the ultimate weapon that had not seen the sun for tens of thousands of years was finally exposed to the two. Sebastian's eyes widened and he held his breath. He was shocked by this huge machine. The integrated metal shell reveals a cold, hard and firm feeling. A rough estimate is about 2,000 feet, more than 600 meters. If it is not lying horizontally on the ground, but placed upright, it is estimated to be half the height of the Empire State Building in New York. A huge weapon of this size is simply incredible. This is a planetary weapon? Sebastian took a deep breath, his voice a bit muffled because of the breathing equipment. Yes, this is the Continental Shelf Oscillator, a terrible existence that can destroy the world. Neymar nodded vigorously. This is a planetary weapon? Luke, who was far away on Liberty Island, had a shocked face, and was a little gaff. Seeing his expression, he just blurted out the phrase "fuck" that was in his mouth. This happens because Luke knows this stuff, or to be more precise, he has seen it in comics before. Yes, although I have not personally witnessed the glorious history tens of thousands of years ago, Karmitage has a record of the Continental Shelf Oscillator, which is consistent with the description in the book. He nodded a little and confirmed. As an observer of the timeline, she also has limits. So far, the ancient masters of the ages have used the Eye of Agamotto to go back to the older stage, which is the final battle between the Dark Elves and Asgard. That belonged to the most turbulent and chaotic era of the Nine Realms. As the king of the gods, Father Odin did not succeed him. The leader of Asgard is his father, King Bauer. The Celestial Group destroyed the two major civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria, and that period was quite special. All kinds of ancient gods are endless. It can be said that the Heavenly Father is walking all over the floor. If it is not a single universe-level dimensional demon, you would be embarrassed to greet people when you go out. Even the Supreme Mage has never set foot in the ancient age when the eternal and the anomalous, the ancient gods and primitive humans lived together. But this is obviously the armor of the Celestial Group. Luke was silent, thinking to himself. The Celestial Group is one of the earliest intelligent races born in the universe. It belongs to an unknown non-material energy consciousness life form, without a specific shape or appearance. Therefore, each of them wore giant armor similar to metal. The most common image is a majestic of more than 2,000 feet, like a steel can magnified countless times. Luke was very impressed, so when he saw Namor open the mechanism and took out the ultimate weapon, he immediately recognized that the thing was not a continental shelf oscillator at all. Just thinking about it carefully, the Atlanteans didn't make a mistake. It does have the terrifying power to sink the continent and destroy the planet. After all, the energy possessed by every celestial group surpasses the Heavenly Father's level. If it is released www.mentalnovel.com, let alone this North American continent, even the Earth will be severely damaged. Master Yi, do you know how to operate this planetary weapon? Luke couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, admiring the brains of the Atlanteans, and taking the armor of the Celestial Group as the ultimate weapon. Its real function should be to prevent the cosmic energy from leaking out and causing unpredictable terrible effects. Atlantis in ancient times has a lot of experience in how to use the energy of the universe. Yi is like a knowledgeable encyclopedia, and casually said, they developed a new energy system that uses unknown substances similar to glass spar to absorb solar energy. The lost city you see is the inner ring they used to be a solar palace here, which was the Central Energy Institute of Atlantis. Hearing this, Luke couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Absorb solar energy? Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 136? Smashing Varudo, 9 seconds up. Looking at Luke with bright eyes, Yi ruthlessly broke the other's fantasy. Atlantis has been sunk from the land for nearly 10,000 years. The Central Energy Institute that was once built has long been reduced to ruins and is not destroyed. The blow of the Supreme Mage did not make Luke feel depressed. He waved his hand, indicating that the problem was not big. If you can get specific drawings from Atlantis, or related technology, you can make Howard copy one again. I believe that his genius brain is enough to ignore the existence of technical barriers. Namor, how are they going to start? Luke frowned, thinking of this question. The height of the giant armor is equivalent to 2 Empire State Buildings, even because of the difference in materials. It cannot be directly compared with reinforced concrete, but no matter what, the weight won't be worse. Namor can't move this big guy. That's why I waited until now. Guyi shrugged and said frankly, I am also very curious, so I want to know the answer. I thought you had everything under control, so you weren't in a hurry. Luke spit out subconsciously. Compared with the harsh and old-fashioned image of the Supreme Master in the comics, this one seems to be a lot more lively, a little informal and casual. The attitude of the Major General has changed from the awe and respect from the very beginning to relaxed and plain. As a Supreme Mage, I have indeed read many books, seen many things, and experienced wonderful things that many people have never experienced in their entire lives. But I am not an all-knowing and omnipotent God. Guyi was very honest and said confidently, furthermore, knowledge is a part of life experience. It is a way of looking at everything in the world, not a tall image of decorations, a reason for superior arrogance. I don't know the answer to a question, it's not a shame. Deserving to be the Supreme Master, the realm of thought is different from ordinary people. Luke praised without sincerity. This will replace the father and son of the Stark family, especially the Iron Man who is cursed of knowledge. Their criterion for distinguishing ordinary people from geniuses is whether they can communicate with themselves normally. For example, when talking about nuclear submarines before, Captain America expressed a dazed look. According to Howard's judgment, basically it can only be classified into the group of primates. This includes the generals of the Department of Defense, the key military personnel of the Pentagon, and all ordinary people who don't even understand classical physics. Just as the Invisible Woman complained about Mr. Fantastic, the best way to attract the attention of a genius nerd is to talk to him about quantum mechanics. Then Guyi Mage next. Do you plan to open a portal to let me take care of the two unlucky guys who think I haven't been discovered yet? Luke rubbed his hands, as if he couldn't wait. This plan is good. Guy nodded in agreement. Secular disputes can be handed over to SHIELD, she just acts as a bystander and joins in the fun by the way. Kamar-Taj, who stays outside the independent world all day, is actually quite boring to deal with. Damam in the dark dimension to collect debts. And what this young Major General is best at is to give people new tricks. Only. Guy paused for a while, looked at the giant armor of 2,000 feet in the screen, and asked curiously, after Namor turns on the ultimate weapon, can you quickly dispose of it? The operation of the Continental Shelf Oscillator is probably to devour material crazily at a terrifying speed, thus forming a huge cavity, and then releasing energy. According to Kamar-Taj's ancient records, the whole process will last for 4 hours and cannot be stopped. Luke raised his eyebrows, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, then how long is the interval from startup to operation? He seemed to understand a little bit about the Atlanteans, why they would regard the armor of the Celestial Group as the so-called Continental Shelf Oscillator. By creating a large-scale gravitational field to absorb matter, and then violently release it, forming an unimaginable explosion impact, sinking the North American continent without pressure. In addition, the vibration response in the process can also create an amplification phenomenon similar to the resonance effect, leading to extremely serious earthquakes and tsunamis. It can still be used like this. Luke's thinking turned, and he couldn't help but feel the imagination and development of the Atlantis people. Maybe this is the correct way to use it. Less than 10 seconds. Guyi gave the answer. With the retracement function of the Eye of Agamotto, she did not worry about the terrible consequences that would be difficult to end. Now that Luke won the gambling game, he got the qualification to enter Kamar-Taj. In addition, after this incident, the three sanctuaries may have a certain degree of cooperation and exchanges with S.H.I.E.L.D. Guyi believes that it is necessary to give the Major General some appropriate tests. I have a bold idea. After thinking for a moment, Luke looked at the bald-headed mage in a suit and leather shoes, with a smile on his lips. Do you want to turn it on now? Namor stood in front of the so-called ultimate weapon, like tiny dust. If he didn't know how to use it, he might be like Sebastian Shaw, lichen and looking at a giant whale. There is no way. Don't be so eager. The consequences caused by the continental shelf oscillator are extremely serious. We should gather a group of righteous people in advance, let them board the Noah's Ark, and then cleanse this evil world. Sebastian's eyes rolled. His idea was to gather enough mutants to hide in a safe place. Then, with the help of Namor, a warning was issued to countries around the world. If the negotiations are unsuccessful, use the continental shelf oscillator to sink the North American continent. After seeing part of the power of planetary weapons, humans will naturally feel fear. All this is just like what the Third Reich did. It captured the European countries through blitzkrieg, established the axis of evil, and promoted centralized rule. Sebastian thought he would do a better job than the Führer, because the latter did not possess such amazing weapons as the continental shelf oscillator. Bring back. Namor looked at the huge and cold giant weapon and took out a hexahedral translucent spar from his pocket. This is the key to activating the continental shelf oscillator, which can stimulate the energy system inside. After that, you can drive this ultimate weapon just like driving a spaceship. After a few minutes, the giant armor that had been lying down still glowed with soft light. The energy starts to run along the loop and is about to be successfully driven. Just as Namor was very excited, a spark of magic suddenly lit up in the deep and gloomy depths of the ocean floor. Zizz, 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 zizz. As if cutting the space, the invisible wave swayed slightly, and the circular channel slowly opened. 2. Are you surprised or surprised? Luke walked out of it with a smile, opening the biological force field to expel the rushing seawater. The extremely terrifying huge water pressure exerted invisible gravity on him. Squeeze it from all directions, beating every muscle fiber. And the Major General is still calm, without feeling the slightest pressure. Finally met, Mr. Xiao. Looking at Sebastian Shaw with a dull face and Namor who was horrified, Luke smiled kindly. Life is always ups and downs, and it's about to fall down the moment before success. It feels very uncomfortable, right? I didn't tell anyone. Namor's eyes were full of doubt, and he looked at Sebastian Shaw subconsciously. He couldn't figure out why Superman would appear. The opponent should be on Liberty Island at this time. If you say that there is an inner ghost, get rid of yourself. It can only be Mr. Xiao. Sebastian also looked at Namor with suspicion. This product has always been unreliable, and maybe it has leaked the wind. I'm in a hurry. The old accounts of the two of you will wait for the next sum to settle slowly. Luke was too lazy to talk nonsense, and raised his right arm, wrapped around his wrist with an emerald-colored ring woven with glittering green light. Smash Varudo! He cried silently. The moment the thought flashed, the flow of time stopped. Under the deep sea, on this huge island, it seemed that someone had pressed the pause button. Not even the water solidified, let alone Namor and Sebastian Shaw. They are like lifelike statues, standing there blankly, the expressions on their faces clearly reflecting shock, doubt and a trace of fear. Luke took a step, and the biological force field was fully deployed, trying to wrap the armor of the celestial group lying on the island and covering half of the inner ring of the city. Not that range, but it's enough. Luke stretched out his hands, propped them up, and at the same time used his shoulders to withstand the still giant armor. 1 second. He counted down silently. Time paused. Only 9 seconds. If Namor and Sebastian Shaw were allowed to resume their actions, they would certainly not sit back and watch the armor of the celestial group be taken away. 2 seconds. The muscles of Luke's arms were knotted, and the veins burst. The tall body is like an erupting active volcano, spewing out extremely terrifying energetic power. Rumble. Clear cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like a spider web. 3 seconds. Luke's foothold collapsed. It's just that the giant armor still doesn't move. After the second template upgrade, his power is growing at an alarming rate every day. Previously, only the aircraft carrier could be pushed, but now it is no problem to lift it with one hand. This shows how fast the Superman template has grown. The most terrifying thing is that this is far from Luke's limit. Today, He tried his best to lift up this giant armor. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. For Luke, he had never felt the flow of time so slow. Every thread of muscle fiber is being squeezed out of power, and the stellar energy accumulated in the body is pouring out like a flood that bursts a bank. The force of terror even formed a gravitational field similar to celestial bodies, pulling the frozen sea water. Get up. At the 8th second, the giant armor was finally shaken. As the time was suspended, the dust that shook up slowly drifted, and the surrounding sea water was stirred by people like a semi-solidified liquid, showing a strange visual phenomenon. The sparks of magic are beating endlessly. www.mtnovel.com. The circular channel large enough to hold the giant armor is quickly pulled apart. Sweat dripped from his forehead, as if Luke was on the verge of a limit, struggling to lift the extremely heavy armor. With every step, the earth wailed. 9 seconds. Time flows. Rumble, rumble. The deep and gloomy seabed seemed to have just experienced a terrible earthquake. The island was roaring and vast ruins collapsed. The violent dust surged upwards, and the solidified water flow stirred fiercely. Namor and Sebastian Shaw, who were regaining their ability to think, stared at the open space in front of them in a daze. Where is my ultimate weapon? Where is such a big planetary weapon? Question mark. Chapter 137. Teamed mate head iron. Namor broke his back. What's happening? A series of question marks appeared on Namor's head. He hasn't figured out the situation yet, let alone realize that in his tragic and short life, he has lost 9 precious seconds. It might be Superman made a ghost. Maybe we are all under control. Sebastian frowned and realized that things were not simple. A look of horror appeared on the face of the gloomy bird. He was more experienced than Namor, and soon noticed something wrong. The clear picture in my mind seems to be deleted, and it is not connected at all. At the last moment, Superman suddenly appeared on the stage, raising his right arm. In the next second, the opponent disappeared, and the continental shelf oscillator also disappeared out of thin air. This is weird. It's like someone stole everything that happened during this period of time from them. Your Majesty, we should leave as soon as possible. Sebastian was sober-minded and immediately persuaded Namor to run away. Although I don't know where that huge planetary weapon has gone. But one thing is certain, even if he and Namor join forces, it is likely that they will not be able to stop Superman's attack. Especially under the deep sea, Sebastian, wearing a diving suit, had difficulty moving and was unable to exert his true strength at all. Once fighting broke out, Namor might not be able to take care of himself. Therefore, Sebastian subconsciously proposed to retreat. In any case, keeping a small life is important. This is his steady way. The ultimate weapon of Atlantis just gave up like this. Young and energetic Namor, how can he understand Sebastian's conservative ideas? Mr. Xiao, we can no longer escape. It is time to summon the courage to face the threat of Superman. He is indeed the most powerful person I have ever seen, but your strength will not lose to the opponent. Black King of the Hellfire Club, an Alpha-class mutant, plus a mutant of the royal bloodline of Atlantis, but also an Alpha-class mutant. With the combination of strong forces, can it be said that he can't resist a Superman? He is not a god. Sebastian looked at Namor, who was in the blood, a little bit dumbfounded. At this moment, his mood is extremely complicated. Facing Namor's question, Sebastian wanted to tell him, last time, you held the Golden Trident and summoned the giant demon of the North Sea, but failed to defeat Superman. Now that you are unarmed and have no whole cards, take your head-to-head with the opponent. How could I choose such a guy with muscles in his head to be an ally? Sebastian felt bitter and couldn't tell. They were like a bottom duo with no tacit understanding. Obviously one party has already sent a signal, saying that he wants to return to the city to replenish his status, and then come back to the line. But the iron-headed baby teammates around him had to force the tower, preparing for a wave of well-developed heroes on the opposite side and leading a few pieces of equipment. If you use your brain a little, you will know that the end will be worrying. Your Majesty, Sebastian was trying to explain a few words, but saw the sparks of magic jumping endlessly. The Supreme Mage far away on Liberty Island, like an excellent assistant, cuts the space in time and opens the channel. I heard someone mentioned my name just now. Luke returned to the lost city of Atlantis with a gentle smile on his lips. The giant armor left by the Celestial group was temporarily tossed aside by him. On this planet, apart from myself, it is estimated that no one can move it. Magneto? He is still an orphan whose parents have died. Captain Marvel? The Cold War didn't even start. The Tenma Project is even more invisible. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Luke looked at Namor, who was full of anger and blood. He didn't intend to talk nonsense, and directly stretched out his right hand, spread out into a palm and hooked forward. The provocative meaning is obvious. The grievances between us should indeed be settled. Namor doesn't have so many twists and turns in his head. Normally, he rushes up with his fist when he encounters a problem and it's done. At any rate, he is also the king of Atlantis. He is not as stable as Sebastian, or he can swallow his breath. Boom. In Namor's heart, a raging will to fight was ignited. He stepped heavily under his feet, and the ground of the island where dense cracks had originally appeared was splashed with gravel. With a heavy punch, he went straight to Luke's door. For Namor, the ocean floor is his main battlefield. The terrifying water pressure, and the current that hinders movement and slows down the speed. In the eyes of Namor, who has the blood of the royal family of Atlantis, it is not a burden at all. On the other hand, Superman needs to turn on the biological force field at all times, used to resist water pressure and drain the water flow. Therefore, compared to the battle over the Atlantic Ocean, this time he has more geographical advantages. Boom. Luke didn't panic. The biological force field was in full swing. The whole person is like a small celestial body, exuding a frightening atmosphere. The foothold collapsed and shattered, gravel fluttered, and dust rolled. Namor's fist hadn't gotten close to Luke, as if it had hit a copper wall. The surging countershock force spread along the arm and throughout the body. Namor felt as if he had been punched by himself, and his whole body felt sore. Suddenly, it was extremely uncomfortable. Your Majesty, it's been a long time since I saw you. The gap between us seems to be getting bigger and bigger. The wicked Luke not only inflicted physical damage on Namor, but also carried out a spiritual crit. The full-scale biological power directly envelops Namor, who is in a stiff state. The latter instantly seemed to be burdened with heavy shackles and plunged into a sticky swamp. Compared with Superman's straight and rampant fighting style, after Luke upgraded the template, he focused on developing skills. However, he temporarily figured out the basic operation of shaving with a hot sight. Bang! Luke's right leg tapped Namor's chest. Like a cruise missile exploded. The terrifying force tears open the high-density muscles that can block bullets, crushing the hard bones like steel. Click. Clear and incomparable cracking sound. Namor was like a solid cannonball full of strength, and flew backwards suddenly. A few traces of red blood melted into the turbulent current. I saw Namor, whose breastbone collapsed, and vomiting blood constantly, smashing through the ruined and collapsed buildings one after another, shaking up large swaths of dust. Luke shook his neck, as if he had finished warming up. Bang! There was another explosion. Luke was like a jet plane catapulted into the start, and the biological force field lined the turbulent water. It was just a few sprints, and it immediately approached Namor, who was struggling to get up. Those brick wall pillars left over from ancient times www.mentalnovel.com are like paper, all smashed into rubble. Unlucky guy. Do you think Sebastian Shaw really treats you as a compatriot? Luke stomped down and stepped back on Namor, who had stood up. The giant island of the lost city shook violently. The huge sea beasts dormant in the darkness, like frightened birds, rushed out in groups. He will only let you come forward, and all the infamy and trouble will be borne by you, while the Hellfire Club and himself are hiding behind the scenes and watching the changes. Luke picked up Namor, who had been knocked to the ground by several fists, and said in a soft voice, "You have lost the trust of your people, you have lost the glory of the king, and you are about to lose the future. Raising his arms up against Neymar, his knees moved upwards. Bane skill card, Master Brokeback. Chapter 138. Nobody can save it. Click. The cruel voice sounded. The Bane skill card, which has not come in handy for a long time, was finally cast on Neymar. It can also be regarded as the seeking of this Marvel world. Experience the treatment that Batman in the next room can only have. Ah! Neymar let out a terrible cry. He clearly felt the fracture of the spine supporting his lower back. It's like the whole person was forcibly folded in half. The piercing pain rushed to the brain. The collapsed chest looked like a pulling bellows. Neymar endured the terrible pain that spread all over his body while spurting blood. The turbulent fighting spirit that had originally ignited in his heart disappeared instantly, as if being splashed out by cold water. Our grievances have been wiped out. Throwing down Neymar casually, Luke said blankly. At this moment, he didn't want to talk about whitewashing justice for his behavior, or saying a few grand words that occupy the moral high ground. Compared to the villains and villains, the only difference between Luke and them is that he has a clear understanding of himself. I am not Clark Kent, nor am I going to be a bright beacon to illuminate the world, because that would have to pay a huge price, and even sacrifice when necessary. Luke thought silently, expecting a traverser with superhuman power to quickly become a savior hero like Superman, which is unrealistic. What's more, as a pragmatist, he has always believed that an outstanding villain will always be much higher than a superhero in terms of work efficiency. The latter will always encounter an unsolvable dilemma similar to the trolley problem, and thus fall into repeated torture of self-ethics. This is their greatness, but also their flaws. Why can't Batman beat the Joker? It was just that he was unwilling to lower the moral bottom line and let himself slip to the same level as his old enemy. Gamblers who follow the rules with the same chips, the same ability, will always lose to the unscrupulous gamblers. Luke believes that if the Joker and the Punisher are locked together, it is guaranteed that the Prince of Crime of Gotham will constrain. So, to deal with a guy like you, sometimes you have to use someone like me. Mr. General chuckled and looked down at Neymar, who had lost even worse than last time. Ho ho. I never thought I would lose to a landman twice. Neymar sizzled and gasped and fell to the ground unable to stand up. In the tradition of Atlantis, the life of the loser should be reaped by the winner. Come on, return me to the embrace of the god of the sea. Perhaps it was the clear tingling deep into the bone marrow that allowed this young king of Atlantis to gradually get rid of his mind full of second thoughts. He lifted his head hard and closed his eyes. Make a tragic expression that is always ready to be brave enough to meet death. At this time, Neymar finally looked like the prince of a country. The personal grievances between us have been settled, Luke said meaningfully. As a major general in the land world, if I kill the king of Atlantis with my own hands, it does not mean that I take the initiative to provoke a battle between the two worlds. Neymar opened his eyes and asked with some confusion, are you going to let me go? This is not like Superman's style of doing things. After several contacts, he probably understood the true face of the Major General. Pacifists and war heroes are all propaganda needs. There is coldness and indifference in the opponent's bones, and he never keeps his hands on the enemy. Namo Mackenzie, you are now being arrested for attempted destruction of the world, undermining the diplomatic relationship between Atlantis and the land world, and attempting to launch a civilized war, creating an extremely large-scale massacre. Luke, like an impartial judge, counted Neymar's crimes in detail, and finally reached a conclusion. Waiting for you will be a joint trial between Atlantis and the land world. You really are a bastard. I don't accept trial. I am the king. Neymar was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood, glaring at Superman who was looking down on him condescendingly. Originally, he still had illusions, thinking that Luke was prepared to let him go out of respect for his lifelong enemy. As a result, he was instantly slapped in the face by the other party mercilessly. Each other. Luke spread his hands and said solemnly, whether you fail or make a mistake, you must be punished. It's reasonable, isn't it? Ignoring Neymar's resentment, he snapped his fingers and shouted into the air, Ge Mage, help open the door. The voice fell to the ground, and the spark of magic cut the space. His spine broke, and Neymar, who was unable to rise again, disappeared directly, not knowing where he was thrown by Guy. Get one, and one more. Luke rubbed his fists, and he looked forward to Sebastian Shaw even more. Neymar is a top laner with high blood, and when he encounters a Superman who is a little better than him, there is no room for resistance. But the Black King of the Hellfire Club is different. Antea, Sunflame and Fnatic are a tricky type that gets more and more fierce. In the original timeline, Magneto and Professor Charles joined forces and defeated them when they were not prepared. How about people? Luke scanned it with supervision, but did not find Sebastian Shaw. His eyes were like radar, covering the lost city. Not even the tiny gaps were missed. Go away. Guy Mage, please open the door again. Luke didn't panic at all. He had the strongest support on the earth, the Supreme Mage. With the full map view on, no matter where Sebastian Shaw flees, he can catch up. Hearing Luke's call, the Supreme Mage, who saw everything through the window of the world, cut the space quite cooperatively. Unexpectedly, Sebastian Shaw was in contact with her. Guy, who stayed on Liberty Island thoughtfully, she could use the time and space nodes of the 3 Sanctuary to achieve ultra-long-distance spellcasting, giving Luke no pressure to open the door. Witch, Selene. She has joined the Hellfire Club too. London, England. Sebastian, who fell on the carpet in embarrassment, quickly took off her bulky wetsuit. At this time, he was in a villa in the metropolitan area. From the deep Atlantic Ocean to London, it is no wonder that Luke can't scan with supervision. Go and inform Mr. Essex. Superman defeated Neymar, and is likely to continue chasing me. We must find a way to solve this trouble. Sebastian was nervous, completely losing his usual calm demeanor. Neymar has already suffered from the pain of a broken back, and he doesn't know his life or death. If it hadn't been for the early opportunity and the signs of defeat by his teammates, he would hasten to call for help. I was afraid that he would also be rubbed against the ground by that Superman. Superman. Why did you bother him? The female voice with a hint of charm echoed in the room. The helper who rescued Sebastian Shaw was an enchanting woman sitting in a high-back chair. She has waist-length black hair and a vintage gown. Between the gestures, it exudes amazing charm. Selene, the Black Queen of Hellfire Club, also a powerful witch. Essex is busy studying his human cloning technology, but there is no time to help you solve the problem. The Black Queen Selene covered her mouth and chuckled, not afraid of the angry Sebastian Shaw. By the way, Xiao, saving you this time is not a free help. Remember to pay a reasonable remuneration. The Essex in her mouth is no one else. UUKanzu.com is the Mr. Omen of mutants. It's all about this time, but also to mention. Forget it. You don't know the seriousness of the matter at all. I want to talk directly to Essex. Sebastian was quite annoyed. He had no sense of security now, always worried that Superman would fall from the sky. It is necessary for Mr. Omen to completely awaken the mutant god. He thought so. Zizzy. Magic sparks suddenly appeared, opened the circular channel, and a cold voice came from it. No one can save you today, Mr. Xiao. Sebastian looked horrified. He didn't expect Superman to come to the door so quickly. When the voice fell, the violent air current, the roaring explosion, poured out from the circular channel. That tall and imposing figure appeared in this room. Chapter 139? Black Queen. Meteorite escaped. The tall figure suddenly descended, filling this spacious study room with a violent aura like an eruption of an active volcano. The Black Queen Selene, leaning on the high-back chair, squinted her eyes, and the turbulent air current resembled a violent wind that rolled up on the ground, turning a vintage robe and waist-length black hair. The anxious look on Sebastian's face instantly solidified, and a touch of fear emerged uncontrollably in his eyes. I caught up so soon. He is a little unbelievable. Superman can still magic. Use the casting medium to open the portal. which is the signature skill of the wizard. Luke stepped out of the circular passage, and his sharp eyes swept towards the horrified Sebastian Shaw. There was no classic villain's declaration or old-fashioned and boring pre-war dialogue between the two men. Luke exerted force under his feet and pulled out a swift straight line. Make a fist with your right hand, and the force of terror condenses a little. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and it almost lifted the roof. Sebastian's head seemed to be hit with a heavy hammer, and he staggered back. The strong body suddenly showed an illusory ghost. He is absorbing the terrible power released by Superman. The opponent was almost like a giant titan in human skin. It smashed it down with a punch. Sebastian Shaw, who had been exposed to cruise missiles and easily absorbed the energy of the explosion, was a little overwhelmed. He thought of tearing up the 3 battleship class, pushing the aircraft carrier, blasting Namor and other impressive achievements, and the inner country heart couldn't help but feel a deep chill. Compared to King Atlantis, whose back was brutally broken, Sebastian was much more sober. He doesn't think he will be the opponent of Superman unless he can wait to absorb atomic energy and become a humanoid nuclear weapon, and get a wave of complete reinforcement. Otherwise, head-to-head with the opponent, the winning rate is very low. The legendary Superman really lives up to his reputation. The Black Queen Selene licked her red lips, and her flowing eyes, like the spring water of the same lake, could melt any male creatures. Obviously, this powerful witch who has always liked tough men the most. I fell in love with the strong, reinforced Superman. To be precise, it is greedy for Luke's body. Had it not been for Sebastian Shaw, who was in the way, she would have taken the initiative to recommend herself to the pillow seat, and competed against each other for 300 rounds. Mum rage fac. Selene, you crazy woman. At this time, can't you temporarily put away the flood of hormones? Sebastian glanced at the Black Queen as an ally, almost vomiting blood with anger. The hungry eyes and desire and dissatisfaction were almost overflowing. It is true that Superman's strong physique, tall figure, and angular contours are very attractive to women. But right now it was a life and death battle. Selene was full of stimulating images that were not suitable for children, and he didn't mean to help at all. This made Sebastian, who was struggling to support the mentality, to collapse. It's as if the jungler on his own side not only stays nearby to watch the play silently, but also types on the public screen, look at the opposing shooter's replenishment and the coquettish moves. Xiao, pay attention to your words. I am not the stupid young people in the club who were deceived by you, the Black Queen said coldly. She didn't really look down on Sebastian Shaw, who relied on an organ transplant to activate the talent of mutants. As a mutant who has lived for a long time, Selene will only be more arrogant than those young compatriots. The few who can enter the eyes of her law are probably only the self-proclaimed God Apocalypse, and the opponent's 25th son, Mr. Omen. The rest of the mutants, Selene didn't deliberately target anyone, anyway, it was all rubbish. S6. The famous Mr. Omen does not want Apocalypse to wake up. But if I die, the mutant will definitely be awakened. Sebastian gritted his teeth, wishing to choke the bland Black Queen to death. Is this a threat? I took it down, Xiao. Selene smiled and finally got up from the high chair. Don't look at this woman's whole body full of charming aura. Every move can arouse a man's desire. Like a ripe plump fruit, it makes people salivate. In fact, she is a very famous witch. Calculating the age seriously, he is almost the same age as Guyi. In addition, Selene's unrestrained style has always been fun for enslaving men and playing with their bodies and souls. To a certain extent, it can be said that countless birds have been read, and they have experienced many battles. Most of the men she fancied didn't end well, either eaten and wiped out, absorbed the soul, or reduced to licking the dog, playing to death. Because the Black Queen Selene was still a mutant after removing the identity of a witch. Her natural ability is to absorb life, able to absorb their vitality through physical contact, and strengthen one aspect of their physical attributes. This is the real reason why Selene has not aged at all in his face after thousands of years. She relies on depriving others of their lives to maintain her youthful appearance and vigorous energy. Mr. Major General, can we sit down and talk first? The Black Queen warned Sebastian Shaw, with her hands slightly closed, releasing the spell unhurriedly. A cloud of black mist exploded violently, enveloping the extremely imposing Superman with a strong lifeless spirit. Slow speed, draw strength, chaotic spirit. Is a high-level mage. The biological force field is in full swing, and Luke is not affected at all. He has the powerful template of a magical Superman. Bang! Sebastian Shaw was kicked with one kick, and the latter appeared in groups of ghost figures, struggling to absorb the force exerted by Superman. Selene, your spells won't work on him, Sebastian yelled furiously. Now he is like a big stomach king who eats hesai and is about to approach the limit. Superman Link continued to blow frantically, making the Black King of the Hellfire Club feel the crisis of death. The sickle that reaps life is like being put on the neck. Bring out your true skills. Sebastian was full of noise. He can absorb various forms of energy, but he is still an ordinary person in essence. Regardless of reaction speed or mobility, he can't keep up with Superman's rhythm at all. This also means that Sebastian can only be beaten passively, while unable to launch a counterattack. www.mentalnovel.com has no room to escape. To shut up. The Black Queen raised her hand, and Sebastian Shaw's mouth seemed to be sewn up, and she couldn't make a sound for an instant. Then, with her right hand beckoning, strands of black smoke lingered on her body. A strong, pungent scent of sulfur filled the room. Smashing meteorites at every turn is too violent. Luke stopped his offensive action, turned his head and looked at the Black Queen, who was surrounded by waves of magic. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Subsequently, there was a boom. The tall figure smashed through the roof. Above the air, a huge ball of fire fell down. Chapter 140, I just want to kill you or be beaten to death by you. Luke crushed into the air and looked at the huge meteorite the size of a house, emitting fierce flames. The eyes condensed slightly, and the crimson light beam swept up and down, cutting left and right. Kai 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 kai. The high temperature rays that evaporate flesh and blood, like a burning knife, directly chopped a huge meteorite enough to cover half a block. Immediately afterwards, the biological force field suddenly opened, exerting terrifying force, crushing the broken stones that fell like a torrential rain into powder. Above the air, the dust fluttered and went with the wind. A crisis has disappeared. Good job. I thought you would continue to fight. Sebastian Shaw, regardless of other people's injuries. The mage did not know when, appeared behind Luke. There was a look of approval on her face, and she didn't seem to expect that the Major General would make a surprising choice. Could it be said that in the depths of the opponent's heart, there is hidden potential to become a hero? They can't run anyway, Luke said calmly, saying that the Supreme Mage thought too much. As a positive role, the mainstay of the lawful camp, the youngest Major General in the United States, the only beacon in the human world, the leader of the Roaring Commando, the SHIELD mission, the female warlock pile driver. I poo. Cross out the last one. Luke thinks that he occasionally does some good deeds and it is normal to harvest reputation. I didn't expect Sebastian Shaw to be in contact with the witch Selene, and the other party also joined the Hellfire Club. Guyi frowned slightly. She is wearing a suit and leather shoes today instead of the hooded robe of the past. Because it is not a high-end suit, it does not seem to be ironed properly, and the image is closer to the bald insurance salesman who lost his hair in his early years, rather than the Wall Street elite. That woman is the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Luke swept over with his supervision and found Sebastian Shaw and Selene in the study. Unexpectedly ran away. The opponent has the ability similar to Karmitage Major to open a portal, and it may appear anywhere. Not only that, Selene is also a very powerful witch. Luke raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. There are definitely very few mages who can be praised by the Supreme Master and are qualified to be worthy of the evaluation of powerful. Mr. Major General, You have to be careful when facing her in the future, Guyi solemnly reminded. Selene was born in a tribe in Central Europe. She awakened the talents of mutants when she was still a baby. Her mother regarded it as a miracle, and sacrificed her life force as a nutrient supply. The other elders of the tribe ordered everyone to do so. So Selene has shown extremely strong strength from an early age. Luke's heart trembled. He didn't expect the Black Queen to have such a life experience. Selene relied on drawing the lives of others and lived for a long time. During this period, she had received Asgard's Selene staff, which greatly increased her strength. Guyi stopped the explanation immediately, and said in a hurry, thousands of years ago, she went to the Roman Empire at that time, and helped a desolate poet to become a member of the Senate, and conspired to hold a godly ceremony. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. Later, she established an evil sect in Brazil and proclaimed herself a goddess. All in all, this woman is dangerous. Don't let her touch you, Mr. General. Otherwise, Guyi paused, glanced at the strong, masculine Superman, and said solemnly, you might be sucked dry by her. Luke frowned slightly, and vaguely felt that a sports car driving towards Kuming Mountain ran over his face at high speed. Mage Guyi, are you planning to make a move? He asked curiously. The so-called art industry has specializations. A powerful witch who holds an Asgardian staff and has lived for thousands of years should naturally be handled by the Supreme Mage. Sorry, Taj Kamu is a little busy. I have been away for a long time, and Damam is about to come again to collect debts. Guyi shook his head decisively, and stopped at the end. There is always no problem opening a portal, right? Luke's mouth twitched, and he felt that Damam might be the most unlucky dimensional demon. This Supreme Mage Guyi did not pay his debts, and refused to come to collect the debts, just like Lao Lei. Strange. The next Supreme Mage, not only that, but also forcibly negotiated with Damam, forcing the other party to take the initiative to tear up the IOU. If the twists and turns are written out, it is enough to feed dozens of marketing accounts. Shock. The Supreme Master has become an old man. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? About Kamar-Taj, 15 secrets you must know. New York doctors are laid off and re-employed, becoming a negotiator. The debt collection course of Damam, the demon of dimension. Uncover the bitter history of blood and tears behind the secret. What portal to open? I will send the enemy directly in front of you. Waved a big hand, and said quite refreshingly. She drew a circle in the air, and magic sparks flew and jumped. This is the dam base of Lake Acalia. Luke froze for a moment and walked into the circular passage. Sebastian Shaw, who was not far away, looked at himself with a dazed expression. The Black King of the Hellfire Club was shaking in his heart. He obviously followed Selene to Egypt. How could he be dragged back in an instant? This may be fate, Mr. Xiao. Luke shrugged and strode over. The Black Queen has corresponding magic methods, which can avoid the space teleportation of the Supreme Mage. Therefore, only Sebastian Shaw, the hapless old man, faces Superman. Boom boom boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the corridors of the dam base. Sebastian showed fierce eyes, like a hungry wolf driven to an end. Feeling the strong fist wind rushing towards his face, he released the terrifying energy he had absorbed before. Boom. Luke seemed to have received a heavy punch from himself, and he fell back and slammed deeply into the solid and thick alloy wall. Hi. That's right. This is decent. He didn't feel the slightest irritation. Instead he smiled excitedly. Hold the wall with both hands and get out of the human-shaped depression. He stepped heavily on the ground, like a jet ejected from the start, and slammed into Sebastian Shaw. The former exerts a terrifying force sufficient to sink the giant wheel, and the latter absorbs and releases it. As soon as the two of them touched, there were waves of air that were visible to the naked eye. We don't have to be enemies. After Sebastian overcame his fear and barely fought Superman back and forth, it seemed to have a delusion that the opponent is not as terrible as expected. He decisively turned on the mouth cannon mode, trying to persuade Luke to turn the fighting into Jade and avoid this unnecessary battle. Major General Cavill, Namor has been solved by you. and the war between Atlantis and the land world was prevented by Superman. You have gained both prestige and honor, or status and power. Sebastian changed countless ghosts all over his body. While absorbing energy, he released energy at the same time, doing his best to maintain a fragile balance. Superman seemed to be tireless, shaking his fists faster and faster. Even the air was blown up, making a harsh sound similar to breaking through the sound barrier. According to common sense, when the opponent launches a fierce offensive, they will also suffer back shock damage caused by Sebastian's release of energy. But Luke seemed to ignore this completely, and didn't wave his fist at all. Suddenly, the scene was like a certain high school student with an invincible look, launching a platinum star stand-in for the crazy Ula. "Sorry, Mr. Xiao, I just want to kill you or be beaten to death by you." The cold voice passed through the strong fist wind and the violent air current into Sebastian Shaw's ears. "Originally, I saw that the battlefield was a dam base. I also wanted to open the flood channel directly to let you experience the wonderful taste of being crushed. However, I quickly changed my mind. Compared with the bursting of the flood, the instant pain makes you feel more desperate to watch yourself close to death." In just a few seconds, Luke threw hundreds of punches. It almost made the tunnel into a vacuum, almost suffocating Sebastian Shaw to death. "I can give the Hellfire Club and the mutants too." Sebastian worked hard to fight for the hope of survival, but it was a pity that Superman was a killer with no emotions. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Luke stopped the offensive. His chest was pulling like a bellows, and he breathed heavily. Sweat ran down his forehead slowly. Compared to Saber-toothed Tiger and Wolverine, those two mutants with self-healing factors should serve as training partners. In fact, Sebastian Shaw, who can absorb energy and fight back, is more suitable for the job. "What I want, I like to take it by myself." Luke looked at Sebastian Shaw with countless ghosts emerging. McLenovel.com and smiled. "Goodbye, Mr. Xiao." He let out a long breath and turned to leave. Sebastian Shaw felt desperate and tried to absorb the violent energy before releasing it. However, he can't do it. The fragile balance has been broken and everything is out of control. "What is the difference between you and me? Even if you become the king of the Hellfire Club, you will only be a tyrant," Sebastian exclaimed. Luke paused slightly before moving on. "We may all be the same person, but I am better than you, Mr. Xiao." Only the winner is qualified to speak. The heavy metal gate closed with a bang. Then, there was a huge explosion. Chapter 141. Thank you for saving the world, Miss Frost. The fascinating future is hard to predict. The cruelty of reality is caught off guard. For the young mutants of the Hellfire Club, as well as the undersea people of Atlantis, the astonishing bad news, like a bolt from the blue sky, was like a tornado, coming so fast that they didn't even have any mental preparation. "What? My king was brutally broken? Besides, he is still a cold-blooded butcher planning to launch a plan to destroy the world? What? My boss exploded and didn't even leave a whole body?" The next day, the conference room on Liberty Island, a mutant specially invited to participate in negotiations. There are also Atlanteans who don't know to be happy or angry. The two men and horses looked at each other. "Strong sadness cannot help but rush to my heart. After just one night, how do you feel that the whole world has changed?" Sure enough, it was an accident and a pleasant surprise, and I never knew which came first. "Mr. Major General, then are you going to ... how to deal with Namor?" The Atlantis delegation has a faster reaction speed than mutants whose brains are down. In the final analysis, these submarine people are no different from the politicians of the land world, and they are used to seeing the wind. After knowing that Namor had broken his back, they even omitted the honorific title of His Majesty the King and changed to directly call him by name. The crimes committed by Namor Mackenzie are not only directed at the land world, but will also cause extremely serious harm to Atlantis. Luke, who flew directly back to Liberty Island, tapped his fingers on the tabletop, with no emotions in his face. He is going to activate the ultimate weapon that once destroyed Atlantis and sink the entire North American continent. Do you know how many people will die in this disaster? Except for the terrestrial world turned into ruins. The sinking of the continent, the resulting tsunamis and earthquakes will destroy the stable ecology of the marine world. Namo Mackenzie keeps saying that those marine creatures are his people, so why should a king do something? How about slaughtering your own people? The Secretary of the Navy Nimitz, who was sitting next to him, gave a hiss sound and gasped. Killing people and punish the heart? As expected to be Major General Cavill. Once the above remarks are qualitative, Namor is tantamount to being nailed to the pillar of shame for the kings of Atlantis. The possibility of wanting to turn over is slim. Regarding Namor, I saw from a very early age that he could not become a qualified king. This is an afterthought. Yes. How can a king with impure blood lead the people of Atlantis? This is a supporter of pedigree theory. Fortunately, Mr. General has prevented this terrible crisis. Otherwise Atlantis' good reputation may be destroyed by Namor. This is a leading party with no ethics. All in all, after Namor lost power, Atlantis' top management decisively abandoned it. From this point of view, the blue-skinned undersea people have similarities in common with the French. That is, they all have no affection for their king. When necessary, I can't wait to send the other party to the guillotine or gallows. Since everyone has reached a preliminary consensus on the disposal of Namor, Luke cleared his throat and said in a final word, "Then wait until the negotiation is over and hand it over to the court and jury formed by Atlantis and the land world." After a while, the Atlantis delegation nodded and agreed. In fact, they did not have the courage and qualifications to refuse. In Luke's words, he often mentioned Atlantis' ultimate weapon. After Namor's failure, the continental shelf oscillator from the ancient gods naturally became the spoils of the terrestrial world. Thinking of this, the Atlantis delegation is even more depressed. In the bottom of my heart, he scolded Namor. As for Sebastian Shaw, I say that he is a remnant of the Third Reich, a conspirator who attempted to overthrow the rule of the free world, a traitor among the mutants. Should no one oppose him? After talking about Namor, who had fallen into the dust and suffered a severed back, Luke swept his eyes to the Hellfire Club again. The main representatives of the other party are the White Queen, who is still confused, and the mutants of the younger generation. Major General Cavill, I have something to say. As a mutant of the club, second only to the Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen took the lead. She raised her right hand and placed it near her temple. The psychic abilities extend out silently like a tide. Superman is indeed very powerful, but physical indestructibility is not necessarily the same as mental invulnerability. Oh, Miss Frost, what do you want to say? Luke heard the words and looked at the young White Queen with a smile on his lips. The two of them looked at each other and closed at the touch. Boom. The unfavorable spiritual ability is like hitting a copper wall and an iron wall. Neither read the mind nor control the mind. The intangible and intangible mental fluctuations were completely blocked back. It hurts. Emma, the White Queen, only felt dizzy. Her eyes turned black, and she almost fell on the table on the spot. How can that be? She didn't want to believe it, let alone believe that she had failed. Sebastian Shaw was able to shield his psychic powers mainly because of the metal helmet made of unknown material. But sitting in front of him with a smile on his face, what does the Major General rely on? He clearly didn't take any protective measures. Miss Frost, are you okay? Luke's tone was slightly concerned, as if he had an extraordinary friendship with the White Queen. Immediately afterwards, he swept the rest of the Hellfire Club and continued, Miss Frost, I would like to thank you for speaking of it. If you hadn't taken the initiative to provide information to SHI, I'm afraid I'm still in the dark now. At that time, they successfully activate the continental shelf oscillator, which will definitely cause unpredictable casualties and losses to the terrestrial world and Atlantis. It is no exaggeration to say that you saved the world. Mr. General is sincere and full of emotions. www.metalnovel.com. There is no falsehood in the slightest. After finishing speaking, he stood up and saluted a military salute. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Seeing Superman taking the lead, the others agreed, applauded, and looked at the White Queen with gratitude and admiration. Only Emma, who was the subject, showed a dazed look. "I don't ... him not." The White Queen, who was in a dizzy state, was full of humming noises in her head. The whole person is like a dead computer with a burnt-out processor. It wasn't until the applause gradually weakened and returned to the subject of the negotiation that she realized what had happened. "When did I report on Sebastian Shaw?" Facing the abrupt smash on the head, the great honor of saving the world, the White Queen's eyes were dull, as if she had lost the ability to think. Chapter 142? Who is the betrayer and who is the leader? I didn't do anything. So why was Ticked appointed as a hero to save the world? The White Queen's mind is full of question marks, and her face is confused. Especially the senior officials of the Navy Department surrounded her with warm applause and endless praise. As if it was really like what Luke said, he did those things to save the Earth from a terrible disaster. What the is going on? The White Queen subconsciously looked at Luke with a gentle smile. The young Major General's eyes were extremely calm, as if bystanders were watching a drama. Thinking of the affectionate and sincere speech that happened just now, she seemed to understand something. He did it on purpose. The brain seemed to wake up instantly after pouring a basin of cold water. The White Queen tried to break free from the dizziness, and suddenly found that the compatriots of the Hellfire Club looked at her with strange eyes. Those complex emotions, after they settled down, turned into sharp sword-like noises. Traitor. Informer. For a mentally capable person, interpreting the emotions and thoughts of others is a basic skill. Obviously, at this time, she has become a betrayer in the eyes of her compatriots. It's not like that. They misunderstood. The White Queen opened her red lips slightly, as if she wanted to explain. Although she didn't like Sebastian Shaw's practices, it is even extremely resistant to the other party's plan to use the Continental Shelf Oscillator as an important bargaining chip to threaten the human world that will not only harm humans, but will also do no good to mutants. But even so, the White Queen never thought of betraying the Hellfire Club, betraying the king who brought herself into the organization. The reason why the cohesion within the mutants is strong is that most of them have had the tragic experience of being persecuted. Similar experiences, unique talents and abilities, coupled with external rejection and discrimination, various factors force them to come together. So, when Sebastian Xiaoden shouted, and after demonstrating extremely strong strength, he gathered a group of compatriots easily. Later Magneto was able to lead the Brotherhood, also relying on this. To put it bluntly, it is actually external pressure that makes the mutants have to unite inside. Therefore, as a member of the normal society, the White Queen will never actively choose to leave the Hellfire Club, or the group of mutants. That would make her even the last place to stay, and the last circle that she can fit into will be wiped out. The fate of group creatures being abandoned is far more frightening than ordinary discrimination and suppression. This is also the reason that Sebastian Shaw, when he learned that the other party had contacted SHIELD's sister privately, and also opposed his plan, had no reason to eliminate instability in the first place. Because the White Queen has nowhere to go. Staying in the Hellfire Club, she is a proud and powerful mutant, a beautiful and noble queen. Losing these and returning to the human world, the other party can only become an alien and freak in the eyes of others. Miss Frost, I heard that you and Agent Kira of SHIELD are still sisters. Luke mentioned this incident casually and chuckled, in response to the unfair treatment of mutants and the future direction of development. SHIELD will hold a peace summit in Paris soon, and all countries will participate. You must be present as a representative, so that the world knows the terrible situation the mutants are facing. Mr. General looked at the desperate White Queen, walked to her side, and stretched out his hand to hold down the other's shoulder. Miss Frost, you won't refuse this offer, will you? The White Queen shrank back and nodded heavily after a long while. The bright and hard appearance of a diamond still cannot conceal the fragile heart. Facing Superman, who can resist? Why are you doing this? As the night darkened, the White Queen broke into the suite used by Luke to rest and asked angrily. She hasn't been following Sebastian Shaw long enough, nor is she mature enough. it is easy to show her emotions on her face. "Good evening, Miss Frost." Luke seemed to know that the other party would come, so he prepared an extra cup specially. "Red wine or whiskey?" he asked. "Please answer my question, Mr. General." The White Queen was frosty, and the corners of her eyes and brows were full of evil spirits. The psychic power swept the entire living room like a storm. "It's a pity that Luke, who was in it, was unmoved, and said with a smile, 'The reason is very simple, but also very complicated. I need a spokesperson for the mutant camp, and you are a good fit, Miss Frost.'" The White Queen was taken aback for a moment, and her menacing momentum suddenly weakened. "Spokesperson? I? Do you want to be the new king of Hellfire Club?" The White Queen frowned and quickly guessed Luke's true thoughts. "Use yourself to control the Hellfire Club, then go one step further and gather the mutant groups. Those of my compatriots will not trust a human being." "Mr. Major General, you think too well." After the White Queen clarified her thoughts, she sneered, "And thanks to the honor you granted, many people in the club now regard me as a traitor. Hee hee. Are you humans willing to accept whistleblowers? Betrayal in any group is unpopular and hated by others." Luke poured himself a glass of whiskey, and the sound of ice cubes hitting the glass wall was crisp and sweet. He sat back on the sofa, glanced at the White Queen with his hands on his chest, and said slowly, "This is not as bad as you think, Miss Frost. First of all, trust can be built gradually, just as Rome was not built in a day. Secondly, the so-called whistleblower and traitor are only based on the fact that Sebastian Shaw is still the leader of the Hellfire Club. He has been blown into a ketchup like unidentified paste. How many diehards are there? The king is dead, and the betrayal is gone." Luke beckoned and motioned to the White Queen, who was keeping her distance and alert, to sit down obediently. Mental abilities are highly sought after no matter where they are placed, especially Emma Frost. The White Queen is also an alpha-class mutant, just like Professor Bald. Although the ability level is slightly inferior, the other aspects are not much worse. The diamond-like form that can shield the mind's perception, coupled with the leadership of the Hellfire Club, is completely a rare purple card. Whether mutants www.mentalnovel.com or human beings, the nature of living things is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Luke moved the wine glass over and said calmly, "I have already said that SHIELD is preparing to hold a peace summit and at the same time announcing the existence of mutants to the world. Part of the persecution and rejection you have suffered before is due to your extraordinary talents and extraordinary abilities, and the other part is the guidance and influence of the direction of public opinion." The White Queen stared at the amber liquid in the wine glass. Her attitude gradually changed from contempt to listen carefully. "But if someone speaks for you, changes the inherent image of mutants, and asks the federal government to come forward, everything will change." Luke painted the pie, depicting a bright future. "He can indeed do this, but the process will not be so easy or so easy. The existence of mutants means that mankind has become a lower class. This is the key problem that is really difficult to solve. Ask for leave. Overeating melons, wasted time, a mess in my mind. Thinking of myself in the past on various community platforms, while eating melons and drinking Binkuo happily. Who knows that I can also become a part of the melon field? It's true that there is a reincarnation in the way of heaven. I will no longer be a keyboard man in the future. Yesterday was Labor Day. I have worked hard. Today I will take a break as a working people, and I will post some good characters to readers and authors. I am sorry at that time. Superman take a leave of absence is hitting. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 143. New King, Old Queen. New humans can always tell the most beautiful lie in the world, and at the same time mercilessly kill others of your kind, without even a trace of mercy. The White Queen was half sneered, half said seriously, "Mr. Major General, how can I be sure that the words you just said are from the heart, and not like the promises of politicians?" the conscience of businessmen, the sweet words of men. These are neither credible nor reliable. Luke is satisfied that the conversation is back on track. He doesn't want his partner to be a perceptual creature that is too emotional and difficult to think rationally. Sometimes, sit down and discuss the benefits more candidly. Far more practical and effective than talking about emotions and dreams. The verbal guarantee may not be credible, and the black and white written in the contract may not have sufficient binding force. Luke said lightly. Sincere is to rely on performance. The White Queen nodded and agreed with this view. Let go of both hands subconsciously, and no longer maintain the defensive posture of holding his chest. This proves that her original vigilance towards Luke is loosening. The Major General, who noticed this, had a gentler smile on his face, and said in a slow tone, I am sorry, Miss Frost. The ones you mentioned earlier are not only true of human beings, they are the instinct of natural creatures. Future history books may slaughter Indians by the colonists of the North American continent, burn witches to death in medieval churches, and cleanse the Jews in extermination style by the Third Reich. It's all written in. But this is not to prove that human beings are born to love killing and have a cruel and tyrannical nature, but to warn future generations of how terrible greed, ignorance and ambition will have on the world. Any biological species that has wisdom and knows how to think is very complicated. If you simply use the dualistic concept of good and evil to judge and measure, you can only form an inherent perception of arrogance and prejudice. The White Queen sat with her legs up, her graceful and beautiful curves. She didn't continue to tighten, but gradually relaxed. To be honest, Mr. General, you remind me of my college teacher. She said so. Luke smiled slightly. The White Queen, who was born in a wealthy family in Boston, had a very obvious teacher plot. As far as he knows the timeline, Emma Frost almost became a teacher with the support of her parents. After that, he had a brief collaboration with Professor Bald, joined Xavier Youth Talent Academy and served as the principal for a period of time. Later, several camps and positions changed, mostly as teachers and leaders of the younger generation of mutants. Therefore, people with spiritual abilities are probably very suitable for educational work. I only hope that he is not a nasty guy with balding hair who likes to take advantage of young female students. That's a shock. Luke shrugged and said in a humorous tone, the atmosphere in the sweet living room gradually eased. He is as young as you. Handsome, especially when speaking, confident and infectious. Luke keenly caught the dim light in the eyes of the White Queen, guessing that the other party had obviously had an unsatisfactory teacher-student relationship. Then he is really a lucky guy to have admirers like Miss Frost. He continued to cut into the topic, like a small chat. When I was young, I was ignorant. The White Queen shook her head. She did have a good impression of the university teacher. It's a pity that the ignorant first love hasn't blossomed yet, because of the mutant's identity. This is also one of the reasons that prompted her to leave Boston. Mutants seem to be a disgusting infectious disease, causing the White Queen to suffer discrimination and rejection. She can only warm up with her compatriots, so she gets a little sense of security and identification. Back to the topic, Mr. General. How can trust be established between the Hellfire Club and SHIELD? The White Queen abandoned distracting thoughts, and realized that she was too easy to relax her vigilance in front of Luke, which is very abnormal for a mentally capable person. In most cases, you should be the dominant interlocutor. When the Peace Summit is held, SHIELD will recommend that the White House promote related bills to improve the situation of mutants, Luke said confidently. At that time, Miss Frost could see my sincerity. When the White Queen heard this, she couldn't help feeling a little moved. She is not an ambition like Sebastian Shaw. She just wants to use mutants as a tool to gain enough power and status for herself. If SHIELD can really facilitate this, it is not impossible for the Hellfire Club to change its position. But there are actually many people in the club who are all loyal fans of Xiao. After thinking for a moment, the White Queen felt a little embarrassed. If she agreed, wouldn't it be true that she was accused of traitor and informer? As I said, Any creature has the nature of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, Luke said in a relaxed tone. When Sebastian Shaw was alive, he was not his opponent. Is it dead? What other storms can be revealed? The Major General narrowed his smile and said calmly, most of the hatred and resentment that mutants have towards humans comes from the tragic experience of being persecuted and abused. But, Miss Frost, you probably don't know that the last king of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, once elected 431 people in Auschwitz. They are all 16 years old. A captive who is 30 years old. Miss Frost, do you know how he does it? Feeling Luke's calm tone, the White Queen felt a little palpitating, and subconsciously asked, what did Xiao do? Like social animals, they were driven into the steam room, subjected to fainting and dehydrating heat, and then thrown into a wooden bucket filled with ice. In addition, there are uninterrupted electric shock therapy, as long as hours of beating, flogging, and even sleep deprivation, etc. Various tortures are performed on these people until they die. The White Queen had a chill on her back, and through Luke's calm description, she was as if she had witnessed those cruel pictures with her own eyes. She couldn't help asking, Xiao ... why did he do this? As a member of the Hellfire Club only later, Emma Frost can become the queen not because of seniority, but because of personal ability. Therefore, she knows nothing about Sebastian Shaw's past. Why do you want to do this? Luke sneered slightly, and said with a chuckle, because he tried to find the secret code in the mutant X gene that opened the door to evolution. Sebastian Shaw is a graduate of Oxford University's School of Biological Sciences. The X gene in his body is recessive, and he will not awaken his natural ability in his youth. But this guy is very clever. He found that the X gene can easily follow external stimuli, especially dramatic emotional fluctuations, resulting in wonderful changes similar to chemical effects. The above torture is just to find the law of genetic changes, so as to master the method of creating mutants. The White Queen opened her red lips slightly, seemingly shocked. She did not expect that the king of the Hellfire Club was full of words to fight for better rights and higher status for his compatriots, but there was such a dark history behind him. All of this is true? The White Queen was a little unbelievable. She once regarded Sebastian Shaw as the savior of mutants and a great teacher who can be trusted. SHIELD has detailed files inside. If you have any doubts, you can check it yourself. Of course, the files can be faked, but the crimes committed will always leave traces. There are several survivors of concentration camps in Poland. The evil behavior of thecking is well understood. Luke looked at the dubious White Queen and said in a deep voice, as a spiritually capable person, there should be very few people in this world who can lie in front of you. I believe that when the time comes, you will naturally be able to make correct judgments. Miss Frost, as long as you reveal the ugly face of Sebastian Shaw, you will go from being a traitor and an informer to being the first to discover the truth and act bravely. The hero who saves our compatriots. Luke opened his hands and said that this was the perfect ending. The dead man couldn't speak anyway, and all the charges were put on Sebastian Shaw's head. The mutants of Hellfire Club will gradually change their views on the White Queen. The White Queen stared directly at Luke, and after a long while, she said with emotion, Mr. Major General, you are more like a mentally capable person who rewrites facts and manipulates thinking than I am. It's just using the nature of creatures. Frost, can I call you Emma? I think the Hellfire Club would be happy to accept a new king and a new queen. Luke picked up the wine glass, handed it to the White Queen, and said with a smile, Emma, let us toast to the better future of mutants. The latter was silent for a moment, then took the glass of whiskey with ice. The wine glasses collided with a crisp sound. This conversation, which was originally questioning, turned into a discussion about the leader of the Hellfire Club and the future of mutants. Even the White Queen herself didn't know why this happened. Everything seems to be executed accurately according to the written script. www.mentalnovel.com. The Black King is dead. Mr. General, are you going to become the White King of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen took a sip of the cold liquid, as if she had broken free from the heavy shackles, and was no longer affected by the opinions of her compatriots. She had to admit that if Luke did what he said, the mutant would have a better future. Thinking that I can save the suffering compatriots and become a hero. Emma couldn't help feeling excited. Is there any problem? There is already a queen in the club, so of course a king is needed. Luke put down his glass and stood up. I think I am a good fit. What do you think? The White Queen also left the sofa, raised her head slightly, and looked at the tall young Major General with a smile on her mouth. I think so too. Chapter 144? Understand Teacher Daikun, one heavenly heart. After successfully persuading the White Queen, Luke then put his focus on the peace summit where all countries participated. Naturally, there is no problem with the White House. In this civilized war of Atlantis, both SHIELD and Superman fully demonstrated their abilities. There is no doubt that this young star named Luke Cavell, since piercing the sky with dazzling light, it has become an important existence that no one can ignore. According to the news from Colonel Phillips, Mr. President recently began to tap on the sidelines, asking Major General Cavell if he has any thoughts of getting married or falling in love, because he happens to have a pretty young daughter who is quite old. Luke said that he really has no interest in becoming the president's son-in-law. Even if you really want to choose, it will not be Truman's turn. Regarding American politics, the 5 major political families widely recognized in later generations. They are Adams, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Bush and Clinton. Adams, ranked number 1, prospered at the beginning of the founding of the nation. Samuel Adams is known as the father of the American Revolution, and his cousin John Adams is one of the drafters of the Declaration of Independence. In addition, he has served as the first vice president and the second president. And the son of this big boss later won the election and became the 6th president. It can be said that the family has a profound background. Compared with Adams, Roosevelt is not bad. Many people only know that Franklin Roosevelt was re-elected for 4 terms, bringing the family to the pinnacle of power. It is not clear that his uncle, Theodore Roosevelt, had been president in 1901. And the famous carrot and stick foreign policy was his work. Compared with the above 2, Luke is more familiar with Kennedy, who has not yet fully developed, because they are both descendants of Irish immigrants and have a close relationship with the Irish gang that Uncle Frank joined. Back then, Kennedy's grandfather was born with a business mind and made his first pot of gold by relying on a tavern. Then he sent Kennedy's father to Harvard, successfully married the daughter of the mayor of Boston, completed the class jump, and entered the upper class. After that, Kennedy's father made a fortune with the prohibition of alcohol, and he had a great investment vision, and he invested money to fund Roosevelt's presidential campaign. As a result, after the abolition of prohibition, he reaped generous returns, and became the chairman of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, firmly accumulating a lot of wealth. After Luke accepted the award from the Major General, the young Kennedy, who was only a Navy lieutenant for the time being, specially invited him to participate in several family gatherings through the relationship of Uncle Frank, and talked about the co-members of the Kennedy family. Therefore, he was a nodding acquaintance for the future president, who had only been in the White House for 3 years and then was publicly shot. After contacting privately, Luke learned that the other party's lifestyle was extremely chaotic. Perhaps it was because when the young John F. Kennedy was 19 years old, his first love girlfriend was pried away by a best-selling author, which broke the heart of the boy who believed in true love. This guy has since become a playboy. His biggest hobby is partying, and he has invited Luke several times. Participants are all the second generations of the political and business circles at the same age, as well as popular Hollywood stars and beautiful actresses. Kennedy's habit is to go forward and talk for a few minutes, then disappear for about half an hour, after which woman he fancies. Basically every time you party, you can see this stuff suddenly disappear, and then your legs appear soft. Moreover, he also booked a long-term suite at the Waldorf Astoria, dedicated to multiplayer sports. And the long list with John F. Kennedy, the most memorable one, naturally belongs to Marilyn Monroe. This goddess at the time, a natural stunner, actually had an experience with Kennedy's two brothers. It can be said to be a realistic example of brothers in battle. The most interesting thing is that after John Kennedy was assassinated, his wife Jacqueline and his brother Bobby Kennedy secretly went to bed. Comparing the memories in his mind with the current reality, Luke finally came to the conclusion that the presidential family circle is really chaotic. Many people believe in the democracy and freedom advertised by the Lighthouse country, but they actually pulled the presidents in history and clarified the relationship behind them. It is not difficult to find that their respective families have backgrounds, connections, and have known and interacted with each other a long time ago. To put it bluntly, the transfer of power is always in the circle of the small group of people at the top of the pyramid, and will never flow into the hands of outsiders. Statistics show that more than 17% of congressmen are from political families, like Harrison, Hamilton, Rockefeller. These surnames have accompanied the 200 years of American history and have never withdrawn from the stage of history. If Luke has the idea of running for president in the future, he will definitely receive investment and favor from those political families, and then be drawn into the so-called political elite. This is the truth behind so-called freedom and democracy. I have no interest in being a president whose actions are justified, and even more so in being a president's son-in-law. Luke hung up the call from the White House and thought silently, if you switch to the later teacher, Mr. Huang Chuan, his daughter, you may be a little moved. After all, everyone has a bright red heart. He thought for a while, and dialed the encrypted phone of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was a private number that only the chief and commander knew. The password is Yib-Bibab. Only when the answer is correct can you successfully switch to the relevant channel. How about the peace summit held in Paris? After the settlement of Neymar and Sebastian Shaw, the Atlantis delegation was leaning towards peace talks, because it was Luke's suggestion. A parliament that used to be a trivial matter for a long time passed quickly with a rather rare high efficiency. It is rare for parliamentarians who are keen to express amazing views and strive to win eyeballs and gimmicks to reach agreement. The attitude of other countries is even more obvious. All of them want to enter the venue quickly and grab the benefits. It's no wonder that they are excited. Only the diplomatic relations and trade exchanges initially decided by Atlantis can benefit tremendously from them. The rich resources in the depths of the ocean, mineral vein mining, etc., can completely bring important changes to the development of the country. They behaved very eagerly despite pretending to be calm. The countries that have ideas and are eligible to participate in the peace summit and get an admission ticket are basically a recurrence of the Yalta meeting. Carter replied while flipping through the documents. Oil and gas resources, marine drugs, metal veins, and Atlantis technology are all heavyweights. Except for the Spear Bureau, which is indeed very indifferent. It only asked to participate in the peace summit and did not take the initiative to mention the allocation of resources. Other countries have a strong willingness to share this crazy cake. Luke was not surprised by the reaction of the countries. Except for the Celestial dynasty who mastered the divine spear, they were all a bunch of guys who had never seen the world. Because the background of the former is much deeper than that of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra and Leviathan. The predecessor of these organizations was the Holy Shield Brotherhood, and one of them was named Jiang Heng. Yes, it was the astronomer who appeared in the history books and invented the armillary sphere and seismograph. The famous personal record was in 114 AD when he fooled a group of female gods with only mouth cannon skills. The latter wants to find a suitable star to serve as a cradle for gestating offspring. Jiang Hen cleverly persuaded the other party to abandon the Earth and the Moon and choose the Sun instead. Therefore, if Luke wants to go to the Sun and sleep for thousands of years, he has to compete with a juvenile deity team. This is normal. The Spear Bureau is not interested in Atlantis technology. They have better, Luke said with a chuckle. The Aegis of the West has undergone several changes, and much of its history has long been lost. The Oriental Spear has been handed down and has never been cut off. As early as the Eastern Han Dynasty, people could create something similar to the first machine. Novel.com and even travel through time and space. Looking back in history, and even the Supreme Master must treat each other with courtesy when they see it. How could it be worthy of Atlanta? That little bit of Tess family background. Participation in the Peace Summit is more of a symbolic attendance, and by the way some capitalist fleece. The British can't wait, and the Soviets strongly demand that they show their sincerity, Luke said lightly. SHIELD Bureau is responsible for issuing admission tickets. Naturally, you have to pay a certain price if you want to divide the cake. Carter knows the thoughts of his director. Luke vaguely revealed his intention to establish a large-scale international organization called the World Security Council a long time ago. It is specifically used to provide funds and permissions, that is, to be an investor with a lot of money. The purpose is to allow SHIELD to develop more quickly and effectively. I will actively negotiate in this regard, Carter secretly noted. Chapter 145? You know me, the US team and Uncle Wolf. Luke has been a little busy lately. On the one hand, as a negotiator, we must quickly reach a preliminary cooperation intention with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club to prepare for the future peace summit. Otherwise, in front of the whole world at that time, wouldn't it be embarrassing to just lift the table if you didn't get in touch? Fortunately for the former, since the hapless kid in Namor was brutally cut behind, the people on the bottom of the sea are basically inclined to peace talks, and the will to war is not strong. The sudden devastation tens of thousands of years ago left the Atlantis people with an indelible psychological shadow. The originally militant and martial character turned into a conservative and closed character. If it weren't for Namor's ignorance and following Sebastian Shaw's advice, there would never have been this inexplicable civilized war. For thousands of years, the Atlanteans did not even want to set foot on land, let alone in-depth contacts and exchanges. Therefore, Luke deliberately formulated a series of measures, called the Cultural Integration Plan. Although the terrestrial world and marine civilization have different skin colors, biological organs are alienated, and civilization levels are different. But for entertainment culture, Atlantis is still in a very backward development stage. The biggest leisure and entertainment in the whole country is to go to the arena to watch gladiatorial fights. These are the leftovers of the Roman Empire many years ago, distressed the Atlantis people. In order to promote friendly mutual assistance and cultural exchanges between the two civilizations, Luke decided to make SHIELD prepare to export a batch of cultural products in future cooperation. For example, what Nintendo, the collection of the best of the times, Hollywood action movies, variety shows. Anyway, anything that can attract the public is packaged and given to Atlantis. I believe that the gang of sea people who have no other amateur life except for the creation of human beings and watching gladiatorial fights every day, and have to endure the exploitation of the noble class, will definitely be interested in these spiritual needs. Even if it is the terrorist leader who hates the US and plans all kinds of suicide attacks, the leader of Al-Qaeda, it is not that they can still play Final Fantasy 7 inches and cat and mouse. Therefore, standpoints and ideas do not conflict with personal hobbies. Luke has always believed that the only thing that people on Earth can lead other cosmic civilizations is probably the entertainment industry. After all, games, movies and Fat House Happy Water are so fragrant. Xingju, the son of the god, is a loyal fan of classic golden songs. Jia Wutanwang, the star-swallowing daughter, one of the 5 gods, has a soft spot for fried chicken, burgers and soda. Thor, the prince of Asgard, is addicted to Fortress Knight and eventually degenerates into a fat mansion. This shows that when it comes to research on eating, drinking, and having fun, people on Earth are still quite competitive. Are you sure you really want to put these plans into the file? Carter, who was sitting opposite, did the work of a secretary. As Luke spoke, she quickly took notes. But is this so-called cultural invasion really effective? The female commander of SHIELD is very skeptical. Trust me, sometimes some seemingly insignificant spiritual entertainment is actually not much worse than tanks and cannons. Luke nodded, and cultivated the bottom people of Atlantis into loyal fans of terrestrial world culture. From time to time, carry some private goods and use the best method of the lighthouse country to promote the universal values of freedom and democracy. If any of the French Revolution and Marge's principles are exported to Atlantis, there may be real hope, and an unprecedented movement for democracy and equal rights will be set off by the undersea people. Luke's thinking diverged, and he intended to use Atlantis as a huge gold mine for mining. It would be better for SHIELD to skip the constraints of various countries and control the trade interoperability between the two parties and become a monopolistic middleman. However, the domestic conservatism in Atlantis is too serious. The establishment of preliminary diplomacy and shallow trade are already the bottom line that can be approached after repeated negotiations. If you can't get anything at the negotiating table, use other means. Luke said so. What about the Hellfire Club? Carter thought for a while, but chose to remain skeptical. She couldn't understand the amazing effects of common leisure items and entertainment activities. Emma Frost accepted my suggestion. She decided to make her debut as a hero and save her compatriots from fire and water. Luke raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said relaxedly, "Cooperating with SHIELD is the most suitable way out for mutants. The White Queen should be able to seize this opportunity." But wasn't she hostile to humans before? Carter stopped writing, raised his head and looked at Luke with suspicion. What kind of ecstasy has Mr. Director poured into people, so that an alpha-class mutant can easily let go of his prejudices, risk becoming a mutant traitor, and cooperate with SHIELD? She is the one who can manipulate the mind and control the mind. Luke's proud expression instantly solidified, and he asked tentatively, "What rumors have you heard?" Carter shook his head and sneered, "I just know that the White Queen of the Hellfire Club knocked on Mr. Director's door after the negotiation meeting on Liberty Island. To be honest, I'm a little curious. What have you talked about? Can it last an hour?" Luke was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. "It's just discussing the formulation of the mutant plan. Peggy, you know me. If you really want to do something, it will definitely not last for an hour." Carter was stunned, and for a while, he couldn't refute it. Because after she thought about it, she felt that Luke's defense was very reasonable and impeccable. For Mr. Director, who is tireless on a certain battlefield and demanding indefinitely, this is indeed not enough. What about the Hellfire Club? Carter skipped the topic with personal emotions and continued, "Emma Frost, she may not be able to convince the crowd." Luke didn't worry about this. There were not many alpha-class mutants, especially the White Queen, who was still quite a rare spiritual ability. Against anyone, you have the confidence to compete with them. Even in the Hellfire Club, there are indeed many people who criticize the White Queen, thinking that she is a traitor and informer. But when Sebastian Shaw's dark history was exposed, the voice was much smaller. "Those opposing opinions can't reveal any waves," Luke said confidently. He is well versed in the entertainment industry of later generations. If you want to eliminate the black spots on one person, you don't need to work hard to clean it off, but it is enough to wipe the other person darker. People always compare each other. When Sebastian Shaw, who originally led the mutants, revealed that he was a cold-blooded butcher who persecuted his compatriots, it didn't matter whether the White Queen was a traitor or an informer. Well, anyway, if there is a problem, you can always give a solution. Carter closed the document and whispered, "The proposal for the Peace Summit has been passed. The venue is set at Versailles in Paris. The time is 3:20 that afternoon. Mr. President asked you to attend as a representative, with Lieutenant General and Aegis." The identity of the director. Luke raised his eyebrows, somewhat dull. In less than a year, his career promotion reached its peak. So boring. Want to continue to win the 5-star Admiral, that is, the honor of the Marshal. It is estimated that it is impossible to accomplish. In the current military rank system, the permanent highest is only a Lieutenant General. For example, the 4-star General and the 5-star General are temporary military ranks and are only granted during wartime. Therefore, Luke's promotion path can be regarded as a short-term summit. "Then remember to help me write the speech." Luke smiled. "By the way, Where's Steve? Why didn't I see others? Carter held his forehead with a helpless expression. Colonel Rogers has trouble dealing with the two beasts under your hand. They had a fight yesterday. Luke was a little surprised. Captain America has always been a good old man with a good temper. Will he fight with people? And many more. Is it Saber-Tooth Tiger and Wolverine? That's all right. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The Mutant Brothers belonged to the ranks of Grumpy Brothers. Logan Wolverine was a little better. He was able to maintain his sense. His brother Victor, the Saber-Toothed Tiger, was still bloodthirsty in his bones even though he had been educated severely by Luke. Meeting a good guy in the traditional sense like Captain America will definitely cause conflicts. After all, the former is not very acceptable even for swearing. Iron Man Tony Stark just said shit and was educated. Alright, let me deal with it. Luke stood up, and when he returned to Washington, D.C., he had a lot of work to complete. It's time to find a secretary for myself and free up my time. Chapter 146, Bucky's Whereabouts. Touching basic feelings set the hour hand back to one day ago. In the underground training room of SHIELD, Rogers strode in with the shield. Wearing a Stars and Stripes uniform with two exaggerated chest muscles, he instantly became the focus of the audience. The SHIELD agents in the rest area, as well as the mutants of Task Force X, all looked at the famous Captain America. Although, because of the unexpected birth of Superman, the Captain America on this timeline lost its original brilliance. It even made him doubt that his super soldier might be a water injection version. Otherwise, how could there be such a surprising gap with Luke? You know, even if Rogers is strengthened to the battleship class behind him, he can destroy the aircraft carrier with waves in his eyes, and his body resists the tank's main guns. He is still not Luke's opponent. He has personally practiced this in many warm-up exercises and free discussions. Every time, I was sore and exhausted, as if my body was hollowed out. As a result, Roger's girlfriend Margaret wondered if her boyfriend was out there. On the other hand, Luke, after the battle is over, he is still vigorous, not at all tired. And he can say the classic line, "I can fight you for a day." This shows that the combat effectiveness and endurance of the two are not on the same level at all. That's Captain America. Have you bought his comics? The young agents in the rest area whispered one after another. Of course, I bought a complete set last time. It was a gift for my little nephew. He liked it. Someone said so. Despite the honor of Captain America in the military, because he himself is still alive, he is not as famous as later generations. However, his peripheral sales are much higher than Superman. Through comics and toys, I harvested a blockbuster fan like Coulson. Related cartoons, the toys of the Stars and Stripes uniforms and shields, have flowed into every household in New York long ago when they were selling bonds. After the war, various manufacturers actively explored the market, spreading to dozens of cities and towns. So Luke made a special trip to find the Brant congressman to help Rogers get back the right to use Captain America's image and peripheral development. He had no awareness of this aspect, and he signed a paper that year was almost a deed of overlord. The contract does not get any profit at all. If not, how could Rogers have the money to redecorate his old Brooklyn house and live a comfortable little life? He is sitting at home now, doing nothing. He can get rich copyright remuneration. Those publishing houses, comics companies, and Hollywood film companies all rushed over to contact Rogers, wanting to sign Captain America. After all, the opponent's appearance conditions are quite good, plus the aura of war hero, colonel, etc. If he can become his agent, it is tantamount to finding a cash cow. Shooting a few action movies such as War of the Third Reich and Tear the German Devils, and publishing a few best-selling books such as My History of World War II and The Story Behind Captain America. This life basically don't worry about your livelihood. Unfortunately, all of the above suggestions were rejected by Captain America, because at that time he just wanted to live a peaceful life. I don't have much interest in making my debut as an idol. Don't get in the way. Guy in costume. Hearing those whispering chats, Rogers couldn't help speeding up his pace. He didn't like to be the focal point. However, when he walked to the training room, a tall figure ran into him. The other party had a cigar in his mouth, and his beard was like a steel pin, showing a wildness all over his body. Rogers was a good-tempered man, stopped, and walked aside. "Hey, Captain America." Wolverine Logan took off the cigar and spit out a puff of smoke. He seemed to feel a little disdainful when he heard the comments of the young agents. "I've seen your videotapes and those funny performances. A guy like you can become a hero in a costume." For Captain America, Logan's perception of Wolverine is still in the period of selling bonds. "Then you, with a pair of claws, think of yourself as a beast?" Rogers retorted unwillingly. In the face of Wolverine's provocation, Captain America has no good attitude. He is a good man, but not a coward. Facing the who finds fault, he always meets up. "Oh, my mood today is not so good." Logan squinted his eyes and passed a fierce light. At this time, Wolverine has not experienced any tragedy of his wife's tragic death and broken claws. He has never received psychological counseling from a bald-headed professor, letting go of the wild and tyrannical side of his heart. In essence, like Victor the saber-toothed tiger, both belong to the grumpy old man. In layman's terms, he asks someone, "What are you looking at?" And then someone responds, "What are you looking at?" And then the two parties can fight happily. "Sorry, I am in a good mood today." After joining SHIELD, Rogers followed Howard to learn a lot of amazing skills. "That's a pity. Your good mood ends here. I like to teach a self-righteous like you best." Sure enough, Logan was like a gunpowder keg that exploded at one point. Raising his hand to flick the cigar, a few sparks splashed. Then clenched his fists, showing the bone claws. Captain America naturally did not show weakness, raised the shield in his hand, and flew the oncoming thick cigar. Suddenly, the sword was tense and the atmosphere was heavy. At this time, if someone stood up and said you don't fight anymore, Rogers might just turn around and leave. And Wolverine Logan took into account the rules set by the director of Aegis, and would choose to calm down. It's a pity that the young agents around didn't stop them, instead they acted like eating melons. This is a contest between Captain America and Wolverine. Who doesn't want to watch? If you collect tickets or just one Chinese netfo, the venue will be full, and half of New Yorkers will come over. Back to now. Luke took the elevator to the underground training room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wearing a stretch vest and sweaty back, Captain America is releasing his energy to a huge sandbag. He still has wounds on his face, a visible bruise on his left thigh, and a hemostatic bandage wrapped around his abdomen. The little guy in Brooklyn has learned to fight with people. "This is really new," Luke was joking, and the fight that shook SHIELD yesterday ended in both losses. Captain America was almost torn apart by Wolverine with bone claws, and the latter was also evaporated off his right arm by a high-temperature light wave. It is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days to recover. Fortunately, Carter came forward to calm down, otherwise the gang of roaring commandos, as well as Howard, might collide with the saber-toothed tiger seeking revenge. The huge SHIELD bureau has already begun to form factions. "That's a beast, Luke. Only people like you can tame them." Rogers touched the dark circles of his eyes, stopped his movements, and said, "But I have to admit that sometimes fighting is indeed a way to vent emotions." "Vent? Have you been unhappy lately?" Luke showed a surprised look and said softly, "This time, you successfully rescued Boston and prevented the landing of the Atlantis Legion. Mr. President is going to commend you personally. Compared to the original, you can get a greater honor. Doesn't this make you feel satisfied?" Rogers shook his head, a trace of gloom in his determined eyes. "I just occasionally wonder ... Where did Bucky go? To get the honor, there must always be someone who can share it. Bucky is our friend, and he would be very happy if he could see all this." Captain America said so. Luke suddenly showed a weird smile. Rogers deserves to have a deep friendship with Jim. Always thinking of Bucky, who has been missing for a long time. "I just want to tell you this." Luke patted the opponent on the shoulder and whispered, According to SHIELD's multiple investigations, it has been determined that Bucky was taken away by a leader of the Hydra, Baron Straker, and they are hiding in the other pole of the world camp, that is, the Red Empire in Siberia. Rogers, who was initially a little frustrated, seemed to be injected with stimulants. Until Novel.com immediately became energetic. He looked at Luke, his eyes glowing with excitement, and he said solemnly, "You found Bucky's whereabouts?" "Not yet." Luke shook his head mercilessly, breaking Rogers' illusion. Immediately afterwards, he changed the conversation and said, "But I am going to send agents to investigate the secret collusion between Hydra and Leviathan, and by the way, search for Bucky Strail. If you are interested." "Very good. I'll call Marguerite later and tell me that I'm going to travel far away soon." Rogers didn't even think about it, and directly nodded in agreement. Luke froze for a moment, and the strange expression on his face became deeper. He kindly reminded, "Promise me, Steve, try to put Bucky's name in front of Marguerite as little as possible. I don't know if Captain America's girlfriend hears that her boyfriend has traveled far and wide, and is looking for her good friend, will she have a sense of crisis?" Chapter 147? Sports on the boat. Because of love. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he was refreshed, full of fighting spirit, and enthusiastically thinking about how to conduct rescue operations. For good friends, Rogers always has an inexplicable obsession. Probably because the two grew up in Brooklyn together, they had a deep relationship and formed a special bond. Squinting smiles. "Steve, you still have to be careful. The agents of the Leviathan Red House, compared to the British MI6, and the FBI, are as good as they are. They have all received the most rigorous training in the world and are good at disguise and sneak-in, proficient in various assassination methods." Luke specially reminded, "When you enter Moscow, anyone you meet may be a spy or assassin they sent. So, put away your extra kindness and kindness. I don't want to see you lying in the coffin." He was sent back wearing a national flag. Rogers nodded solemnly at the advice of his friend, expressing that he knew the consequences of letting go of his vigilance. Infiltrating into the enemy space camp alone would naturally take a huge risk. If you slack off for a while, it is very likely that you will be torn to pieces by those lurking enemies in the dark. This is not a head-on collision on the battlefield, but a head-on confrontation in private. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Rogers planted himself a flag silently. "Forget it. I'll hand over the Roaring Commando to you. If there is any danger, someone will send the news back." Luke shook his head. He had little confidence in Captain America's guarantee. Superheroes always have problems of this and that. When villains use hostages as a threat, they hesitate, and even sacrifice themselves in exchange for the safety of others. This is something to be admired. But in many cases, it will become a fatal weakness. The reality is not comics and comics. Every time a hero can turn danger into a breeze and win the final victory. Switching to the next studio, even if it is as strong as Superman, and like Batman, it often faces the end of a car all over. Anyway, you don't want to trap yourself in Moscow. Now the international situation is tense, especially the world's bipolar pattern is taking shape. Luke said solemnly, "If you really have an accident and cause public opinion, SHIELD will not interfere." In fact, he doesn't worry about Captain America's miss and capture. With the powerful capabilities of the battleship-class soldiers, Rogers had no problem breaking through a group army. Even if discovered by the Soviet Union, Washwang along the way can stand out and wait for rescue. But here is the Marvel Universe. Superheroes are controlled, brainwashed, and then changed positions are basic operations. As unwavering as Captain America, he also has a black history of being controlled by the Hydra. I am afraid that only God knows about Leviathan and whether there is a similar technology. I won't mess with you, Mr. Director. I promise to complete the task and bring Bucky back safely. Rogers made a rare joke. By the way, wait for dinner at my house. Margaret is learning cooking recently. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, seeing through Captain America's calculations. He pointed his finger and said contemptuously, "Steve, I didn't expect you with big eyebrows and big eyes to learn how to use others to achieve your goals. At this time, please eat by yourself. If you think about it, you will know that the purpose is not simple. On the one hand, try dark dishes that are not good at learning skills and share the firepower. On the other hand, it is natural that Luke, as the head of the Aegis, send a mission to Rogers. Forget it. I have been busy dealing with work during this time, and I have neglected Malina a bit. I need to make up for it. Luke waved his hand, and refused without any loyalty. I'm going to book a high-end restaurant tonight, and then, I don't have time anyway. I'll talk about it next time. But, what am I going to? Rogers looked bitter. If I tell my girlfriend directly that I am going to end the lingering love period and go to the Soviet Union to save my friends, it feels a bit strange. But he is not very good at lying. I'll give you a trick. The corner of Luke's mouth turned up, and he lowered his voice. Go home early today, have a candlelight dinner, and sprinkle the bed sheets with petals by the way. Give Margaret a surprise. Rogers listened attentively and wrote down silently. In terms of emotions, Howard and Luke are his predecessors. Then, when you are eating, do you propose to go to the Soviet Union? He asked. Of course not. This requires an appropriate time. For example, after enjoying that romantic and beautiful candlelight dinner, you can sit on the sofa and chat, and wait for your love to do some pleasant after-dinner exercises. Just let's talk about it. Emphasize what Bucky means to you and the good times you have had before. Luke started teaching seriously. Can I know why? Rogers was puzzled. Because whether a man or a woman is comfortable physically and mentally, it is always easy to agree to some unreasonable requests. Luke sighed as if he had come by. For example, if you change to a high-end car, Marguerite says you want to change to a high-end car. You might consider whether this is necessary. But when you put it on the bed, you look at your girlfriend with a beautiful body and a charming face, sometimes hesitate to change the car. Rogers thought for a long time and nodded in agreement. At that time, he really didn't have the ability to think normally, because it is not the brain that can make a decision first, but the lower body. I learned it. I'll prepare right away. Watching the back of Captain America walking away quickly, Luke smiled mischievously. Hopefully, Rogers will not be kicked out of bed. When a woman is tender, she will be happy to hear her boyfriend mention another person's name. Besides, it's another man. Acalia Lake, the base of the dam. An hour after leaving SHIELD headquarters, Luke came here. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Bolivar Tesac, who was wearing a white coat and was extremely short in the crowd. I heard you have learned something? Luke asked. Tesac, who is in charge of hosting the mutants, took the initiative to invite, piled up a smile, and said, the mutant genetic map is a huge project, and there is no way to get it in one step for the time being, but there has been progress in other areas. Before, SHIELD had proposed Axe weapon plan, which meant to build an invincible killing machine. We had come to see Logan and Victor. They have extremely powerful self-healing capabilities and can avoid most of the accidents that occur during the transformation. Luke frowned slightly, and SHIELD had this plan inside. The proposer is William Stryker. He has a soft spot for Wolverine Logan and wants to transform the opponent into a perfect weapon. Dr. Teslak, as I said, this kind of modification experiment is entirely voluntary. Luke is not a shameless politician who speaks the vernacular. He will not change things that he promised. Since it is decided to gather mutants, improve their living environment, change the current mainstream public opinion in society, and strive for the integration between the two populations, then they will definitely do it. On the surface, he said that he was kind to mutants, but secretly sent them to the operating bed. Metalnovel.com. This kind of despicable and inferior thing did not conform to his style of doing things. Mr. Major General, you misunderstood. Teslak quickly explained, saying, Logan is voluntary. Victor also participated after seeing him sign up, so this plan will start. Luke raised his eyebrows, surprised. In the original timeline, Wolverine received a transformation and injected Edmund Metal, which was deceived by Stryker. During this period, he experienced the tragedy of losing his lover and the fiasco of facing the saber-toothed tiger. But after joining SHIELD, neither Bolivar Tesla nor William Stryker could threaten the mutants. Why did Logan take the initiative to agree? Because of love. Tesla showed a somewhat ironic smile and resentment of being a single dog. Chapter 147. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he was refreshed, full of fighting spirit, and enthusiastically thinking about how to conduct rescue operations. For good friends, Rogers always has an inexplicable obsession. Probably because the two grew up in Brooklyn together, they had a deep relationship and formed a special bond. Squinting smiles. Steve, you still have to be careful. The agents of the Leviathan Red House, compared to the British MI6 and the FBI, are as good as they are. They have all received the most rigorous training in the world and are good at disguise and sneak-in, proficient in various assassination methods. Luke specially reminded, when you enter Moscow, anyone you meet may be a spy or assassin they sent. So, put away your extra kindness and kindness. I don't want to see you lying in the coffin. He was sent back wearing a national flag. Rogers nodded solemnly at the advice of his friend, expressing that he knew the consequences of letting go of his vigilance. Infiltrating into the enemy space camp alone would naturally take a huge risk. If you slack off for a while, it is very likely that you will be torn to pieces by those lurking enemies in the dark. This is not a head-on collision on the battlefield, but a head-on confrontation in private. Don't worry, I will be fine. Rogers planted himself a flag silently. Forget it. He'll hand over the roaring commando to you. If there is any danger, someone will send the news back. Luke shook his head. He had little confidence in Captain America's guarantee. Superheroes always have problems of this and that. When villains use hostages as a threat, they hesitate, and even sacrifice themselves in exchange for the safety of others. This is something to be admired. But in many cases, it will become a fatal weakness. The reality is not comics and comics. Every time a hero can turn danger into a breeze and win the final victory. Switching to the next studio, even if it is as strong as Superman, and like Batman, it often faces the end of a car all over. Anyway, you don't want to trap yourself in Moscow. Now the international situation is tense, especially the world's bipolar pattern is taking shape. Luke said solemnly. If you really have an accident and cause public opinion, SHIELD will not interfere. In fact, he doesn't worry about Captain America's miss and capture. With the powerful capabilities of the battleship-class soldiers, Rogers had no problem breaking through a group army. Even if discovered by the Soviet Union, Washwang along the way can stand out and wait for rescue. But here is the Marvel Universe. Superheroes are controlled, brainwashed, and then changed positions are basic operations. As unwavering as Captain America, he also has a black history of being controlled by the Hydra. I am afraid that only God knows about Leviathan and whether there is a similar technology. I won't mess with you, Mr. Director. I promise to complete the task and bring Bucky back safely. Rogers made a rare joke. By the way, wait for dinner at my house. Margaret is learning cooking recently. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, seeing through Captain America's calculations. He pointed his finger and said contemptuously, Steve, I didn't expect you with big eyebrows and big eyes to learn how to use others to achieve your goals. At this time, please eat by yourself. If you think about it, you will know that the purpose is not simple. On the one hand, try dark dishes that are not good at learning skills and share the firepower. On the other hand, it is natural that Luke, as the head of the Aegis, send a mission to Rogers. Forget it. I have been busy dealing with work during this time, and I have neglected Malina a bit. I need to make up for it. Luke waved his hand, and refused without any loyalty. I'm going to book a high-end restaurant tonight, and then, I don't have time anyway. I'll talk about it next time. But, what am I going to? Rogers looked bitter. If I tell my girlfriend directly that I am going to end the lingering love period and go to the Soviet Union to save my friends, It feels a bit strange. But he is not very good at lying. I'll give you a trick. The corner of Luke's mouth turned up, and he lowered his voice. Go home early today, have a candlelight dinner, and sprinkle the bed sheets with petals by the way. Give Margaret a surprise. Rogers listened attentively and wrote down silently. In terms of emotions, Howard and Luke are his predecessors. Then, when you are eating, do you propose to go to the Soviet Union? He asked. Of course not. This requires an appropriate time. For example, after enjoying that romantic and beautiful candlelight dinner, you can sit on the sofa and chat, and wait for your love to do some pleasant after-dinner exercises. Just let's talk about it. Emphasize what Bucky means to you and the good times you have had before. Luke started teaching seriously. Can I know why? Rogers was puzzled. Because whether a man or a woman is comfortable physically and mentally, it is always easy to agree to some unreasonable requests. Luke sighed as if he had come by. For example, if you change to a high-end car, Marguerite says you want to change to a high-end car. You might consider whether this is necessary. But when you put it on the bed, you look at your girlfriend with a beautiful body and a charming face, sometimes hesitate to change the car. Rogers thought for a long time and nodded in agreement. At that time, he really didn't have the ability to think normally, because it is not the brain that can make a decision first, but the lower body. I learned it. I'll prepare right away. Watching the back of Captain America walking away quickly, Luke smiled mischievously. Hopefully, Rogers will not be kicked out of bed. When a woman is tender, she will be happy to hear her boyfriend mention another person's name. Besides, it's another man. Acalia Lake, the base of the dam. An hour after leaving SHIELD headquarters, Luke came here. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Bolivar Tesac, who was wearing a white coat and was extremely short in the crowd. I heard you have learned something? Luke asked. Tesac, who is in charge of hosting the mutants, took the initiative to invite, piled up a smile, and said, the mutant genetic map is a huge project, and there is no way to get it in one step for the time being, but there has been progress in other areas. Before, SHIELD had proposed Axe weapon plan, which meant to build an invincible killing machine. We had come to see Logan and Victor. They have extremely powerful self-healing capabilities and can avoid most of the accidents that occur during the transformation. Luke frowned slightly, and SHIELD had this plan inside. The proposer is William Stryker. He has a soft spot for Wolverine Logan and wants to transform the opponent into a perfect weapon. Dr. Teslak, as I said, this kind of modification experiment is entirely voluntary. Luke is not a shameless politician who speaks the vernacular. He will not change things that he promised. Since it is decided to gather mutants, improve their living environment, change the current mainstream public opinion in society, and strive for the integration between the two populations, then they will definitely do it. On the surface, he said that he was kind to mutants, but secretly sent them to the operating bed. Metalnovel.com. This kind of despicable and inferior thing did not conform to his style of doing things. Mr. Major General, you misunderstood. Teslak quickly explained, saying, Logan is voluntary. Victor also participated after seeing him sign up. So this plan will start. Luke raised his eyebrows, surprised. In the original timeline, Wolverine received a transformation and injected Edmund Metal, which was deceived by Stryker. During this period, he experienced the tragedy of losing his lover and the fiasco of facing the saber-toothed tiger. But after joining SHIELD, neither Bolivar Tesla nor William Stryker could threaten the mutants. Why did Logan take the initiative to agree? Because of love. Teslak showed a somewhat ironic smile and resentment of being a single dog. Chapter 147 Romantic Because of Love. Beautiful Manga Superman Volume 147. Chapter 147 Shipboard Sports. Because of Love. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he was refreshed and full of fighting spirit, thinking about how to carry out rescue operations. For good friends, Rogers always has an inexplicable obsession. Probably because the two grew up in Brooklyn together, they had a deep relationship and formed a special bond. Squinting smiles. Steve, you still have to be careful. The agents of the Leviathan Red House, compared to the British MI6 and the FBI, are as good as they are. They have all received the most rigorous training in the world and are good at disguise and sneak-in, proficient in various assassination methods. Luke specially reminded, when you enter Moscow, anyone you meet may be a spy or assassin they sent. So, put away your extra kindness and kindness. I don't want to see you lying in the coffin. He was sent back wearing a national flag. Rogers nodded solemnly to his friend's advice, saying that he knew the consequences of relaxing his vigilance. Sneaked into the enemy space camp alone, naturally taking a huge risk. If you slack off for a while, it is likely to be torn to pieces by the enemies hiding in the dark. This is not a head-on collision on the battlefield, but a head-on confrontation in private. Don't worry, I will be fine. Rogers planted himself a flag silently. Forget it. I'll give you the roaring commando. If there is any danger, someone will send the news back. Luke shook his head. He had no confidence in Captain America's guarantee. Superheroes always have problems of this and that. When villains use hostages as a threat, they hesitate, and even sacrifice themselves in exchange for the safety of others. This is a place worthy of admiration. But in many cases, it also becomes a fatal weakness. Reality is not a comic book, and every time the hero can turn a danger into a breeze and win the final victory, is replaced by the next studio. Even if it is as strong as Superman and open and hanging like Batman, it often faces the end of a car all over. Anyway, you don't want to trap yourself in Moscow. Now the international situation is tense. Especially the bipolar pattern of the world is taking shape, Luke said solemnly. If you really have an accident and cause public opinion, SHIELD will not interfere. Actually, he doesn't worry about Captain America's miss and capture. With the powerful capabilities of the battleship-class soldiers, Rogers has no problem breaking through a group army. Even if discovered by the Soviet Union, Washwang along the way can stand out and wait for rescue. But this is the Marvel Universe. Superheroes are controlled, brainwashed, and then changed positions. Our basic operations is as firm as Captain America, and has a dark history of being controlled by Hydra. I am afraid that only God knows about Leviathan, whether there is a similar technology. I won't cause trouble for you, Mr. Director. I promise to complete the task and bring Bucky back safely. Rogers made a rare joke. By the way, wait for dinner at my house. Marguerite is learning how to cook recently. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, and he saw through Captain America's calculations. He pointed his finger and said contemptuously, Steve, I didn't expect you to be a big eyebrow and learn to use others to achieve your goals. At this time, I invite myself to eat. I think about it and I know that the purpose is not simple. On the one hand, it is to try dark dishes that are not good at learning skills and share the firepower. On the other hand, Luke was naturally asked to send out a mission to Rogers as their head of Aegis. Forget it. I have been busy dealing with work during this time, and I have neglected Malina a bit, and I need to make up for it. Luke waved his hand, and refused without any loyalty. I'm going to book a high-end restaurant tonight, and then, I don't have time anyway. I'll talk about it next time. But, what am I going to? Rogers looked bitter. If I told my girlfriend directly that I was going to end the lingering love period and went to the Soviet Union to save my friends, it would be a bit strange. But he is not very good at lying. I'll give you a trick. Luke curled his mouth and said in a low voice, go home early today, have a candlelight dinner, and sprinkle the sheets with petals by the way. Give Margaret a surprise. Rogers listened intently and took notes silently. In terms of emotions, Howard and Luke are his predecessors. Then, when you have dinner, do you propose to go to the Soviet Union? He asked. Of course not. This requires an appropriate time. For example, after enjoying that romantic and beautiful candlelight dinner, you can sit on the sofa and chat, and wait for your love to do some pleasant after dinner exercises. Just let's talk about it. Emphasize what Bucky means to you and the good times you have had before. Luke started teaching seriously. Can I know why? Rogers was puzzled. Because, whether a man or a woman is physically and mentally comfortable, it is always easy to agree to some unreasonable requests. Luke sighed as if he had come by. For example, if you change to the usual Marguerite and say that you want to change to a high-end car, you will probably consider whether this is necessary. But when you put it on the bed, you look at your girlfriend with a beautiful body and a charming face, sometimes hesitate to change the car. Rogers thought for a long time and nodded in agreement. At that time, he really didn't have the ability to think normally, because it is not the brain that makes the decision first, but the lower body. I learned it. He'll prepare right away. Watching the back of Captain America walking away quickly, Luke smiled mischievously. I hope Rogers will not be kicked out of bed. When a woman is tender, she would be happy to hear her boyfriend mention another person's name. Besides, it's another man. Acacia Lake, the base of the dam. An hour after leaving SHIELD headquarters, Luke came here. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Bolivar Tesac, who was wearing a white coat and was extremely short in the crowd. I heard you have gained something? Luke asked. Was responsible for presiding over the active invitation of Teslac about mutants, piled up a smile and said, the mutant gene map is a huge project, and there is no way to get it in one step for the time being, but there has been progress in other areas. Before, SHIELD had proposed a X-weapon plan, which meant to build an invincible killing machine. Mentalnovel.com. We were originally looking at Logan and Victor. They have extremely powerful self-healing abilities, and can avoid most accidents in the transformation process. Luke frowned slightly. SHIELD does have this plan inside. The author is William Stryker. He has a soft spot for Logan Wolverine and wants to transform the opponent into a perfect weapon. Dr. Teslac, as I said, this kind of modification experiment is entirely voluntary. Luke is not a shameless politician who speaks the vernacular. He will not change things easily. Since it is decided to gather mutants, improve their living environment, change the current mainstream public opinion in society, and strive for the integration between the two populations, then they will definitely do it. On the surface, he said to be kind to the mutants, but secretly sent them to the operating bed. This kind of despicable and inferior thing really does not conform to his style of doing things. Mr. Major General, you have misunderstood. Tesac quickly explained, saying, Logan is voluntary. Victor also participated after seeing him sign up, so this plan will start. Luke raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. In the original timeline, Wolverine received a transformation and injected Edmund Metal, which was deceived by Stryker. During the period, I experienced the tragedy of losing my lover and the fiasco of facing the saber-toothed tiger. After joining SHIELD, neither Bolivar Tesla nor William Stryker could threaten the mutants. Why did Logan actively agree? Because of love. Teslac showed a somewhat ironic smile and resentment of being a single dog. Chapter 148. Build Wolverine, Edmund Alloy because of love. So you will not be sad. Luke subconsciously wanted to take a sentence. He hasn't paid attention to the mutant brothers recently. They are busy dealing with the negotiations in Atlantis and the upcoming peace summit. This is how the same thing? The Major General showed a curious look. What prompted Wolverine to accept a transformation experiment that is extremely painful and has a high probability of failure? He didn't sign a contract with SHIELD that was similar to a sales contract. Before Task Force X prevented the landing of the Atlantis in Philadelphia, they successfully completed the task, but the team members were also injured. Teslac said with a smile, like a villain who succeeded in trickery. Kayla Silver Fox. Luke seemed to understand. Logan is willing to accept the transformation, and there is a high probability that Teslac will give him some soup. In most cases, Wolverine is a type that doesn't like to think with his head, and he can do everything he encounters. He had a good impression of Silver Fox Kayla because he was stimulated because of the injury, and it seemed that he wanted to be stronger. Yes, Tesla nodded. This surprised Luke a bit. Don't look at Logan as a tough guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. In fact, he is not far behind Howard Stark, who claims to be the prodigal son of love. As the saying goes, the romantic men are merciful everywhere, and the nasty men retain their finesse everywhere. Logan is both romantic and nasty. Walk through the kidney, and walk through the heart. I don't know how many women have slept. It can be said to be the bulldozer level among mutants. Part of the reason for this is due to his long life. This makes the unruly Wolverine destined to not be able to spend his life with his beloved woman. Therefore, it is all right to have a friendship gun, exercise the muscles of the lower limbs, and promote blood circulation. For example, in the timeline of Reversing the Future, Logan opened his eyes and found himself lying on the waterbed with a certain sister. The other part is because he has an irritable brother who always instills the strange notion that women are big trotters, and only brothers are the most reliable. Therefore, Logan has maintained the principle of only entering the body and not entering life for quite a long time after he became an adult. That classic saying can be applied to Wolverine. I smoke cigars, drink spirits, and pick up girls to fight. I know that I am a good man with a special purpose. No matter how tough a man is, there will be a tender side. As a single dog, Dr. Teslak pretended to be an emotional master in front of Luke, who just wanted to laugh. Logan is a brash man with his brain full of muscles and his emotions are easily impulsive. But he is also a perfect fighter. The self-healing gene has given this beast's tireless energy and near-immortal recovery. Even the beast longs for warmth. In SHIELD Task Force X, there is a psychic person codenamed Silver Fox. Logan is a bit interesting to her. Luke glanced suspiciously at the short stature of Teslak. He was not surprised that Wolverine and Silver Fox might have a leg. In the original timeline, the two of them are lovers, and it's normal for them to get together. But why would Teslak know? Is it because I don't usually arrange enough work? Does this dwarf scientist still care about the emotional development of Wolverine? Unexpectedly, Dr. Teslak, you still know Logan's private life. Luke teased. Ahem. I am very interested in any mutant. This is a job requirement. Teslak realized that as a scientist, it seemed strange to pay attention to another burly, sturdy man. He quickly explained a few words and said, for me, science is the only companion, and exploring the truth is a lifelong wish. Luke nodded perfunctorily, indicating that he really believed it. In fact, most celebrities from all over the world have abnormal private lives. Therefore, Teslak presented his identity as a scientist, which was extremely unconvincing. You know, Madame Curie is called Polish slut by the French. Einstein loved his cousin very much and had 10 lovers in his life, including female secretary, Jewish widow and flower shop owner. The cat who can never be sure of life or death, its owner, Schrödinger, and lovers who have had a relationship. Can't even count them with 2 hands. The most embarrassing thing is that once Schrödinger fell in love with a woman, and then invited her husband as an assistant, taking advantage of the situation. Later, he also publicly cohabited with his wife and lover, which led to not mixing up at Oxford University and Princeton. For this reason, some people joked, is the wave-particle duality more difficult, or the wife-lover duality more difficult? And Enrique Fermi, the father of neutron physics, the first thing he does every time he goes to a city is to visit the red light district and investigate local customs. In addition to the above examples, there are also cases like Rousseau, who is a sexual exhibitionist, Mozart is a fetish, a crazy hand puncher Yukio Mishima, and Chaplin, a machine with no emotions. Scientists always have strange and incomprehensible interests. I will not discriminate against you for this, Dr. Teslak. Luke waved his hand to indicate that he was not a narrow prejudice. Immediately afterwards, he did not give Tesla a chance to explain, and said, since Logan is willing to reform the experiment, then I have nothing to say. Do you have any specific ideas? Thank you, William, for this. It can be seen from the name that Tesla and Stryker have a good relationship. He found a peculiar metal in the tropical rainforest of Africa. It is a perfect match with Logan. While talking, Tesla took Luke to the room inside the laboratory. The temperature inside is high, like a sauna. You are reading www.uukansu.com. The steam evaporates and stimulates sweat. This is the metal liquid refined from Edelman ore. It must be kept in a high temperature liquid state at all times. Once it has cooled down, its shape will be fixed and it can no longer be changed. Teslak said excitedly, "I heard that your comrade in arms, the shield used by Captain America, is also mixed with a part of the alloy refined from the Edman ore." Luke followed the opponent's line of sight and looked at a square melting furnace. Inside was a thick liquid that was steaming hot, like mercury. As a traverser, Luke has certainly heard of the name Edman alloy. It is a special kind of ore. After smelting and melting, it becomes the hardest alloy material in the world. However, there are several types in total, such as the original Edman alloy. That is, the kind injected into Wolverine's body is completely indestructible and extremely precious. Even Thor's Mjolnir can only cause minor damage. In the Hulk World War, Hulk in the Green Shang state bluntly said that he could not kill Wolverine, because in order to achieve this goal, all the body tissues of Wolverine must be destroyed, and he cannot destroy the Edman alloy integrated into the cell. It can be seen how hard it is, how strong it is. There is also a secondary Edman alloy, which is easy to manufacture, but not as strong as the original version. How did you find it in Africa? Luke's interest in Edman alloys is not great. After becoming director of Aegis, his way of looking at problems is similar to that of the Pentagon generals. Mass production is the first goal, and two precious weapons are destined not to become products on the assembly line. Chapter 149? Brothers Fight. One passerby before the peace summit was held. The dam base on Lake Acalia took the lead in launching the X-weapon transformation plan. Two people participated in the experiment, Logan the Wolverine, and his grumpy brother Victor the saber-toothed tiger. The former is because of love and want to better protect the women around him. The latter is because of brotherhood. Saber-toothed tiger couldn't tolerate losing to his stupid brother, so he was willing to participate. These two guys, Teslak and Stryker, can be said to have grasped exactly what the mutant brothers thought. Luke has nothing to say about this. People have to pay for the choices they make, and suffering is one of them. Logan, who is injected with Edman alloy in his body, can be directly promoted to the first line level from the strong fighters of the second and third lines. In addition to the Omega-class mutants, there are also the natural nemesis of Magneto, and the almost unsolvable mind control of Professor Bald. Other opponents can basically be tough. A simple explanation is more resistant to beatings. Mr. Major General, although I have minimized the degree of danger, there may still be accidents in the transformation process. Teslak was vaccinated in advance. He didn't want to be blamed for failing. Although, the concept of the X-weapon plan has been put forward long ago, and it has been subjected to repeated deliberation and data model calculations. But, as Murphy's Law says, no matter how small the possibility of something bad, it will always happen. Who are you more optimistic about? Luke asked calmly. In his sight, the brothers Wolverine and Sabretooth were completely stripped of their bodies. Several female researchers worked hard to maintain a straight-sighted work attitude, drawing lines of surgery for them. It won't be long before the injection needle tube controlled by the robotic arm will be inserted from these places. Those hot red needles pierce the bodies of Wolverine and Sabretooth, and then inject extremely hot liquid. Logan. Teslak looked at Stryker, who was standing behind, excited, and said with a smile, "You think so too, William?" Victor is more like a beast. He is crazier and cold-blooded. He can slaughter the enemy without changing his face, whether he is an old man, a child, or a weak person who has no resistance. From this point, he is more in line with the requirements of the military and the definition of weapons. Teslak stared at his beard and his eyes were full of manic and jealous saber-toothed tigers. as if he was admiring a top-notch product. "Then why do you think the most suitable candidate is Logan?" Luke was holding the railing with both hands. He was standing on the second floor. Below were the busy researchers and the mutant brothers lying on the cold iron frame. Logan maintains a sober sanity. Although he is also a fierce beast, he is not as crazy as Victor. Major General Cavill, sometimes calmness is more important than coldness. Tesla commanded the researchers, preparing to start the transformation experiment. Edmund Orr needs to maintain a high temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit before it melts into a liquid state. As long as it is cooled and formed, it can no longer be destroyed. Next, follow the idea of Teslag. It is to inject the molten Edmund alloy into the bodies of Wolverine and Sabretooth to form an indestructible steel skeleton. They all have extremely powerful self-healing ability, so the severe damage caused to the body in the transformation experiment can be recovered. This is the key reason for choosing the two. Ordinary people will never get through the final stage if they accept this kind of transformation. It started. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to say? At this time, Teslag hadn't forgotten to please his boss. Luke waved his hand. He was not the leader of future generations. "I like to speak in crowded occasions to establish my image. According to the experimental model you built with data, what is the probability of their success?" Luke saw the iron frame sink into the water. Wolverine and Sabretooth looked at each other, and the robotic arms connected to many pipelines began to operate. "Logan is 60%, and Victor is about 40%. Teslag replied, "To be honest, this success rate is not low." Putting it on the original timeline, the X-Weapon project hosted by William Stryker may not even reach 40%. Once they succeed, during the time they have just awakened, they may fall into a frantic state because of the painful memory left in their brains. Major General Cavill, do you want to avoid it later? Teslag habitually associates Luke with the group of Pentagon generals. After speaking, I realized how stupid I was. This is the Superman who fought Namor and repelled Atlantis. Even if Wolverine and Sabretooth Tiger complete the transformation experiment, they may not be Luke's opponents. It's not necessary. Sure enough, Luke rejected the offer. "What measures are you going to take?" I think the report did not mention the containment method after the modification experiment was completed. Brainwashing. Victor is okay. Logan's self-awareness is too strong to be or-epen. Teslag replied hesitantly, "Does this have my permission, Doctor?" Luke calmly looked at the short dwarf scientist, with no joy or anger on his face. "Sorry, I just thought it would be better for S.H.I.E.L.D." Teslag trembled all over, and his heart was filled with fear. He knew that this young Major General did not like others to make their own decisions. This is not an example. After a few long seconds, Luke's voice came. Teslag, whose legs were weak in fright, relaxed, and a cold sweat came out of his back. "Brainwashing is unnecessary. What I want is a fighter, not a machine." Logan and Victor, in the future, will be a sharp knife in the field team of S.H.I.E.L.D. usefulness. Luke tapped a few words and continued to turn his attention back to the transformation experiment. Apart from being a scientist, Tesla also wanted to transform into a businessman like Howard Stark. Therefore, he will always consider the needs of the Pentagon. For the usefulness of mutants, they tend to be more at the level of tools and weapons. "Let's start," Luke said lightly. 5 minutes later, the transformation experiment starts. The researcher stood in front of the console. The rows of long steel needles exude an icy light. The noise of spinning like a drill echoed to the bottom layer. The red needle pierced the skin, deep into the skull. The thick and hot Edmund alloy liquid is slowly injected into the body along the pipeline. The terrible pain almost destroyed Logan's psychological defenses in an instant. He couldn't help but want to raise his head and scream, but his mouth was stuck with a respirator, and he could only spit out a series of bubbles. His eyes were filled with tyrannical emotions, as if a wild beast was aroused to be fierce. The muscles are tight, and thick blood vessels burst out on the surface of the skin. Fortunately, Trask was prepared. Before the experiment started, Logan and Victor were tied with metal shackles. Prevent them from getting out of control, breaking away from the iron frame and interrupting the process. Doctor, their heartbeat is starting to rise, and their body temperature is also rising, the researcher said nervously. The life manifestation displayed on the screen is close to collapse. Changing to an ordinary person, it was already at the moment of injecting Edmund alloy liquid. The cells undergo rejection reactions, the tissues dissolve, blood evaporates, and they die on the spot. But Logan is different. He has extremely powerful self-healing ability. Therefore, he not only has to endure the extreme pain caused by the destruction of his body, but also has to endure repair process over and over again. This is a terrible torture. If it weren't for the tenacity, it wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Victor on the other side is not much better. The sharp nails scratched the iron frame lying under him to vent his inner rage. Because the process of reforming the experiment is painful, and they all have the ability to heal themselves. Therefore, narcotics is basically unrealistic. Continue to inject. Teslag remained unmoved. The transformation experiment has only reached 20%. The hot Edmund alloy liquid just covered the skull. Then there are the torso and limbs. Heartbeat 190. Has reached 200. Blood pressure is also starting to soar. As the vital signs were reported, the expression on Teslak's face became more solemn. He somewhat underestimated the painful feelings brought about by the transformation process, and it seemed that Logan and Victor might not be able to withstand it. Major General Cavill, look. Teslak raised his head and looked at Luke, who said nothing. Go on. This is far from their limit. Luke appeared calmer than everyone else. He used supervision to penetrate the skin surface of Wolverine and Sabretooth, scanning their bodies like X-rays. Edmund alloy liquid, of course, destroys tissue cells, evaporates blood, and causes great damage to the body. But at the same time, it is also integrating into the body that is constantly being repaired, covering the bones, and becoming a part of it. Are you sure? Their heartbeat has reached 300, and their body temperature continues to rise. If this continues, it is likely that the gene will collapse and die. Teslak hesitated. He still hoped to ensure the survival of Logan and Victor as much as possible, and at least one could be retained. Only in this way can we collect more data and facilitate the development of the next transformation plan. Doctor, I thought you would have more confidence in them, Luke whispered. Don't give up when you are only one step away from success. Teslak's face was heavy, and his boss said so. What else could he do? Another 5 minutes passed. Edmund alloy liquid has covered the torso. The progress of the transformation experiment has been promoted to 50%. The vital signs of the two are not at all a curve that normal people can understand. Heartbeat, body temperature, blood pressure. The data fluctuates. Stop Victor's transformation. Logan continues. Luke took over the power of Teslak and began to give orders. Although the line of the heartbeat on the screen fell rapidly like the stock market, and then quickly rose again. But Logan still has room for transformation, and his grumpy brother is indeed reaching the limit. Victor's injection was interrupted, and the iron frame slowly lifted out of the water. There was a lot of heat coming out of him, which was caused by hypothermia. Edmund alloy liquid begins to solidify and form in the body. Since then, Victor the saber-toothed tiger has a hard skull and an indestructible torso. Unfortunately, that part of the limbs did not go on. 10 minutes later, the injection is complete. Logan became a veritable Wolverine. It's just that his heartbeat also stopped completely, turning into a straight red line. Major General Cavill, this is also no. Teslag wanted to say 2 words of comfort, but only got one. Shut up. Luke stared at Logan intently. The whole laboratory was silent. Everyone held their breath and dared not breathe loudly. Drop. The straight red line fluctuates slightly. Then it turns into a green curve. The heartbeat, which represents vitality, began to make a powerful sound again. Teslak and Stryker, who was standing behind, looked at each other, and both of them showed excitement on their faces. Ho ho. Luogen, soaked in the water, opened his eyes, and a pair of alloy claws grew from the joints of his hands. He smashed the respirator stuck in his mouth and let out an angry roar. like a wolf king who aroused a fierceness. After he was awake, Logan's mind was full of manic emotions stimulated by pain. He stood up directly from the cooling pool, and exposed the tall, strong body to Luke without any cover. His really hot eyes. Luke turned his head. He was really not interested in men's sex. Return the researcher and close the access door at the bottom. Tesluk did so, eyes full of excitement. The killing machine he wanted was half done. Don't be eager to be happy. If you stand in front of Logan, the first thing he will do is to chop off your head. Luke poured down a scoop of cold water, extinguishing the excitement in teslaw.mentalnovel.com to wake up Victor and let the two brothers fight. At this time, it is useless for anyone to reason with Logan. The painful experience remaining in the brain stimulated him, and completely aroused his irritability and bloodthirsty. The best way to eliminate all of this is to fight. The semi-finished Edmund Alloy version of the saber-toothed tiger faces the complete Wolverine. It seems to be a wonderful show. It hurts. As a grumpy old man, the first thought of saber-toothed tiger when he opened his eyes was not "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" rather than "Fuck. It hurts." The second thought is simpler. Who is this naked man in front of you? Then there is whoever it is, do him first. The two brothers' ideas are surprisingly consistent. Without even saying hello, he rushed over. Haha. The alloy claws flashed with cold light, pierced Victor's chest directly. The latter is not afraid at all, holding his head up and pushing forward hard. Boom. Two Edmund alloy skulls collided. Logan staggered back, shook his dizzy head, and then fought with his brother. Two mutants with self-healing ability are boring to fight with each other, and there is no appreciation at all. Because each is not afraid of injury, there is only offense, no defense. You keep fighting. What do you see me doing? The fierce fight lasted less than a minute, and the two beasts suddenly stopped and looked at Luke on the second floor. The latter looked innocent and shrugged, saying that he was just a passerby. Wolverine and Sabretooth glanced at each other, seeming to reach a consensus. Each roared, and rushed to the second floor on all fours. Chapter 150. Since you want to pursue stimulation, follow through to the end. The 150th chapter of the Superman text volume of the beautiful manga is to pursue excitement, so follow through to the end. The mutant brothers, out of the instinct of beasts, focused on Luke outside the battlefield. Maybe the remaining reason, telling them that they should solve the outsider first, and then consider continuing to fight. After only a few exchanges of eyes, Victor and Logan made a decision. The former is on all fours, like a tiger climbing a mountain. Sharp claws scratched the wall and nailed firmly into the concrete. Using both hands and feet, he rushed up and came to the second floor after a few breaths. There is a ferocious breath on that rough face full of beards. Compared to before, the saber-toothed tiger injected with Edmund alloy moves faster and reacts more quickly. I admire you iron-headed babies, Luke said to himself. Tesluk and a group of researchers had already evacuated under his order. After injecting Edmund alloy, conventional firepower has no effect on the two brothers, especially Wolverine Logan. This guy can survive the shockwave of the atomic bomb. Unless Luke is cruel, destroys the entire dam base and bury these two wild beasts under the incalculable weight of reinforced concrete. Of course, that's only when he doesn't want to shoot. With superhuman strength, it is not difficult to wake up the frantic Wolverine and Sabretooth just as a warm-up exercise. Luke, who thought he was a passerby, hadn't waited for Victor the saber-toothed tiger to pounce. A high whip leg that exploded the air, directly thrown on the opponent's body. The hard skull injected with Edmund alloy exploded like a bursting watermelon. The scene is quite bloody. The skin tissue outside is like a mass of erosive paste. The horrible power stripped the flesh and blood, and the silver-white skull was exposed. At first glance, it looks a bit like a Ghost Rider without fire effects. Hiss. Really hard enough. Luke took a breath. As expected of Edmund alloy, he didn't even leave a trace on this foot. I changed the previous saber-toothed tiger. I am afraid the whole head will burst! Victor, who rushed to the second floor, flew out faster than he had come. and slammed deeply into the concrete ground. Although it is said that he is now a veritable iron-headed baby, relying on the hardness of Edmund alloy, he has not been headshot by Luke. Is a powerful force, like a 10,00-ton heavy hammer hitting the head, directly causing this beast to pass out. Wolverine Logan, who had been in a manic mood, saw his brother's miserable end, like a basin of cold water poured down, and instantly awoke. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? The ultimate 3 questions of life suddenly came to mind. Don't you come up and have a try? Luke put his hands on the railing and asked with a chuckle. Logan glanced at Victor, who passed out directly, and shook his head quickly. As a former sparring partner, he doesn't seem to be playing against Luke again. The feeling of being hollowed out and feeling sore and sour is simply terrible. In that case, get dressed. I really don't want to see the nakedness of 2 men. Luke turned around and disappeared in the laboratory. He decided to find Malina at night and wash his eyes well. Logan stood there, staring at the pair of silver alloy claws. I feel that my life seems to be different. I'm stronger. He thought so. Evening, 7:20. The black car parked at the door of a high-end restaurant in New York, and Luke took the lead to walk down. He took off his straight military uniform tonight and put on a 3-piece custom-made handmade suit, like a high-class young nobleman. Come, take me. Luke stretched out his hand and held Marlena in a gentleman manner. This Sicilian beauty, dressed in a red backless evening gown, is glamorous, is like a radiant ruby, attracting the attention of passing pedestrians. Aren't you supposed to be busy these days? Malina took Luke's arm and asked in a low voice. I heard Paige say that there are a lot of tasks that need to be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke raised his eyebrows and caught a keyword. Paige. Is your relationship very good? He asked curiously. This is a secret. Malina did not answer, and smiled softly. Alessandro has always wanted to see you. He has a lot of ideas about business in Las Vegas. Luke frowned slightly and shook his head. This kind of thing made him talk to Irish gangsters. Now Las Vegas is a gold mine, but no one has discovered it. The Irish gang has recently made a fortune, backed by the Kennedy family's relationship. It has become very popular. Ask Corsa to go to Uncle Frank, buy a few bosses into stocks, and make this cake bigger together. This little thing doesn't require me to come forward at all. Malina gave a hum. She was only responsible for spreading the word. She wouldn't do things like blowing pillow wind. The two stepped into this well-known high-end restaurant in Manhattan. The manager had been waiting for a long time, and smiled and led the distinguished guests to the private box on the 2nd floor. Luke chose the position by the window and helped Marlena open a chair. Then, he snapped his fingers and motioned to the waiter to deliver the pre-ordered high-end red wine. You can try the seafood noodles here. Its taste often reminds me of that hotel in Sicily, Luke suggested. He took off his trench coat and passed the menu to Malina. Out of the window is the night view of the Hudson River, with cruise ships and passenger ships drifting slowly by. The skyscraper lights up, reflecting in the river water, revealing a dreamy feeling. Why do you think of taking me outside today? Malina asked while looking at the menu. After knowing that you are Italian, the kid John introduced this restaurant specially. He wanted to come a few weeks earlier, but so many things happened. Later I will fly to Paris again to prepare for the Peace Summit. Maybe I don't have much time to be with you. Luke smiled softly. Most of the time he was a perfect lover. John, is that the young man from the Kennedy family? I don't like him. Malina lifted her finger and tapped her lips, seeming to think of her identity. What? Did he hit your idea? Luke narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of danger. Although he does have a friendship with Irish gangsters, his relationship with the Kennedy family is not bad. When it comes to the most intolerable problem for men, then I can't take care of anything. That's not true. All of New York, who dares to have an idea about the woman of Major General Cavill? Malina said half jokingly, half earnestly. After coming to New York with Luke, she gained respect that she had never had before. The Major General who sat across from him, with his incredible speed of promotion, gave himself an exceptionally decent, enviable and comfortable life. I just don't like the way Kennedy treats women." Malina sighed and said softly, "That reminds me of those days in Sicily." "It's all over. Forget those." Luke took up the goblet and ended the unpleasant topic. It didn't take long for the seafood pasta to be ordered. Facts have proved that Kennedy still has some research on eating, drinking and having fun. This restaurant is very satisfying. It is just a simple seafood pasta, and the ingredients are all luxurious. King crab feet, prawns, squid, clams and mussels. Delicious seafood dotted on the noodles sprinkled with rich sauce. Luke rolled it twice with a fork, and ate out the fine Italian angel noodles, which tended to be soft while retaining a certain degree of tenacity, and the taste was very good. Plus the sour-sweet tomato sauce, paired with hearty seafood, it makes people want to eat. After 2 glasses of red wine were eaten, a blush appeared on Malina's face. Under the orange light, the beauty is thrilling. After dinner. MTLnovel.com. Luke wiped the corners of his mouth, signaled that the waiter could remove all the plates, leaving only the 1/3 of the high-end red wine left. "This is a tip." He held a large banknote between his fingers and handed it to the waiter. The smile on his face suddenly twitched, and his expression became a little weird. "Is there any problem, General Cavill?" The waiter gratefully accepted the tip and asked eagerly, "No. Nothing. I want to enjoy the night view here. Please don't let other people come to disturb you." Luke returned to his calm look. When the waiter left, he reached out and caught the weird beautiful leg under the table. "Malina, you are a little drunk." Changed to normal, this beauty in Sicily would not make such a bold and daring act. "I remember you said before, like to pursue excitement." The slightly drunken Malina is in a happy mood. Her red lips slightly open. There is a charming breath as the eyes flow. "Are you sure you want to be here?" Luke leaned forward, his mouth curled slightly. "Will you reject me, Mr. General?" Malina blinked her eyes and asked. "Well, I like this after-dinner show." Luke put aside the pretense, revealing the true nature of a man. Malina, who got the answer, took a sip from the goblet, with the sip of red wine in her mouth, bent over and squatted under the table. Hiss. Mr. Major General took a breath decisively. Just like what he said to Rogers, the occasional romance often reaps great rewards.